Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to, as you can see, the beautiful morning sunshine here at the RC Badlands Supercross track in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. We're on a bit earlier than we expected, and it is 8:15 local time, and we are waiting for the first of the RC2 quarterfinals, which will be off in a moment. 20 laps of fun. So 20-minute quarterfinal. We've got two of them. 10 cars in this first one. 4 to bump up. You've got Kevin Bullock in 1, Ryan LeCure in 2, Michael Kunz in 3, Dane Stockman in 4, Bubba High in 5, Phil Connolly in 6, Brad Cripp in 7, Josiah Chandler in 8, Tony Scarcella in 9, and Roberto Huget in 10. Some of these guys took part in our RCGP Loves RC2 last night. It's lovely to have you all with us. Even it is a tad early, we said we're going to go live. So, beautiful morning sun. Just a chance to say hello, all you RCGPers. You're a very unique group at the moment. As these cars are on their 3-minute warm-up for the 20-minute final. And it's, yeah, you got nothing. That's so right, getting ready onto the taking them onto their grid. So there's Lefty doing a bit of mechanicking work for Roberto Huget at the back. They come down the grid. It was a gap. There's a gap for position 6 and 7. Oh no, they're late coming out. There's 5 and 4 and 3. LeCure in 2 and Bullock in 1. So they're going off the grid start, not the gate start. They had their gate start fun yesterday. RCGP will be doing their qualifiers off the gate start, but they will be doing their race from this normal echelon of corn Le Mans style start. Cool, look at this close. It's perfectly in focus, that shot. Perfectly in focus. Well, you know, apparently the autofocus, not several £1,000s worth of training. Why are they sitting on here for so long? I assume there's a little bit of problem in timing. Because normally, obviously, these cars come out and they're down almost immediately. you just hear that? Jason said, I will make the tone sound for this one. So tones go... It sounds like there's a kind of a large amount of issues with sound this morning all around the track. Anyway, it's early morning. It's early morning. These things, these things happen early morning. You know, there's water in the system. Everyone's a bit rusty. No one's had their porridge, that sort of thing. We haven't even sent our food forager out for breakfast yet. Oh, suddenly it's all getting going again. 20 minutes. Well, the clearness of starts, but I think after the problem they had, this is very fair enough. And away they roll into the bowl. Oh, over the top there by the green machine into the bowl section. And an early lead for Bullock. And the top four have kind of broken away already. And it's all about being in the top four positions, of course, because those will bump up to the semi-finals. So we're looking at second place man, skittling away on the track. It's Bullock from Stockman, McCloyer, and then it's going to be Bubba High, Kunz, Scarcella, Chandler. Just waiting to see how many actually take the start. Connolly's made the start. I know Roberto Hugo was there. It was a really, really bad lap. But 8 runners at the moment. As Lecure slowly in second place, slowly drops off. And they're already spreading out. And 8 cars running around. I'm pretty sure I saw car 10. I wonder if he hasn't got a transponder is the question. Quick slap there by this man, the second place man, at the end about 4/10. Nope, that's not the track. Ouch. So Stockman now. Nope, second and third right together. Danny Stockman in the white car begins to catch up Ryan Lecure. To go through the internal switchback for the back rollers and then power on down the main straight into the hairpin, into the lower bowl. And then they just go a little double. Then, of course, the descending double. Highest point there, and down they come the whole way. Second, third on the field. Oh, third had a problem. Go back to third, Ash. If he ever turns up. There we are. Stockman. Stockman's got 14 seconds over Bubba High. And appears to have 3 cars behind him, which I'm most surprised about. Ah, yes, so Berto Huget's got going now. A couple of laps back. But Brad Cribb doesn't appear to have taken the start. Nope. Is that the position there? No, that was Huget behind him. So the car, that black car is Roberto Huget, who's laps down already, I think after a start issue. It was quite a difficult start for them, staying a long time on the grid. So already everyone is within traffic with everyone else. Should be a relatively simple 2 stops this, 20 minutes. It's pretty much you just divide it in thirds, 6.5, and just about everybody can make 6.5 minutes. Not doubling that one there. Oh, And now facing the wrong way, and that's probably the end of that position. She's stopped them so far ahead of... Well, he was so far ahead, in fairness, of Michael Kunz that his third place looked pretty assured, but 2 chunky mistakes that time round. Let's see what the gap is when they cross the line this time. Here we go. So he goes across. How far behind is Michael Kunz? The answer is 5 seconds. Drop back to Michael Kunz. Hopefully it's the next car. It's Kunz. It should be car number 3. And it looks like the right car, actually. I'm guessing, obviously, in most of it. It is number 3, yep. So this is Kunz in 4th. Trying to claw back some difficult starting situation. Fastest lap of Kevin Bullock, 29.1. So the gap stays around the 4-second mark last time round. Clear lap again. So it's obviously going to be... Oh, hang on, there's 2 cars having massive problems there. That was Connolly, who's dropped behind into 6th. Bubba High, I think, may be involved in that problem as well. Green car's going some. And upside down and around about going. There's 3 cars now off the track at once. This may get a bit confusing, really, when all 4 cars aren't actually on the track. Which is that leading car of those, Ash? Yeah. Coming for fuel. Oops, 3 pumps, in you go. That was the number 6 of Phil Connolly. Oh, it's gone. So Connolly's made his first stop, made it quite early. Running currently in 6th, 4 seconds behind Bubba High. So it's Bullock, who's there from pretty much the start. McCoy at 2nd, Stockman 3rd, Kunz 4th, High 5th, Connolly 6th, Chandler with Connolly at the moment. And he actually got past High there as High went up for a fuel stop. Connolly currently 1st of the non-qualifiers. That's it. So Connolly still these few seconds behind Michael Kunz. Plenty of time to go, just about halfway through this. Oh dear, no, that's not great. Halfway through this one, as the morning sun and the nitro exhaust makes it kind of a pretty scene, isn't it, at the moment, the way the sun's coming across all the everything else, and the nitro and everything. Complete loss of vocabulary at this time of the morning. Around the hairpin. Nope. Let's just watch someone else for a while. Just go forward one car, work out who it is in a minute, see where they are in the race. Because you need to get close up and see the numbers. It's number one. It's our leader. It's Kevin Bullock. Consistently turning mid 29-second laps. Looking very much in control of this thing, very balanced. Maybe not the fastest, but certainly as he goes over the rollers, not a massive issue. This is where it's got tricky towards the outside there on that. So there seems to be any patching overnight. There's certainly some calcium put down on the track overnight. Track conditioner. Some ruts there coming over the descending double, as you can see. Little hole, but they sort of landing holes, most of them don't really upset the cars as much. Where the cars got most upset yesterday was just off here, and you can see there's quite a few ruts and divots, but they're looking to handle it quite well. Another good lap round for Bullock in the lead. His lead is 6 seconds. He'll be lapping Stockman very soon, if not having already done it actually. To put a bit of time there. Yeah, people need to be a little bit helped when you're going past them. It's quite a single line circuit. Oh, threw it in. Backed out, managed to carry on drifting effectively around the corner. It was quite impressive. Okay. So our leader, 15 seconds. Now, let's go to somebody else randomly and see how they're doing. Should we, Ash? Because obviously it's hard to see what's going on. That blue one, I think they're doing not very. Oh, you missed him. Just one of them having a massive smoke attack. Oh, it's a different one. Single. Let's see who's single. Yep, we need to have these super focus. I can see who it is. It's car number 5. Okay, this is Bubba High. Not seen Bubba so far in this race. Bubba's running in 6th place, but he's about a lap behind 5th. So his chances of bumping are quite low. One thing I will say, there's been good reliability in this race. Most of the cars are still running. Obviously, Brad Cribb didn't start. I think Josiah Jones had a problem. And Roberto Huge didn't really make a very good start at the start of the whole thing, but you know, can but try. Hello to Bob's RC. Brazil's watching. Hello to Alan Gascar. Morning to Charles McKee. How are you all today? This is the first of the RC2 quarterfinal A. Following this will be the quarterfinal B. There's a sort of a practicey thing, sort of seeding practice for RCGP, which is not a full RCGP qualifying heat, it's a seeding heat. And then we have some semi-practice for RCGP, which we won't be covering. And then we go into a first round of RCGP is at about 10 past 10 local time. Currently, just so you know, it's 8:40. It's an hour and a half till the first RCGP race. And then we have the two semi-finals for RC2. Then we follow it up with another RCGP at 22:11. There's a lunch break for an hour from 12 to 1. Then we have the last chance qualifier for RC2. Another round of RCGP at 1:30. Sorry. Then we go that goes straight to Super Pole, so that's the big one. It goes straight into Super Pole. And then it's the RC2 main final, so the main long final at 20 to 3, and then the main RCGP almost an hour final starts at 10 past 4. So Bubba High may well find that his day is over now before the clock has struck 9. And then you can't enjoy a few extra laps. Kind of alternating whether to double that one in front of the rostrum or just a single, depending on how well he's flowed round from the previous corners. Best lap so far for Bubba is a 31.345. This one is what's his best lap? 31.050. Perhaps it was that doubling of the front that gave him those extra 0.3 of a second. There goes. Oh, no, it's not really his best lap. Just jumped that one slightly wrongly. Now, my guess is he won't have enough momentum to double this. Find out. Is he going to double it? Yeah, well done, Bubba. Got the rhythm now. Okay, let's find somebody else, Ash. 3 minutes to go. Is it a battle for 4th and 5th? No. 23 seconds in 4th and 5th of the final bump up. This is let's take the faster one. This is number 3 again of Michael Kunz, who's in 3rd. And then this is the black car. This is Robert Huget in the 10. There's Robert. Not quite down the straight. Oh. Oh dear, you don't want to do that. Bit of nibble at the rear wing there. Oh, over he goes. Right, minute go. Let's see if we can find, who's the person, see if we can find car 4. I've no idea where he is, I'm sorry. He's just about to finish the lap, actually, I think. Mightn't be this car behind this car here. It might be the next one. Go, take the guy who's overtook that guy a second ago. It might be car 4, just looking at the, might not, but it might be. I think it's car 4. I think I've made a brilliant, based on the timing computer assessment there. Oh, so that's car 4. That is the last of the bump-uppers, Danny Stockman. And there he goes. He's got 52 seconds to go, and he will bump himself up into the semi-finals in a couple of hours' time. A bit of a swoosh on the tail there. There we go again. $15 seconds to go, last lap. Effectively. The leader actually might make this a penultimate lap, actually. So Stockman, a whole lap ahead of 5th place, very comfortably bumping up, where he'll join Michael Kunz, who's finished, Ryan Lecure, and our winner, Kevin Bullock, who has won by about 15 seconds. So he will get classed with an extra lap because he managed to break the beam. So Bullock, Lecure, Kunz and Stockman are your top 4 qualifiers. Phil Connolly, Bubba High, Tony Scarzella, Robert Huget, Josiah Chandler and Brad Cribb, I'm afraid. Well, that's their RCGP experience at the RC Badlands over for now. Morning to Dan Jones, how are you? Good morning to BJ Williams. Right, Dan Jones, how many T-shirts has Lefty sold this morning? Well, Lefty was doing some pit work last time out, so I haven't had a chance to talk about his current sales. I do know he's not been arrested, which is probably quite a key point. Lefty is still a free man. Hey, that wasn't going to happen. Thanks for all of you who are watching. We ended up coming up on air a bit earlier than we thought we were going to be honest, so, you know, what can you do? So a bit of cleaning up this Mao in the bottom of the picture in the red top. So we have got a long day. There's quite a few gaps in the day. We've got a lot of action today. We've got the 3 qualifiers. We've got the hour final. We've got the 45-minute RC2 final. A lot of action today from RC Badlands. Not as many cars parked in the car park. It was soccer Saturday yesterday. All the mums and the dads coming bringing their kids with soccer. I assume, you know, being in what is probably quite the heart of the Bible Belt, most people at church this morning. So who is in this one? Just 9 cars in this one. Lane Deming in 1. Jose Velardo in 2, Marlo Bright in 3, Jason Roberts in 4, Nicholas Camasco in 5, Matt Watford in 6, Big Cush in 7, Mike Walker in 8, Corey Jordan in 9, and what may improve things massively is that I have been joined by someone who may know what they're talking about. You're not on.
And good morning to you, RC Racing World.
How'd you? So this is Lefty. Good morning to Keenan K. White, Lefty, the great Lefty. I saw you. I thought, where were you? And then I saw you were pitting.
Not too many people had to help out a few guy. Got a face full of dirt. Love it.
Did he start? He seemed to drop 2 laps down almost immediately.
Yeah. Oh, he flamed out on the first lap, so had to do a little bit of running. Got some exercise.
Really? Blimey.
Yeah.
There is already a question from the chat. We want an update on T-shirt sales.
Yeah, it went pretty good.
No, we want numbers.
Oh, I don't know. There was just Ardent Imprints. My buddy Jason Bacall, he bought them up here to sell. What we didn't sell yesterday, we'll have them up. Hit me up. We'll figure it out. We'll get it to you.
I'm quite impressed you haven't. I mean, you've managed to resist the urge to give me one. I must admit. I thought
I do have one for you. So,
I can wear it with pride.
I have a few that I got over there. Send one off to Max. And, yeah, we'll have them up.
You got to go into Max. He's half your show.
I know.
Third of your show with JQ.
So JQ says he didn't like the. I said, hey, you like these gray hats? No. Oh, well, good. I don't have to give you one. Typical JQ answer. How's the chat doing today, anyway?
It's quite. We came on here 45 minutes early. We thought we were going to. So people are here going, "Oh, you're on." Matt's cogitating, which is always a worry.
He's pondering.
I actually do have a question for Matt. I'm not sure if Matt can come on air. I have a question. Matt announced last night loudly he had no more pairs of shorts, yet Matt is wearing a pair of shorts. What has happened, Matt, on the short situation? Right. For those who can't hear, normally he would have put them in the wash, so he's wearing dirty shorts.
You can wear shorts for like 3 days. I do.
I've worn these trousers because of the mud bath we're in. We have been offered a guest. Okay. Who is it? No, come down here and do it. Well, for this one. Okay, yep, he's more than welcome. No, he's got a pair for his own final of that one, isn't he? No, come down here and do it. Well, for this one. So, yes, we may get Aidan Horn as a co-commentator. This sounds exciting to put limit his possibilities, really.
He could come now. I could go out there and help pit some more people.
No. I need you.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't do the final because it's before his race.
I will say this. He is at 100% energy because I saw him this morning at the stoplight.
Is there any other level for Aidan Horn?
No, not even at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning at a stoplight.
What is not near what he's doing? Yep, he can do it. He wants to. Not a problem at all. If he's happy to make it, tell him if he wants to come. He's more than welcome to come and do the RC2 final with me and Keenan, or basically just Keenan probably.
Sure, no worries. Oh my God. Oh no. I don't know who's worse, you and him together, or me and him together.
No,
all three of us together would be bad.
I think you'll find it interesting. He's probably trying to do it off the screen rather than off the roster. It'd be an interesting education.
It's not as easy as you think, as people think.
No. So the warm-up is underway for the second quarter-final. Lefty is tapping away on something.
Sharing is caring.
Is it?
So, Nick, how have you enjoyed your stay here in Myrtle Beach?
Well, it's been shut, isn't it?
You guys are. It's been pretty nice where we are.
I mean, it's a very nice place. It's basically, it's like a very, very large Skegness.
Very touristy.
I'm yawning because the book heard it. I am surprised how early everything shuts. And if it doesn't shut early, it's dangerous to be in.
Well, when we was in Piedmont, it didn't shut early. Everything was open. But that's more of a hub. So...
I mean, it's obviously they know their business. They know when no one's going to turn up anymore.
No, this is more like a destination. And
no, I have to say,
a place you drive through.
The bar we were in last night, which closed at 9, was absolutely rammed at 9. And you thought, well, why don't you shut at 10 and sell more drinks?
Oh.
So I think they've made an error there with that particular sports bars opening.
Oh, we went to Longhorns, and we was there till about 9:30, 10, I would say.
Yeah.
It was packed. So, right. We are live as the quarterfinal B goes up for their warm-up laps, warm-up time. And it is another beautiful day here at the Badlands RC Supercross here in Myrtle Beach. I don't think we'll have as much people here today as we did yesterday.
No, as I said, because the soccer mums are all now church mums, aren't they?
Yes.
They'll come in the afternoon. Obviously, it's a bit of morning worship, and then go and watch some racing.
Good morning, Bob's RC, and good morning, John.
I've said good morning to those people. I've done the I've
They're the only people
I've done the good
chatting.
mornings. I've morninged everyone.
Oh, it's only
Sometimes I've double morning because you've got the other chap. Morning. Okay, let's go. Marlow Bright, says Derek Harris. Good morning, says John Brawley. Is there a schedule for next year? And is there a chance of the round held in the Philippines? No, and don't know. There isn't a schedule. Also round in the DR.
A DR.
That's your DR, mate.
Who said that?
That's Leonard Murray. I don't think he means Democratic Republic of Congo either.
Yeah, no track, Leonard. No track there, but it would be a great spot to have fun. Morning to Leonard. Hope his twins are doing well. That's a beautiful set of twins. I see we got the statistician, B.J. Williams, in the house. Charlie Mack. I see you there, Charlie Mack. Was hanging out with Mitch and Cody. Well, Mitch and Chauncey Mack and left tire Salute.
Oh, those numbers are new. So they've been. I didn't see them earlier.
No, there were no numbers.
Someone's literally gone at it with a paint can. My guess is the person may well have been Mao. Brent Densford there on the bucket and on some marshalling duty. Man who owns the track. And, of course, Beach RC Hobbies.
That's right. I'll be there with Chris Sarkis for the Masters of Dirt next weekend.
Masters of Dirt.
Alrighty then. So we got a lot of racing left today. Don't forget we have four. Is it 4 qualifiers for RC?
No, there's a kind of a runaround thing at the start where they just do some. All they do is work out who can go on the front row and the back row for the first qualifying and the gate start. And there's 3 qualifiers. There is Super Pole, remember, and there is the main race for an hour. We now have an Aidan Horn special, we believe, for RC2 final, which should be interesting. Just go on there. I really don't know whether it should be me and him or you and him. I really don't know. You actually know the people, so I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if we can
No.
trust you and Aiden alone.
Well, I'll be with worse. And they're away. That was a kind of a naggy start, wasn't it? But I think it's gone off in start order. It was certainly 1 from 2. Some more. Well, I say more circumspect driving as the third place man falls right over. So Lane Deming leads. Second is the 3 car, which is Marlow Bright. Now, Marlow's actually got a fan in the chat, so that's a good enough reason for us to sponsors to watch him.
Marlow, avid racer here in the Southeast, him and his son Carter. He didn't bring Carter this time, so shout out to Carter. Good luck on your treadmill runs.
So rather than coming racing, Carter has to go on a treadmill run?
No, I think he had to do something today, and he wasn't able to go on this weekend, and then it didn't happen. So.
So what he cancelled this for didn't happen?
Oh, so Marlow used to play baseball. So Carter is, very young, but playing baseball at the same time. So.
Right. Baseball season's over, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know we were in the playoffs. And
no, it's more in the playoffs.
They had an 17 or 18 inning game yesterday.
But very nice man. Got to know him. It's him, DJ Hapler, the Carmendis, Bubba. They all race together. Missing a couple of guys. If they're listening, shout out to Wes and Logan Kowick. Wish you guys were here. What's up, David? How you doing? David Brownman. Haven't spoken to you for a while. So I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Thank you to RCGP and RC Racing TV for all their hard work and control, bringing you some of the, if not the best coverage in RC racing. And Nick gives me a that's the political answer.
There are a couple of people who do very good coverage. I believe we are one of them.
Yes.
It's down to personal preference where you would place those various organisations in your list. I would place us first. But I feel many who would not.
I have a question.
Go on then.
This is actually coming from the on-road nationals. Maybe you can shed some light on this.
Go on then.
Let me find it. A second.
So you know, we're with our leader, with Marlo Bright at the moment. Carry on.
I was asked,
Yes.
do you? Well, you may not know because this is Raw, but I'll give you the example. Do you know how Raw does qual point tiebreakers in the best 2 or 4 when the racers have tied points?
I know how it's in EFRA. In EFRA, it's your fastest lap time, the fastest time in one of those scoring heats.
Okay, so whatever that heat. That
Your fastest race time.
Yes.
But we had a weird situation, I think at the Worlds, where Alexander Hagberg had his points. So say he scored his points in rounds 1, 2, and 3, but even though his overall finish was worse in round 4, because it was the fastest round, he had his best lap time in round 4.
Oh, so one single lap.
No, sorry, race time. He had the best race time in that round 4, but it wasn't his counting score. But the other guy had his counting scores as 2, 3, or 3, 4, and 5, and so he did have that fast lap time in his counting scores. And even though Hagberg actually had a faster time, because it wasn't in his counting scores, it didn't count. So the guy there, so it has to be in Europe, it's your fastest overall race time in one of your counting races. So when you throw away a result, it's gone. You can't have a bit of it, it's gone.
So your fastest overall race time of a counting round.
Yep, that's EFRA. But there'll be many. It's because they used to do. Everyone thought the concept was you would do it on next best result. So say 2 counted, you do rounds 1 and 2, and the next counted. I'll do round 3. No, the whole point about drop scores, they'll drop. They've gone. They're not in history anymore.
Okay.
So therefore, you can't then conveniently pull back something you want out of them.
Gotcha.
It's like you never took part in them. They don't exist.
Okay, so we got that cleared up.
Obviously, hopefully that was clear, because it is quite complicated. So we're still with Marlo Bright. This one's a little bit spread out, so I'll give you the gap. 17. Actually, Lane Deming may have taken some fuel there. 4. So Bright's got a 17-second lead, and he's doing 29-second laps. He's certainly a lot quicker than the last round. Find somebody else, Ash, because he's just a man going around on his own doing quite well. Oh, I love that. Love that change of shot. Brilliant.
That was a great.
Focus. Well, actually, zoom, because I need to see the number.
7.
Is it?
No, that's not 7.
That's 1.
1.
That's Lane Deming.
Lane Deming.
In 3rd place. I think Lane's taken fuel or had a massive accident. Very similar results to your timing, to be honest. Now, he is just behind Watford. That may have been actually the pass of second. I think he's gone past Matt Watford. Oh, and they're all over each other, aren't they? So there's Lane. Behind him, I don't know, it's like the 7 of Cush, actually.
That is?
Big Cush. What's Big Cush's real name?
Wise Kushner.
Sorry?
Wise Kushner.
Wise? Fabulous.
W-Y-Z-E.
I'd have kept that.
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Wise. Yeah, okay.
I mean, Big Kush, definitely.
Is he a big lad?
Yes. You know who Big Kush is. See him up there in the driver's stand?
Which one is he?
He's at the very end, nurse.
Oh, my Lord, yes, he is a big man.
That's
a big man.
good dude, though. Very nice guy.
Hey, the size doesn't affect how you like
No.
rugby. He's a big... That in the UK, we call that a big unit.
Yep. He's definitely a large man. Loves racing from up in the Northeast. Made the trip down with Nick Comasco. He was at SMB, too, so...
Yeah, I remember the name. Okay, so we're still with Lane, who's now in second. Lane is 23 seconds behind the leader. Matt Watford is 4 seconds behind him. And it's Comasco a further 7 seconds back. Jose Velado. Oh, no, he hadn't had an accident. Because
Oh, wow.
there's very aggressive fueling there.
Oh, that was
stabbing it in.
Salty Joe, 2.8 seconds out of the bump spot. He said,
That's your man, isn't it?
He said, please don't mention my name on there. As soon as you mention my name, I mess up.
Well, he's fourth now, so it's going well. Okay, find somebody else, Ash. That was exciting with pit stop action. Someone else on the jolly off. So who we got now? Bright pink.
That's Salty Joe.
Oh, you got Salty Joe. Well done. We got
And
fourth place,
Nick.
Jose Valado and Camasco. Is this the battle for the bump up?
Yes, it is.
We found the battle for fourth. The battle of fourth and fifth is a pink of Valado. Camasco comes to. There's only 12 and a half. Oh, well, yeah, it's 12 minutes to go.
Don't get too excited.
They need to ramp it all up at this point. Let's not peak too soon, as they say, or at all.
So I was pitting the guys. Track's a little bit slick as the dew has come up, but you can see the sun is baking it.
Yeah.
And, they did calcium it last night as well. The groove isn't there as much, but I'm sure by the time we get around to the 60-minute final, it'd be a black groove there. Maybe.
It's grooving in certain places. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's the amount of condensation of dew is more than I think I've ever seen anywhere in the world. And then, like yesterday specifically, came here yesterday morning and you thought it had rained.
Yeah.
But it was just the massive amount of water that come out of the atmosphere of the condensation. And obviously that sits on the it doesn't really soak into the surface like rain does. It sits on the top, and therefore it took a while to burn off. It'll burn off here. It's a lovely sunny day. It's not super warm yet. It's probably, 13, 14 degrees centigrade. About 60. Not brilliant with that. About 60 Fahrenheit.
Beautiful day. If you are in the area, come by. We still have a lot of racing to go. We have a 45-minute RCGP final, which looks to be exciting. We have some of the young talent here in the Southeast and the veterans. And, of course, we have a 60-minute final. And, surprise, surprise, we have a contender with Spencer Heckert. And Bornhorst is looking rapid, so we should have a good race on our hands.
Bornhorst looking grumpy on the whole.
Yeah, but he found something in the his last final. He said he was a little bit more comfortable. So you can see in his driving in his first final, he wasn't very comfortable at all. All good. Maybe he'll win the Super Bowl today.
Yes.
And he'll become a fan of it.
Let's not mention that.
No Patch and David. They did not fix the track last night, which I'm fine with. It's actually smoothing out a bit. You have to kind of stay on the inside, or you have to just treat it like a rhythm section and just go through there as smooth as possible. Yeah,
that far right of the circuit, isn't it, where they put the power on, you just need to respect it a little bit, I think, really.
I think the biggest problem is the sun is right in the guy's eyes. And when you get out to the back here, it's very hard to see your car. So it looks like Nick is up to a comfortable lead in fourth place, but Salty is 1.5 seconds, a little longer than that now. Well, let's see what the...
Salty's back by... I don't know, it says 1.5 still.
Oh, no, sorry, that's Nick just going by. Okay, so we're not watching Nick. We actually must be watching Watford at this moment.
How we managed to lose...
Let's drop back. Let's wait for these two. Oh, and just as I said that, refreeze. Oh, Matrick. There we go. Perfect. So this, it looks like Salty Joe made a mistake. Oh, is that Salty? That's Salty. The saltiest of salts. No, that's Camasco. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so
very similar.
Valado, just drop back one. There you go.
There we go.
That is car number... Who is that?
That's Salty Joe.
That's Salty Joe. Which is not the car you saw Salty Joe earlier.
No. That was Nick Camasco. So this is the battle for the bump spot right here.
So basically, you completely ruined our program.
Yeah, there you go. We got a race. We have a race now with 8 minutes, 48 seconds. We have the saltiest of salts versus Nick from the northeast. Mugen versus Mayako.
Oh, you got the whole thing going now. And it's only 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes, but they're going to no fuel, I suppose.
I assure you that...
They are quite similarly painted. It's yellow wheels versus white wheels. So yellow wheels is Camasco and white wheels is Valado, yeah? They are both bumping up at the moment, though.
Oh, good. Well,
because it's 4 to bump.
Oh, okay.
But I like the way you tried to build that.
I mean, I got to build it up for my buddy.
I liked it. I liked the build. Build worked for me.
I mean, if he heard what I was saying, he'd probably get nervous and crash.
Well, then he might fall back in the clutches of fifth place man Matt Watford.
There we go. that strange rut there.
Oh dear, for the person in the front there in the white. Oh,
Checked up, had to check up. Salty Joe. Oh, and he sent
right
it.
around the outside. No. Got the back marker. Well, I think it's a back marker between them. This is all getting very exciting and very tense. 7 and a bit minutes to go.
Oh. Do we have, was that for somebody for position?
We'll find out in a minute. It's hard to tell when they're set. Well, no, I think they're both there, aren't they?
Sorry.
No, it might be because they're quite similar, but it's white wheels and yellow wheels.
And Salty's part of a
Salty got ahead.
slight lead over
No, it's
Nick.
Vlado there. That's
Salty.
That's Salty. So Salty has gained a position, I believe.
And
And you go for fuel. Right, let's take Salty through for fuel. It's a Salty fuel stop. Not quite ideally where he should have been there. He's a bit wide. In it goes. The fuel gun, the ubiquitous super fueler now.
Good pit stop by Mr. Jason Roberts, who looks like he gave up his race to pit Salty.
Oh.
Salty's got 6 minutes and 35 seconds, and he can, he'll be bumping up. He'll be happy to bump up to the semifinal, I think.
Yeah, so currently it's a bit of a Marlowe Bright one-man show, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
Over a lap ahead of the entire field. Lane Deming second. Vlado, who we're with at the moment, is third. Camasco is fourth. Matt Watford is fifth.
That is Matt Watford right behind him now, though.
Oh, right.
So
Watford's ahead of him.
that's for position.
So Watford's pulled 11 seconds in a lap.
I believe that's Watford. Let's see. I mean, they did come into pit.
No, it must be Camasco.
Oh, no, Deming. That's Deming in front of
Oh, this is now battle for second. Oh, no, because there's a lap between them. First is leading by a lap. He's leading by a lap from third.
Salty just needs to stay.
Salty's now 13 seconds ahead of Watford, not Camasco.
That's Marlowe coming up to lap them. They need to let him by. Sure. Justin will.
Oh, Salty Joe, you don't want to be there. No, don't put it in the pits, Marshall.
You almost called him. I know what you almost called him. Oh boy, something you would call Frank.
A Marshall.
Give the Azorian Bermudian some love. Fun fact, Salty and I never knew each other in Bermuda when I lived there.
I'm sure there's so few of you. Everyone should know everybody, shouldn't they?
Yeah, he was same age, similar schools, never knew him. Saw him, used to see him, became friends with him once he joined a WhatsApp chat, a Bermuda RC WhatsApp chat. We've been friends ever since. I think our affection for the greatest of all time, who isn't doing too well now. Ooh, don't do that, Salty. You got it. All you got to do is...
oh, no.
I thought he broke it for
me
a
too.
second.
This is your Ryan Cavalieri love, is it?
Yeah, we both...
It's kind of pretty much misplaced, to be honest, but never mind. No, nothing personal against Ryan Cavalieri. He's a very, very good driver, but I'm not quite sure why you've canonised him so much.
In his era. But we don't argue eras, so...
I think in his era, it was Tsuchihara was the best racer in the world.
No, that's true, too.
So, we've had this conversation before, but...
Yes. And so to keep it on the inside, his driving his Mayako pretty good. We don't have tracks like this in Bermuda. We have one track. It's pretty big. It's about twice the size of this. It's very rough. And we actually started it back in 1999, 98. The Navy base left Bermuda and left a whole bunch of land over there available. We kind of went down there with some cones, started racing around, and then we have had a track there for since 1999, I would say.
Was that the American Navy or the British
Yep,
Navy?
the American Navy. So right in the area that I live in called St. David's. Driver stand made out of an old kids playground that was left there. Used to be.
How do you make a driver's stand at a playground?
So you know, there's wooden type playgrounds.
It's like one of you on the seesaw, and you go right at the back of the trailer, they go up and down, and down the other side, up and down. We're on the roundabouts. You get to see the circuit every couple of laps.
No, not one of those playgrounds. Little wooden with the slide. You know that it has like house stuff. So we just transferred one of them, and it's still standing. Been through many hurricanes. Look, Nick's got to go when the merry-go-round and all that stuff. Seesaws. I think Nick needs a coffee.
I'd like to point out that was on topic.
Matt, I'm sorry. Matt gave us the...
Matt thought we were off topic. We're actually on topic. We're talking about an RC track in Bermuda. And this is Bermudian on the screen. Justify my role here.
And he just meant, okay. All right, we've been watching Salty for a while.
Yeah, let's try and find somebody else in the last 2 minutes.
Let's see.
Oh, actually, drop back. It's only 4 seconds behind is Watford. So try and find the guy behind him who's car 4. There we go. We haven't seen car 4 of Matt Watford.
Driving an S-Works from Florida.
Florida. Just hoping that is car 4. He's got slightly deranged wings. So it's obviously been upside down. Oh, yeah.
That's him, I reckon. No, might be Lane Demi. Let's see. But no, that's Watford.
Is it the tail out style?
Yeah, that's 4. No, he's 6.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. No, that's because Watford fell way further behind.
Well, that's him.
That's Watford. About to say. I mean, I couldn't tell the number either, but just by judging by the timing screen, that's him.
Right now he's in a bump position, and Nick Comasca is 4.1 seconds behind, but he does have to pay attention. They got 1 minute left. If he makes a mistake, Nick can capitalize on that and take the bump spot. I'm sure Watford will be well chuffed to bump up.
He's chuffed to be well indeed.
Well chuffed.
Oh, blooming well chuffed, me.
Is that posh, or is that...
What, well chuffed?
Just chuffed.
No, it's pretty universal now. Okay. Chuffery has no real social standing, to be honest.
Is that the full word, chuffery?
No, I'm just made that up as well.
Uh-oh!
Oh, no, upside down. He's
got,
he's got 5 seconds. He can't make another one. This is danger time now for Watford. How close will Comasca be as they start their last lap? Not 1 second, not 2 seconds. Not Comasca had a mistake as well. Yes, Comasca made a bigger mistake. Oh! Making it interesting. Watford now.
Yeah, Comasca's too
far
behind now.
Well, no, one more mistake. It's not been a great last lap. That's it. Just take it safe. Oh, no, he's broken. He's broken on the last lap.
No, I think it's done.
Not officially, he's not.
No, what is he doing?
I don't know.
They're not done.
Oh, they've not called him when they haven't finished. Oh, okay.
And Zach comes with Vittles.
That's really weird because they weren't called as finished. And they definitely went over the line with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, that was very odd.
That's weird.
Interesting.
I think that was Jason miscalling someone. That's it. That's mine. Oh, no. Who's got 4 cream and 4 sugar? That's me.
As Zach comes in with great old McDonald's breakfast. Nick and the crew get some much needed vittles and libation in the form of coffee. Let's see how our chat's doing right now. Hello, Jessica Sepola. David Bauman still in here. Leonard. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Remember, we'll have, what do we have now? Is it RCGP? Yes, we have the RCGP guys going on for a shakedown. We're not following this, are we? Okay. So we'll be back in a bit while the RCGP lads go out and have their shakedown. as Matt viciously attacks his Egg McMuffin. Well done, Salty Joe. Yeah, Salty got the bump up. He'll be happy about that. Probably nervous. Probably shaking like a leaf up there. Well done to the Salty and Salts who made this trip at the last minute. So glad he came. We're having fun so far. So we're not following these guys, I don't believe. Okay, we are following. Well, you can go ahead, Nick, if you want to eat your breakfast. No, you guys, I've had mine. Go ahead. So Nick will partake in his traditional, almost traditional American breakfast. He's got some pancakes and sausage.
It's completely traditional. Pancakes every day.
Do you guys not eat pancakes in? Okay. Flapjacks, pancakes, waffles. Oh my. So we see Danny Stockman down there checking out Cole Tollard's car. We see Katie Carmendi pitting Don Elliott. They would know each other very well. They all travel around this circuit. And the Southeast has a very rich racing history. They're racing for many, many years. I know many fast Southeast racers that have come through the ranks over the years. Most notably right now, Cole Ogden, the beast from the East. Probably the most notable, first one to really become the first professional. Had a great run at the Worlds. Oh, we have somebody from Japan. How are you? Nope. Akai Takai. Why don't I see all these guys? Oh. Hello, Mr. Runnerfolk. I was hoping to see you this time. And, yeah, let me get on the RCGP chat. I was on the RC Racing TV chat. So welcome to everybody on the RC Racing GP chat. Great drive by David yesterday, Pierre, in the second final. But also a great drive from Spencer to finish second and win the overall. What's up to Jake Lasco, who should have been here. We went out to Longhorns last night, Jake Lasco. You would have enjoyed it. But hopefully I'll see Jake here shortly, and we'll get to go to a football game. Avid fan of NFL. How about you? You ever watched an NFL game? Yes, you. Nope, shakes his head. So this is a shakedown for the RCGP drivers. Jake says, not even a contest. This is a #1 broadcast. Don't listen to Keenan. Tampa. Who's Tampa playing today, Jake? Let me know. Nitro is definitely Rory Bob's RC. Pierre was our chauffeur at DNC. When we were staying 45 minutes to an hour away. I must admit, he found a way to make that trip home faster and faster every night. What's up, Darren Johnson? How you guys doing down there, down in Australia? Hope you guys are well. Say hello to your son and the Thylacine and the Dexters for me, please. He says, yes, one day we'll get there. Steelers today. Is it home or in Pittsburgh? RCGP guys going off for their warm-up race. Remember, they will have 3 qualifiers today in the 60-minute final and the Super Bowl. So don't forget about that, which was actually very exciting at Nemo. now that the drivers have the gist of it. Exciting addition to the RCGP lineup here, as well as the RCGP Loves RC2 was a hit yesterday. I think it took some convincing to get people to do it, and I was looking to do it, it'd be fun, and they didn't know if they wanted to do it, and every single person that did it came off smiling and had improved. Everyone's, I beat my best lap by a second, so it definitely works. I'll stand up for a little bit and watch a little bit of outdoor, watch the racing from out here. We see people are lining around the track to see the top guys go. In fact, myself, I'm out here watching them. Probably can hear it through my microphone. Oh, sorry, this is seeding, not a shakedown. This is actually seeding. So this will be where they seed on the gate. Right now, it looks like we're following, I want to say, Aiden. We'll see when it comes around. Can't see his number. 26. That is the 26 of Cole Tallard. He's coming in the pits. We got Danny Stockman, crew chief doing some pit work at an RC car race. Great guy, Danny Stockman. Good person. Nice to meet him. Taking a break in between races. Going to the next big race. I can't remember where he said it was. But always good to have some of our full-scale counterparts coming to RC. I was talking to him. He was saying how much he enjoys this and how much the mechanics and setup of these cars is exactly like what he would do in the full-scale world. So, yeah, very nice man. I actually met him at this race back in 2017 when I first came here after our South America tour. And we've stayed in contact since then. It's very good to see what he's done in NASCAR world, and he's here just enjoying RC, man. It's always good to see. Joe Jenkins, what have you missed? Not much. Jake Lasker, stay after the mod race that following Thursday as Ravens in Tampa. I mean, I leave on Wednesday, but I think my wife would not like that I stay an extra couple of days, or my children, and then tentatively I'll be going away 3 weeks after that for 3 weeks. So got to get home, spend some time with the kids, start my big yellow boat, go out and run that a little bit. But it's tempting, Jake. I don't know, might change my mind. Got to get down to Florida somehow, some way, somewhere. So these guys on the clock now. Brandon Rose is out front, so this is seeding practice for these guys. I mean, it basically seeds them on the gate, their positions on the gate, which I guess makes a difference. You don't want to be too wide on this gate here. Let's fall back and have a look at some of the other racers. Let's see. Let's go Bornhorse. Let's pick up Bornhorse. Going on the bill now. Going into the bill. Ash going into the bill. Red, yellow wheels. There we go. There's Mr. Bornhorse, who wasn't very comfortable with his car yesterday. He found something in the later half of the day in the second main. He was very happy for his Ohio native teammate, Spencer Hackett. They both like the same sports teams as well. HRC Honda. Great driving by Spencer Hackett. Showing what his the full potential of him. When he was driving for HB, he was very fast and up and coming. He made the switch to S-Works. He's done well as well. And I've probably not seen the results that he had from HB, so this will be a great confidence booster for young Spencer. So he'll be doing a lot of 10 scale next year in preparation for the 10 scale worlds with the S-Works cars. And I also heard an announcement, well, not an announcement, something from Brent about an international driver making the trip to Masters of Dirt next weekend as well. It'll be great to see. Right now, we're following Joe Bornhorse, who's looking to get a little more comfortable with that car. Wasn't enjoying it yesterday. What's up, Joe Jenkins? You haven't missed much, man. We're just doing some seeding practice. We had 2 lower finals. And we're just doing some racing, man. We're just getting started for the day. All right, let's drop back and find somebody else. Let's watch Pecco. Green car. Ariel coming into the bill. I'll let you. There you go. There's Pecco, Ivan, and Cody Watson. Let's get both of those green cars in shot.
The only question is, Keenan, whether Pecco's got a hangover.
Oh, wow. No, Pecco was...
The amount of beer he was getting through during a inside tracker yesterday evening.
That he didn't enjoy, that he said. He doesn't like them.
What, beers?
No, Budweiser.
Oh, right. Well, he seems to be having a lot of problem with them.
No, he was right. He was out with two dinner with us last night, so he went home early.
So fastest individual lap is actually held by Bornhorst, even though fastest 4 laps is held by Ronefelt. Bornhorst on a 25 flat, so it's a little bit slower, as you said this morning. Ronefelt went sub 24 at some point. We don't know what actually the time was because it was too fast for Stefan's computer, because he'd set the limit at 24.
Yeah.
And that didn't count. I think it was a short lap.
No, Stefan, you got to do it like Ari Vatanen. No limits.
No, you need to have a preventing double score.
Oh, yeah, I agree. But what would Ari do, Stefan?
A friend of mine, his favourite story is when he was in a naked sauna with Ari Vatanen.
Oh, okay.
The two of them just chatting away naked in the sauna.
Were they in Sweden or Finland?
They're in somewhere Scandinavia on a rally, yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be a Scandinavian thing.
He's a sort of journo, so yeah. He was in there, kind of being all European, all not Scandinavian, with a kind of a towel, sort of, And in Wander's naked as days, he born Ari Vatanen at the height of his fame. So at that point, you go, well, if Ari's got everything hanging out, I better do the same thing. It wasn't a mixed sauna, it was just men.
All right, so...
Ronefelt 24.9 now.
Yeah, looks
but
like...
Bornhorst has got top 4 laps. They swapped around.
Right, and looks like Hot Sauce went home and did some searching, and he's come out swinging this morning. He's in 4th right now.
Well, he did like the car at the beginning of the day yesterday as well.
Yeah, so... Pecco enjoying his time here in America. Sure, he's ready to get back to Finland and chill out for a little while.
No, I'm sure he got seven different classes of car to run.
Maybe. Said he's a bit exhausted. I said, well, you're young, you can handle it. What's up? Yeah, this is seeding for qualifying, Jake. So
doesn't count for points.
No points. It's just where you're gonna start. Where they'll start on the grid, on the starting gates for qualifying. And what's up, Casey Neal? How you doing? S-Works driver tuning in.
So Ronefelt just claimed the best 4 laps back again.
And he just threw down the fastest lap for 24.8.
I think we've finished now almost. Bornhorst on the finishing lap, whether he can find an extra 300s, I don't know, for an average. So not this is particularly important.
Pecco looking very comfortable out there. I think we're going to see
He's in 10th.
No, but, maybe the best 4 laps things isn't his thing, but okay, that is a Pecco.
Anyway, so at the end of that seeding practice, it was Ronefelt from Bornhorst, from Rose, from Heckert, from Watson, from Berg. They'll be on the front row of the gate start in about an hour's time. And it was Tollard, Vale, Horn, Evening, Stykeleather and Elliott who were at the back. .25.041, best 4 laps from Ronefelt. 25 laps, 0.7 from Bornhorst. Okay, so now we are going to have some semi-practice. So we're going to just leave you with the screen for a bit. And we are back at what time, Matt? You have the back at 10:05. We're back at 10:05. Currently, just so you know, it's 25 so it's half an hour. Back in half an hour with live action, but we will leave, obviously, up the screens.
My name is Aiden Horn, and when you get me a cheeseburger with some barbecue sauce and bacon on it, man, I'll tear it up.
welcome back to the Badlands RC Supercross. I keep remembering motocross, it's Supercross track here in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina for round 4, event 4, round 8 of RCGP. We have the finals of RC2 coming up, but of course we have a full-packed RCGP schedule starting with a few moments. The first qualifier for round 1 of course, of 3, before we lead up to a long 1-hour final. So it's a big, big day of RC action. But hang on a second. It was quite a big day of RC action yesterday, culminating in the second RCGP final. They're revving away. 13, that's John Elliott. They're away. And it's clean so far. Ronafalk dropped to third, gets 2 hits, but gets away with it. Into second place, Bornhorst from Ronafalk. Both got away, even in third, and he's just about to land on Ronafalk, but doesn't quite. So Ronafalk, you've got Berg in fourth, and Bornhorst has got back, I think.
Yeah, he made a mistake.
Yeah, Bornhorst. So into the lead has gone Ronafalk. Can't see where Hecker is, that's the key one. And Spencer Hecker is now in fourth. Ooh. And if Spencer Hecker gets third, Spencer Hecker will win. But I'm not sure whether Bornhorst has been overtaken by Hecker.
No,
he has.
Yes. Oh.
Hecker's in third. So this is Hecker, Rose and Bornhorst, and at the moment Hecker is winning. Gap is half a second to Rose. So if Rose gets past Hecker, he goes back to fourth. He'll go back to second overall, and Rose is right behind him now. So will the Agama driver do a massive favour to David Ronafalk? He's lost a bit of drive there, or can even Bornhorst do it? I don't know if Bornhorst is aware of the situation. I'm sure he is. Oh, he's made a mistake, and Rose goes through. So at this moment, he's not currently winning because Rose has got past him. So Rose now has demoted Hecker to fourth, which means that Ronafalk is back being the winner of round 7. That's how close it is. Is this a battle of second? Oh, now this is even more complicated because Evening comes into this. This is second, third, and fourth. So all that Hecker has to do is either overtake Evening in the green car with the aerial or Rose in the white car. So either of those, he's got past Evening. He's going to do it. He's in second. Hecker gets second now. Hecker is your man. Spencer Hecker for S-Works from Iowa. He's done it. Hecker does it. Ronafalk wins. Hecker second. Evening third. Rose fourth. Bornhorst fifth. Yeah. And he knew it.
Well done.
He knew it.
Great.
Well, a busy day yesterday. The man who came third overall yesterday was quite surprised to actually come third. He said, really, did I come third? But we've had a bit of a practice today, and it's looking pretty good for you. The pace seems to be there. Are you comfortable with the car now?
Yeah, we're making progress here. Still changing stuff. Haven't really ran the same exact thing twice in a row yet, but I think I'm closing in on what I want. So made a little tire change from that morning run for this one. So we'll see how it goes.
Is the track still moving around, or is it finally beginning to settle down?
No, it's still changing. The problem is that the ground is so wet from the hurricane that was here a couple weeks ago, and then the rain that we had before the event. I mean, you can just see it walking around that the ground is just saturated. So we're kind of fighting like a slime almost in the line, where normally this place is just dry and it turns to sandpaper. So it's definitely different than what I've ever had here, but we keep on digging.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot. And quick word with the man who, whilst he won the last race of the day, didn't win the overall event due to problems. But you've hit the ground running this morning, fast in seeding practice.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The track was a little different with the moisture from the night. So went back to a clay compound here in the morning. Just need to be ready for the track to dry up and go to our normal compound tire. But it was good in the practice. So made a small change here to make the car have a bit more rear grip. It was a little bit loose in the back, so should be good. I have my gate pick there, number 5, so it worked good yesterday. So hopefully it works today as well.
Number 5, which is that? So which is,
Second to inside.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. You've worked out which it is. It's just basically on the edge. It's no. You just go whoop. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah. Hopefully I get a good run down the straight, and I should be able to have the inside.
Thanks, David. There's a lack of other drivers at the moment because they've all meandered off. Bear with me a second. Just follow me around this corner. I'm going to grab somebody else because honestly, you can't escape me if anyone here. No, they're all. Oh, blimey. There's lots going. Look, all this noise. Attempts to get away from me. Not happening here. Let's have a. I'm not sure to get the signal. It's very noisy here. Spencer, confident for today?
What's that?
Confident for today?
Do it again, I guess.
Yeah, but any changes?
I made a little bit of changes. I'm going to try a different tire. I didn't really make any changes to the car, just tires.
Great stuff. Okay, well, as you can see, they're getting ready to roll. We'll be back in touch in a minute, but for now, back to Keenan.
And there we have Big Kush right there, front and center. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for the first qualifier of the day for the RCGP class. And also, do not forget, sign up for the Invisible Speed online course by the end of October, and you get the chance to win either a Mayaku MX-8 built by David Ronafalk himself or a Mugen MBX 8R built by Robert the Conquistador Battier.
I'm sure you've changed his nickname.
Yes.
It's like you change it every couple of seconds.
Well, I like the Conquistador better.
Really? It's not really the thing you want to be. It's not got a great... Conquistadors don't really have a great sort of reputation, do they?
Well...
They're more about genocide than anything else.
Oh.
You know, so honestly, I think I wouldn't want to be a conquistador.
Okay.
Just putting it in context there for the world view. So we are getting ready now for the first RCGP qualifying round 1. 5 minutes plus 2 laps. You see, Ronafalk was fastest in warm-up as Bornhorst was second.
Yeah. Exactly what Bornhorst said about the track being greasy and the slimy is exactly kind of how it is. I've also never seen this track get as... it is fairly... Not very rough, but never seen it get this rough. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, so we have the pros struggling, and we have... Let's see what they can do. Bornhorst has not felt comfortable all weekend, but the car has the pace, obviously, because Spencer Heckert was flying yesterday. But I'm sure that Big Joe will figure it out and give us an exciting 60-minute final. Pecos, Cody, all these guys have had a solid day of running on this track. They kind of understand where it's going to go. As the sun comes out, the traction will come up as well, and that actually probably seems for more of a problem for them than anything. It's a beautiful day here at the Badlands RC Supercross. If you're in the area thinking about coming down, come on.
Come on down, as they used to say. The price is right. It's
That's
free,
right.
actually. So that's how free the price is right. It's free. If that makes sense.
Yes, and enjoy some racing. Get to see some of the top pros out here to come meet you, greet.
There's a top pro off the side of the track there.
Take some pictures. Where's that?
No, that's Ronafalk, just fell off.
Ah, okay.
It's important to distract you with information that has no real pertinence to what's going on. How important is that piece of information? Not at all. Oh, okay.
Drivers go out on their warm-up laps.
Some quite bald tyres there underneath the mechanic's hand there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll come in and try some different tires. I was talking to some of the RC2 guys. They're dremeling or removing the center knobs so they could get some more rubber contact.
Center knobs?
Yes. center knobbies so they can get a little bit more traction, get some more rubber on the ground. Believe it or not, when this slick surface, probably slicks like that will give you a little bit more rubber patch on the ground and a little bit more traction.
There's you can see the middle set of treads, different from the outside.
Yep.
Typical sort of clay tire look in the box.
It'll be like when we go to Masters of Dirt next weekend, myself.
Well, I'm not going.
Yeah,
But it
myself.
I'm not going. It doesn't exist.
But they'll have a lot of people. The slick tires will be the tires to be on there. I know it seems counterproductive.
Hello to Jessica Spiola. Can I say thank you to David Bauman, and we will definitely enjoy the beer fund. So, what we're building up to, of course, is later this afternoon, Lefty, when you have both a 45-minute RC2 final and, of course, I think it's an hour. It's not quite an hour. It's 58 minutes plus 2 laps, which here will be about 58, will be just shy of 59-minute final. But it's easy to go an hour-long final for RCGP. So RC2 and RCGP finals. This is the warm-up, which is about to end for the first RCGP World Series qualifier.
I'd like to say hello to all the people out in our chat. Thank you for joining us. Remember, sharing is caring. Please share this. We have the top heats getting ready to do battle here out in the arena that is the Badlands RC Supercross.
Absolutely. So that's the 98 machine of Aidan Horn. Sitting on the edge behind him is Pecco. Actually, not Pecco. Oh, that's going to be a bit confusing. Just realised, I think that they've given an aerial tube to
Sorry.
Cody Watson as well.
Laughing at a comment in the chat. It was pretty funny. Probably in the wrong chat. Bob RC says, when Joe Bornhorst wears shades, he looks exactly like Dr. Octo from Spider-Man.
Well, there we are. That's Alfred Molina, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think the mechanics line up.
There we are. Billy Talaska there in the middle, having a check of what's going on with Brandon Rose's car. Gate 5, chosen by Ronefalt with the red numbers, the champion of RCGP. That can't change. And they're away. And it's a clean start so far, up the inside, and Ronefalt gets away. It's Ronefalt from Bornhorst. First time we've seen this, actually. Two of them contesting the same piece of dirt. They've all had alternate bad starts, but it is Ronefalt from Bornhorst. Red and car with the yellow wheels is Bornhorst. Obviously, white car with the red number. That is Ronefalt. Behind them, I think it is Heckert and Rose. It's Heckert in third and Rose in fourth. They're similar, but I've just now realised Rose is a slightly lighter colour. So Heckert will take third, Rose fourth. Watson's not had such a good start. It's Vale, Tollard, Horn. So Watson's gone to the back, so having another bad start. So Watson really can't buy a piece of luck. Poor old Cody. But it's all about the top two here. And it's the first chance we've really had to see for these two pre-event favourites. Neither, of course, who actually won yesterday. Back duke it out. All mistake from Ronefalt. And then through goes Bornhorst. And that was the random ruttedness of the circuit that let Bornhorst get the advantage there. But he's taken it. And Ronefalt now needs to become the chaser rather than the leader. And it's kind of think that Ronefalt can probably do that. I think in pure basic kilometre per hour ground speed, the fastest person here is Ronefalt. That doesn't necessarily mean he's the fastest person over a 5-minute or an hour-long race. And certainly he seemed to have more trouble with traffic than Bornhorst did. The bad starts, Ronefalt stayed bad starts, whereas Bornhorst seemed to be able to make it through a little bit better. But on the flip side, when in front, Ronefalt has been absolutely peerless.
Oh, yes, he has. But let's see. It's a good race. This is what we want. We want these guys. Oh, Bornhorst makes a mistake. That's
an absolute racing driver following. It's like when a guy goes off at the hairpin and the guy following follows him off, because sometimes you get so fixated on the guy ahead that you don't actually know exactly what you're doing. And these guys, of course, are racing so much with their peripheral vision. It's not just what they're looking at the car. They're also looking at what's happening ahead and behind it. And the advantage of that for the winner out of that, of course, Brandon Rose, is flashing in the bottom of your picture there. With the Agama, because Nemo Agama team, because another mistake from Ronefalt on the ruts. He's not having a good time, so that's second place he's lost. So back to second and third, please. So it's Now, Rose and Ronefalk, Bornhorst got away. It's the second bad bounce that's kind of turned Ronefalk the wrong way. And now he has to get past the young Texan.
Now, Brendan's been having a great weekend. Maybe not getting all the results that he wants, but
50 wide
solid
there.
weekend for him.
Yeah, he just went. See, this is the point. See, if as we were talking yesterday, the drivers, and you can see it what more evidently actually now as the track had begun to groove up. There is one line on this track. Off the line. Whoa! And where's he gone now? Is that a runaway or is it just a problem? Was that a wild? Let's get back on Ronefalk, please. What's going on with the crash at Ronefalk?
No, it's a runaway. It's a runaway.
It's a runaway. They're trying to kill it.
No.
They're trying to kill it. It must have been a runaway.
That was crazy.
Wow. So just looped it and went. Now, whether that's what's cause and what's effect. So let's see who we're on. We're here. So back now onto the track after that excitement. 1:46 to go. Up with Bornhorst, who comes around the 17. So that's your leader. He's got about a second from Rose. It's Tollard now is coming to third. He's a little cheeky monkey, old Tollard, coming forward. In fact, Rose now is getting a little bit closer to Bornhorst. There he is. So Brandon carrying on the good form he's had at this track. Certainly enjoying it more than the Nemo home track in the UK, where the completely unique surface to him just never got to grips with. Here, absolutely on the pace from moment one.
Wow, the battle right now is between Tollard and Heckert.
No, this is about a second and a half. Yeah. With lapping to come on. Oh, Bornhorst gets a little bit of a loss of pace due to the presence of the upside down Cody Watson. Let's drop back to second. Okay, and then in fact, let's quite close to third and fourth. This is coming. Okay, let's drop back to third and fourth. Now it's probably going to be a green car in between. You don't want that. There they are. That's third and fourth. There we are. So this is the battle between Cole Tollard, CFT, and Spencer Heckert. Heckert looks like he's just suffering a little bit of grip on the rear of the car there. So Cole putting in a solid performance here for a podium at the moment in this first one.
Cole driving smooth and calm, like his demeanor.
Yeah, he's not being rattled, but Heckert's right behind him now with, they're going to have 2 laps any second now. I think Bornhorst isn't that far ahead of them. Yep, it's got the 2 to go mark.
Oh, wow. Great save by Heckert back there.
They are having to really fight on that corner because of the really randomly rough nature of what you can see. You see the cars flying through the middle of the circuit and Tollard looking at them as they go.
That section has been through many iterations over the weekend. Now it's kind of like a flatty, high-speed bumps. Still difficult.
Now we're on the last lap now. Worryingly, Brandon Rose is really close to the Bornhorst. We'll sit here and we can see what's going on at the lead. Trying to see where they are. Coleman getting through. Goes Heckert. No, it's all gone wrong now for Tollard on the last lap. Through has gone Heckert. Bornhorst has won it. Rose is second. Tollard's going to drop quite a few down, I think. Heckert should get third. Is Tollard going to get fourth? Is he further back? Oh dear. It's been an absolute nightmare for Tollard in the last lap. No, it wasn't a nightmare for Horn in the last lap. Tollard actually got fourth in the end. Evening was fifth. Berg was sixth. And then the rest of those, I will let young Leffy talk to you through.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to Bornhorst. He's definitely looking like he's feeling a lot more comfortable with that car. He was struggling with that yesterday. So the S-Works guys have found something. Great run from Brandon Rose, who's been showing great pace all weekend. And, hey, Heckert has been probably the most consistent driver this weekend. So well done to him. Ronefalk out with a strange runaway type issue, so we'll know. I'll go talk to him and find out what happens. There's Joe Bornhorst from Brandon Rose, Spencer Heckert, Cole Tollard, Pecco Ivanen, Hampus Berg, Aiden Horn, Jake Steichleather, Evan Vale, Cody Watson, David Ronefalk out, and of course Don out on the first lap. So that was your first qualifying round of RCGP. Good job to Joe Bornhorst. So we looking in the chat. What's up, Jason? All right, so after this, the driver standings are David Ronhoff 121, David Ungaro, Davide Ungaro 91, Hamp Pittsburgh moves up to third with 60, Joe Bornas to 57, Elliot Boots in fifth with 57, JCC Juan Carlos Canas with 53, Lee Martin with 53, Spencer Hackett 49, Brandon Rose 47, Cole Tallard 43, Petko Ivan in 43, Alex Zankatine 39, Aiden Horn 13th, Evanville 14th, and Leonardo Valente 15th. So the biggest mover was Hamp Pittsburgh, and the SRX team stretches their lead out over the team associated at Scuderia Scampi Rosso with 216 points, 197 for Scuderia Scampi Rosso, Mayako with 181, Invisible Speed 124, Beach RC 116, and Nemo Gama Racing 115. And we're going to take it over to Nick.
The top three, and in third, it's Spencer Hackett as well. Spencer, you got it on the last lap.
Yeah, the last lap was pretty crazy. I thought I was for sure going to get fourth, but they got into it. They started battling on the last lap, and I was able to come away with third, so yeah.
Track looked a bit gnarly.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty gnarly. It's still a little wet, so it's kind of slippery, but the bumps are definitely still there, so it's pretty gnarly.
Great, thanks, Stephen. Brandon? Another great performance. I think you're kind of enjoying this track, aren't you?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to my home track and everything, so it feels familiar. And, yeah, it was a good result. I had a good start and just kind of ran clean the whole run.
Getting quite close to Joe at the end?
Yeah, pushing hard, trying to catch him, but made a mistake there at the very end, almost cost me a podium. So, yeah, but, yeah, it was good.
I mean, is it a track where you just can't really push?
You can drive a little above your limit, but once you start just lighting up the tires coming out of a corner, then you're just going to get yourself all sorts of trouble.
Great stuff. Thank you, Brandon. And now with Joe Bornhorst. So I kind of thought we were going to finally get the Ronald Bornhorst battle. You got in the lead, and then you had a runaway. We didn't get it. So all I can say is well done, and you were the fastest.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I really, after we got going on the start there, and David was out front, I was in second. You can't let that guy get out by himself, because he just will be a robot and do lap after lap. So I really tried to pressure him there at the beginning. It's unfortunate we didn't get to have the battle that we thought we were going to have, but yeah, I'm getting closer. Still going to make a couple changes here, but yeah, the overall comfort is getting better. The speed's getting there. And yeah, I feel like now I am getting to where I can pressure David. So yeah, we'll keep on digging.
It's looking a bit unpleasant on a couple parts of the circuit where there's some really random bumps, which I don't think even you pros can predict.
Yeah, I actually like that. I enjoy rough tracks. I feel like I'm pretty good at line selection and being able to hit the same thing every lap. So the rougher it gets, I'm cool with it.
Great stuff. Thanks, Joe. Congratulations on the first leg win. Okay, so that's a win for Joe Bornhorst for leg one here of RCGP. The final round, another point for S-Works. They're gradually creeping away from Associated in the team championship. Join us almost immediately for RC2 semi-finals, or in about an hour and a half for the second qualifying race for RCGP here from the Badlands RC Supercross Championship circuit in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. See you soon.
And hello, yes, remember the Invisible Speed course is available, and you sign up by the end of the month, you can win either a Mayako MX8 built by Runafalk or a Mugen MBX4 built by Robert Batty himself. We are getting ready for our semi-final A, starting on post. Donnie Ward, Josh Hollyfield, David Carmandi, fourth is Cameron Saxon, Joseph Steichleather, Cade Burnett, DJ Hepler, Billy Talaska, Kevin Bullock, Ryan LaCour, Michael Kuntz, and Danny Stockman. And I want to say what's up to Mrs. Ivanen. I see she's in there. Also, Nitro Freak. We didn't see you all day yesterday, Nitro Freak. In the chat. Thank you for joining us. Hey, what's up, Steve Battaglia? I know it's hard to tell the cars apart. We know. But try calling the race. It's even harder. So this will be a 20-minute race. They will take the top 6 from this race. We'll go straight through to the final from each semi. And then everybody goes into a last LCQ where one driver will bump up and make it 13 for the 45-minute final. That will be the final RC2 round of 2022. Excuse me. So we've got a lot of racing left today. The LCQs have been very exciting, so hopefully we get some exciting, close, neck-and-neck racing there, as we've seen in most of our LCQs. And it's very good. It's a beautiful day here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The sun is out. It's not too hot. Come by. We got a taco truck over there selling some great breakfast burritos, which I will sample later on today. And Nick is here, back from his interviews. We have...
Yeah, I am back, and I see that Bob's RC has asked the question I was going to answer. Any word on the runaway, which Runafalk had? Yes, it was servo failure.
Oh, okay.
Throttle servo had failed.
Maybe that was giving him some issues from the beginning because he looked a little off.
Possibly.
Off sorts.
And hello to Tara Ivanen.
Hello, Mrs. Ivanen. And
we are all proud owners of socks.
Yes, now. So Pecco goes, are you going to give me a hat? I said, yes, Pecco. But I gave you some socks. I said, yes, Pecco, I'm going to give you a hat. Don't worry. But I gave you socks. I said, yes, I like them. Thank you. So thank you to everybody that's tuned in our chat.
Nitro Freak might turn up.
Nitro Freak, come on down.
I was busy yesterday, but today I may drive out, then come to the race. I don't live far from Badlands, so there we are.
Well, come on down, because...
If you get ready for the afternoon, you have a 45-minute RC2 final and almost just shy of 1 hour.
Yeah, I like to meet...
shy of 1 hour.
I like to meet Nitro Freak, YouTuber.
My guess is he's a Nitro Freak.
Oh, I think so.
He's a YouTuber, is he?
Yeah, him and Corey Jordan, EKJ 24000, they're all good friends. They do a lot of YouTube lives and stuff like that.
Cool.
Very nice people.
Apparently, I'm a YouTuber. I never realised it.
Really?
Because I put stuff on YouTube.
Well, yes.
I think I'm probably at least, I don't know, 30 years. I think probably 35 years too old to be an influencer.
No, not really. But YouTube is for everybody.
Possibly.
So...
I don't believe the algorithm's helping much at the moment. So semi-final 1. Have you announced the runners and riders for this?
I have.
Fantastic. So only one car. There's 3 comedies, aren't there, in total? Only one of them's in this one.
No, it's 2 comedies. It's David, the husband.
Right.
And then Katie, who came to me and said, so I have to finish 4th in my race to make the semi tomorrow. I said, yes. And she got 4th on the last lap yesterday in her qualifying race. So she's very stoked about that. Race Like a Girl podcast with the Future Stars of RC program. I've talked about it quite a few times on the podcast. Great initiative.
Looks like we've got issues for Billy Talaska, who's not issues, the decision not to run perhaps Billy Talaska. He's not checked in. Obviously team managing the Nemo Agama team.
USA. Topping them up.
So we don't think 8's taking part. We have the other 12, and it's the top 6 straight through?
Top 6 straight through.
Not sure about the legality of the positioning of car 2 there, to be honest. If that was an EFRA event, he'd have been either told not to do it or got to stop go for that.
Well, Stetson would have given him a stop and go. That's
just for turning up. Wearing a loud shirt, stop and go. Being in the possession of an offensive wife, stop and go. These are, by the way, before you say it, yes, I realise it's a repurposed Not 9 O'Clock News sketch.
Let's see. So, young Donnie Ward takes the lead. He started on pole with Steichleather right behind him. These two have raced each other many times. Cade Burnett, KB, Ryan LaCour, Cameron Sexton, DJ Hepler.
So away has gone Ward, and this is Joseph.
Stike Leather.
It's really, obviously Strike Leather is a great name, but I keep finding it really hard not to say Strike Leather.
When I first was following too, I always said Strike Leather myself. Strike Leather sounds awesome.
Hey, I'm Strike Leather.
Yeah.
Sounds like an 80s action hero.
Yeah, I would definitely like to have a name.
Strike Leather is. No, like, I'm sorry, it'd be Schwarzenegger is Strike Leather.
Yeah, there we go.
As he investigates strange happenings in the RC world.
That would be a
So in the 1980s, it'd been my interference.
Who's on my crystal? Who's on channel 74?
Who's got the red crystal?
Oh, red crystals.
Yeah, 27 meg.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you had that in here, did you? Europe was 27 meg, and there were colours.
No, here they had 27, but you didn't really use it. It was 70, and then
then we had 40.
Yeah, you couldn't have 40 over.
Oh, wait, see, we went from 27 megahertz, but not the same sort of frequency to 40 megahertz.
It's actually
had
illegal to have 40 over her, but that didn't stop me from traveling over around 40 megahertz in my.
Well, there's a lot of frequencies supposed to be illegal, but it's because they keep moving them around. You know, in some countries, frequencies we actually use are illegal because we have UK radios, which are legal in the UK, but obviously you go somewhere else. I've got no idea the frequency is illegal where we are. I've yet to have a taxi cab or an emergency service on them, so they're probably fine.
So in other words, you're breaking the law more than I was yesterday.
Well, no, we don't know. We might be. We just don't know.
We just don't know. All right. Enough about law breaking, as Donnie.
Well, no, because you won't tell me how t-shirts you sold. So I reckon it's an IRS con. Even though you're not American and don't pay American taxes.
They'll figure out a way. All right, so Stike Leather. Oh, Donnie Ward's out to a great, comfortable start. Very fast young man. Has not been racing as much as he was when he was younger, but started back up. I saw him at Silver State. Got to talk to his father this morning throughout this race. He was also one of the young men, him and his dad, helping getting the track ready here. It's great to see. And he's
he was lapping, and then he didn't because he grip rolled. That's a very active marshalling. There were two of them trying to get him.
Yeah, that bull looks smooth, but it's actually very rough down there. So, the guy's able to skip over the bumps and whip these cars around and get them around there efficiently. We got 16 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Remember, the top 6 out of each heat, bump up to the main. Then we have an LCQ where the winner of the LCQ will join them and make it 13. We have a flame out.
What car's flamed out? Ash, who's the broken down car? Car number 7. So it's DJ Hepler.
Oh, no, who
was third in the over 40 final yesterday. That could be the end of Hepler's run to success.
Yeah.
The final.
DJ won't be too happy about that. Would be looking to make.
No, some cars having sex. There's going to be a 10th car in 9 months' time.
It looks like it's Ryan LaCoya and.
First thinking about it, it started with like a micro, and then it will go up to like a 16. Yeah.
Let's see who that is. That's got to be. Is that Danny Stockman behind LaCoya? Oh, and we have an accident right there coming on the straightaway. Yeah, that's Danny Stockman back there. NASCAR crew chief making the trip here to do some racing. As we see Matt come in and poke Nick in the side, poking the bear.
Yes, he's a very friendly man, poking me for no discernible reason.
And then he just throws an immense amount of sweets at Zach. I think Matt's angry.
No, Zach. No, the problem is that Matt only likes a certain number of sweets from the massive packet. So what he was actually asking Zach to do was not do that, but to actually throw the ones he likes at him like a big, like gorilla. No, he doesn't like those. No. Yes.
Yes.
That was actually quite like baseball because what had was it was being offered an option. He was shaking it off, but it was a sweet rather than a pitch.
He likes the Twizzlers. I like the Twizzlers too.
We all like the. Oh,
excuse me.
Oh, nice bit of breeze then. That was pleasant.
Got a nice breeze coming through in the control booth.
So, who is Ash with at the moment?
He is following Ryan LaCoya, who is down in 8th position.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's just shift on to somebody who's nearer the Actually, car 2 and car 4 would be interesting because they're actually in the bump up area. So you move forward 1, Ash. I'm hoping that might be one of the two of them. They are all sub-lapping each other. Look at that speed at the straight to get. There's a long gap. There we go. But is that either a 2 or a 4? I think it might be. I'm hoping it will be. I'm praying it might be. I think it's a 2.
No, I think that's.
No, it's a 3. I think actually.
I think that's.
Closer. 4. It's 4. We've got it. We've got it. 6th
Cameron
place,
Saxon.
Saxon. Okay. So Cameron Saxon, who's currently the last of the people bumping right into the final, and now he's upside down. Marshalled by. Was that Katie?
Yes, that was.
I'm going for that. She was female, and that limits it down to
The only one racing.
there's a couple of girls who've been. A couple of the ladies who've been doing pit work though.
Yeah, one man has his Phil Connolly, who participated in the RCGP Loves RC2. He's got his whole family here, his young son, his daughter, his wife. They all race, helping him out. He has had a blast in the RCGP RC2. He said that was one of his goals. He said, I would like to be good enough.
Who was his teammate?
I believe it was
I did have the piece of paper to that a minute ago.
Heckert.
Spencer.
Because he won that. Spencer Heckert won everything yesterday.
I know, could not win. Could not win. Could not, yeah. He's already started with a podium today. Can Ronefeld get 2 good results and creep himself into Super Pole and really annoy Joe Bornhorst again by...
That would be great. So here we have... Oh, we have a dead car.
Dead car. Is that because it ran out of fuel? What car's dead car? Dead car, Ash. Who's the dead car? We'd like to know who the dead car is. Who is it? Oh, no, it is dead. Are you going to try and start it up? That's Brent from Beach RC. Hard to tell. Who's horribly overdue?
So following Cameron Saxon, who's...
It could be Danny. No, it wasn't Danny Stockman. It wasn't Kay Burnett. We don't know who it is. I think it's Josh Holyfield. I think that was. I'm from the number 2 car.
No, that wasn't his
No,
car.
Josh is running again now, so maybe we've got him
Uh-oh.
restarted. Oh,
And
from the
Saxon
4.
is
Saxon
flamed out.
Let's take this the whole way.
And we see Trent. Happy birthday to Mr. Trent Walker. It's his birthday
The whole
today.
kind of relay team of people getting him back. Right, let's restart it. Beach RC car.
Mr. Stike Leather down there trying to get it started again.
And it has been. So that's an irritating flame if it starts straight away. But it'll have lost the lap effect to 2 laps. So we've got Ryan Lecure, who appears to be, no, just a few of you, I think, just stopping generally. Donny Ward's leading by 23 seconds. Karen Saxon was running quite well. I don't understand how Cameron Saxon hasn't lost any positions just like flaming out.
No idea.
How is he still in 3rd?
That's strange. I mean, we did watch him flame.
Oh, body shell issue. Who's that now? Stick with the body shell issue.
Oh, I think that's Saxon.
I think there's 2 car 4s.
Has to be.
I think there are 2 car 4s. Yeah, Joseph Stikelether is also car 4.
That would be it. That's Stike Leathers who ran out of fuel.
The Stikelether should be 5, but he's 4. So we've got 2 car 4s. That explains a whole load of everything. Oh, follow that car with a broken body. Oh, no. What's he going to do? So the mystery is solved. The 2 car 4s. There's no point doing that, mate, because you've got to come back to the pits. Yeah, this is what's called no.
That's going all wrong for Stike Leather.
Yeah, but the reason being he's not using. I don't have a go. I know it's difficult when you've got a problem. But he's not using his brain. You just trundle back. It's like a F1 car with a puncture. You come back as slowly as you can, whilst still just driving at the pace. You just come back really slowly. Like no. Half that speed.
Oh, he's going to make it now. Alligator.
It's very bad luck when it does hit the body shell, because it doesn't even. I'm sure he's probably broken. Has he actually broken the clip mounting point? Or did the clip come off?
Unfortunate for Stike Leather.
It has got the wrong numbers on.
Yeah, we should probably try and find the other car number. Let's find car number 3. I'll find it for you. That's the closest battle I think we have going on here.
There's the associated car 4. How can they? What they need to do is find some tape.
Oh, he's going off his head right there. You can see it. He has the wiggle of desperation. There we go. Back out. Unfortunately for Spike Lather, he'll have to go to the LCQ where he can do it. He's got the pace to win it. So he isn't all over. He needs to just take his time, not break his car, and focus on the LCQ. This race is over for him. So right now, LaCoyer is in your 6th spot. He's got a 19-second lead over Danny Stockman. Let's try and find. I'll find him. David Carmendi.
Well, Carmendi's early in the lap, so just go to the middle of the track, Ash.
Or the actual car number 4, which is Saxon.
Okay, pick up that whitish car right at the back. Let's go right across the start finishing line. That's it. Pick him up. Let's see who that is. Might be Carmendi. You don't know.
It is car number 3. That's David Carmendi.
There we are. See, that's how you find teamwork to find cars.
Yeah. Oh, and he makes a mistake just as we
Well,
get
because
him.
he's on camera, so of course he does.
But he's got a 12-second lead over LaCoyer. Both of LaCoyer and Carmendi just need to keep it on all 4 wheels. They're already through to the final. And Cameron Saxon makes a mistake. I think that's Saxon. Let's see. No, that's Joseph. He's just blowing out now, unfortunately. He doesn't need to break his car. He just needs to settle and ready for the LCQ.
That's hard, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's young. He'll figure it out. We're on board with the...
No, Kate Burnett has reduced Donnie Ward's lead by 7 seconds.
Yeah,
So that may well be a fuel stop.
But either, they don't have to worry. Like I said, they're in the main. And to be honest, I don't think it really matters. I mean, you don't want to be at the back of the pack, but anywhere in that middle.
Been a problem for Danny Stockman. He's had a bad lap and dropped down to 8th.
Well, DJ Hepler's on the move.
Back from his flame out, so it could be Hepler v Steichler for the last chance qualifying.
Could be. Or maybe he can make up some time and catch
He's
LaCoyer.
got to make 27 seconds
I don't think
up.
that's going to happen.
That's unlikely unless there's another flame out for somebody else, obviously.
I think this is the battle for... No.
Oh, take him through fuel. Take him through fuel. There he goes. Voomp. Out goes. Oh. Why has he done that? There we go. Number 3 in 3rd place, David Carmendi.
So he's gotten past Saxon somewhere. I think that was Saxon who was actually following into pits, to be honest. So Saxon's come in for some fuel. Donnie Ward just running away with this, looking confident.
Yeah, he's half a minute ahead, so it's a lap and a bit. It is half a minute. He must be a lap and a bit ahead. I think he'll be scored as a lap ahead next time round.
No,
Actually, he's just under a lap ahead, isn't he? Looking at the racing lines. No, he's got the lap. He's got the lap on Kay Burnett now. Going to make sure it's Carmendi. Drop back one, Ash, just to see who it is. Is it car number 2? I don't know.
No, that's not Hollyfield.
Okay.
That is
Talking about Holyfield, they've got numbers there. Is it 12? It can't be. Is it 12? Yeah, it's Stockman. That's Stockman in 8th place. Talking about Holyfield, just as an aside, I was channel hopping yesterday and found a boxing program, and they had Lennox Lewis as one of the
commentators.
Yeah.
You didn't know he commented?
No. How did he get so old?
Well,
He's got a big grey beard. I was shocked.
I mean, he.
Yes, 30 years ago, I realised he was at the top. You do forget, don't you?
Oh, I mean, I have a big grey beard.
Yes, but you're not a world champion boxer.
Yeah. He retired kind of early too, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a complete aside, and we're not allowed to have those. So,
But it is in coordination with Holyfield.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
see?
boxing.
yeah,
You
I'm
can connect it all.
going to keep it going.
We're not getting the evil eye from Matt because he's not
He's not
paying
listening.
attention.
He's no idea we can say anything now.
All right, so it's Donnie Ward, Kate Burnett, Josh Holyfield, Cameron Saxon, David Carmania, and Ryan Courier, top 6. They're looking very comfortable. Barring any disaster, not disasters, I'm not saying disasters, any mishaps, they should be your finishing order. They will be secure their position in the semis. As we're following Mr. Danny Stockman, who is enjoying himself here at RCGP, taking a break off from his NASCAR crew chief duties to do some RC racing. He says he loves this stuff. Very nice, man. But he needs to, he's going to have to go to the LCQ, and he's going to have to race some fast guys in there. But I think he'll be happy with his 20-minute final. And getting another 10-minute final with the LCQ, I think it is. Or was it 15?
I don't know, because Matt's stolen my timetable.
Okay. So maybe Zach can grab it for us.
No, he can't.
He's in a mice.
It's the problem. We've got one timetable between one very good, happy person and us. LCQ is 15 minutes.
Okay, so we do get a fuel stop. I was talking to one of the guys out there. He goes, I am tired of racing. He said, I was tired of racing yesterday. In a good way. So it's one of our
It
goals.
slightly worries me that the amount of track action these guys got wasn't, to me, as an English person, excessive.
Well,
So you kind of think people are used to not getting much track action.
Well, you got to understand that when you get to these bigger races, you will sit 2-3 hours in between rounds, and this is what a lot of people are used to. Oh wow!
Cracking! Oh yeah! Oh,
that was excellent. Did you see how hard he went?
Sorry, 5.9 from the German judge for that one.
Really? No, that was excellent. I mean, how high he got, the height that he got,
And he got back on the wheels again. Brilliant stuff.
So he sent it. Zero responsibilities. That's cool. I like that. As Mr. Schwartz showing some of the trophies and plaques that he has, look very good. Oh, I can have this.
But he's not the championship point. Too heavy.
I know this is going to go to some lucky patron of the NNR.
Oh, there we go. More prizes. More prizes for the No Name RC podcast.
I like that. Thank you, David. It's heavy, but I plan on taking 2 bags back home.
So where'd you fly from? DR to Miami?
Yeah, Miami.
And how long's that? 2 hours?
45.
Oh, okay.
1 hour, 45 minutes. It says 2 hours, but they get it done. Actually, this time he got it done in 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Obviously had an appointment somewhere.
Probably. But still, not as close as Bermuda is to New York.
Bermuda's less than 2 hours from New York.
1 hour.
Mostly south, yeah?
North. Bermuda's actually 700 miles off the coast of North Carolina, Cape Hatteras.
Okay.
So that's the latitude we're on. Is it latitude? Longitude?
No, it's fine. I knew what you meant. Who knows if it's correct? I knew what you meant.
All right, 28 seconds left. Donnie Ward out to a comfortable win. He'll be probably looking to start on pole with that. Maybe David Olsen or Trent Walker in the next round can do something about that. Oh, wow, what a bad crash. But he did get his lap counted.
10 seconds to go. Do we know where our leader is?
He is very much
on camera.
up front.
Take the car just gone past the green car. That might be our leader.
He's definitely driving like he's the leader.
I don't think that's car 1, is it? I don't know. Zoom in for my wing. It is 1. Hey, we've got it. And lovely shot, Ash, by the way. That is our leader. This is me being professional and getting the leader over the line. I'm going to get lots of brownie points with Matt for this. Well done, Donnie Ward. Ward wins. Burnett will be second. Holyfield will be third. Saxon is fourth. Comedy is fifth. And Ryan Leclerc is sixth. They all go straight to the final The RCT main final starts at 20 to 3. The others, which is DJ Hepler, Danny Stockman, Michael Kunz, Jay Strike Kevin Bullock, and potentially Billy Talaska, will go for the last chance qualifier, which starts at 1. Full results there.
Donnie Ward, Cade Burnett, and Josh Hollyfield, Cameron Saxton, David Commandy, Ryan LaCour, DJ Hepler, Donnie Stockman, Michael Kuntz, Joseph Steichleather, Kevin Bullock, and Billy Tylaska. Joseph will also be a contender in the LCQ, very fast. So let's see what he can do after having a flame out and alligator issues.
Hey?
Well, his body.
Oh, right. That's,
like
okay, right. That's very good. I thought genuinely he had a problem with an alligator. There have been some large reptile issues
Well, maybe if he was in Florida,
when they're climbing the fences.
for Australia.
Or
Well,
not.
they climb the fences. This is what the Floridians tell me.
Just means I just think they're not building very good fences.
I mean, they said they'll climb a fence just like this.
That's how you get Florida man.
Ah.
How you get what? Frank?
Florida man.
Florida man.
Apparently, there's something you can do with the internet. You just put in your date of birth, your birthday. Just put in like your birthday. It might be 23rd of March and Florida man, and you'll get all the ridiculous things Florida people have done on that particular day.
Really?
Put your name in Florida man.
I don't think it'll work. I'll try it, but I don't think my name will work. What, Nick or?
Like Florida man Nick Damon.
Okay, let's see. We've got a couple of minutes.
Droma says you had a nitro latte. Nick.
No, it just brings. God, it's a very attractive man who's not me. That's all I can say. Look at that. That's not just Nick Topple from Demand Magazine. There's a Demand Magazine, which I get the impression may be catering for the rainbow element of the foreman. Let's try the way I wanted to do it. Florida man. Okay, Florida man, 23rd of March. Florida man arrested for drugs after getting trapped in porta potty. Okay, 23rd of March. A Florida man was arrested after telling a playground full of kids where babies come from.
Oh, we're getting the evil eye from
Okay, so waiting for the second semi-final to get underway for their warm-up.
And I want to take this time to
To eat a sweet.
eat my sweet and say a happy birthday to my good friend, Trent Walker,
Who's in second at the moment?
who's in second.
Do you know how old he is?
I think he went 22.
Oh, wow. Young.
I met Trent when he was 17. He joined JQ Racing. JQ and I drove down, met his father and him in Florida back in 2017. We've been friends ever since. So good to see him growing up. He's grown into a very, very good young racer. A lot of the Florida guys look up to him, respect him. And they want to see him do well. And he did win the junior final yesterday.
At 22?
Well, I mean, we didn't have many juniors, did we? I mean, isn't Musso like 25?
He just looks it. He's not. He's 18, I think, or 19. Well, I don't understand how he gets in the junior final then. Very confused by it. There's a lot of things that confuse me. It's not a hard and fast age group, is it? It kind of based on when you actually had your baby, when you had your birthday.
Frank has handed me a watermelon flavored Jolly Rancher.
That's sweet of him. It's not his, by the way.
And here we go. David Olsen, Trent Walker, Camden Lee, Luke Deming, Jackson Tiro, Jason Smith, Chauncey Mack, Caitlin Comrandy, Marlo Bright, Lane Deming, Salty, Jose Valadal, and Matt Wofford.
So
That's the second time Matt's dropped that. And he's not having a good
Matt's
day.
got dropsy. That's a problem.
That looks like Matt's opening up a bottle of tobacco. Oh, okay.
No, he's not. He's getting a lens thing on.
I thought that.
What is it? Shield? Shroud?
Sun shield. Sun.
Lens. Filter. That was it. There'll be a new filter on his camera.
I thought that, his time there in South Carolina, Matt might have got a taste for some good old chewing tobacco.
I could just see him sitting there like a baseball pitcher. Just a bit confused about why he's got the camera out.
Oh, that's what that little air blower thing is that comes with my camera. All right, so as you can see, the track's starting to dry out here. Starting that groove, starting to come back. So as the sun's out, it's now 11 o'clock. So we're getting to the hotter. And what we have today is actually a breeze. It's actually cooler than it was yesterday.
We've got a small smattering of footballers as well.
Oh,
so these must be the non-religious footballers.
Maybe it might be tennis.
No, they footballers are watching.
No, when we was in.
This is quite. The guys who I was when I walked past there to go to the convenience. This seems like quite a big Hispanic gang. So obviously,
they're off today.
Well, I think what it is obviously is I think it's just like the older lads. And the older lads tend to be more Spanish. Because obviously, football's always been popular in the Spanish community. So you're just getting popular with the American.
Oh, it's always been.
Well, no, because it is it's kind of got the point where a lot of families now won't let their sons or daughters play American football or football because it's too dangerous.
Well, yeah. I mean, so it has grown in popularity.
You sit around going concussion, 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 and parents go, why do you ever go at soccer?
But last when we was at SMB, we had actual NFL and lots
we had club. I didn't know that. It's weird. You don't think it's like club NFL. It was like amateur. Just
like probably a small school or something.
No, it wasn't. Those were adults having fun.
Well, they were definitely hitting each other like they were not having fun.
There's one guy who was so big they couldn't find a shirt for him.
Yes, I remember. And all you heard was the slamming together of meaty flesh and grunts. And hitting the ground.
Yeah. And that's why people get hurt.
But what about rugby?
Well, rugby is equally an issue. Problem with rugby is because it went professional. And the guys stopped being 13-stone guys who were accountants by day and worked out and became muscle mountains at 18 stone. And also fit enough to run at each other for a whole 80 minutes and not just for a few minutes. It's like that's when that got dangerous.
But don't the different leagues have different type of players? You have one league that has the bigger, muscular guys. And
no, rugby union is more forwards based. Yeah, rugby league they're a little bit more wiry because they all have to run. But it's not. It's less impacting of a dangerous way in rugby league. It's not non-impacting of a dangerous way. That makes sense.
Alrighty. So we have the mechanics getting ready. See Mr. Olsen getting car ready for David. There's Mike Walker there with the birthday boy Trent Walker's car. We see. I can't see who that is. But
it's number 3. Camden Lee.
Camden Lee. Oh, that's his dad pitting for him. Brent is pitting Jackson Terrell.
No, Luke Deming is pitting.
Oh, okay, sorry. Luke Deming. As we get ready for the start.
No, against the wall, chaps.
Nick gives us that's what it's going to be allowed in F for Skull.
Well, it's not. It's the whole point about the start is you don't choose where you start. You start where you're chosen to start. It's like if Max Verstappen, or I better not use the word Max because they will come after me. If Pierre Gasly qualifies 7th and decides rather than to park in his spot, he'll park right in the middle of the circuit. It's not what happens.
Oh, and it looks like I believe
change the lead. So Deeming for great start there from Luke Dimming in the green car, head of Olsen in the blue and white. And then you've got Trent Walker in third. So you've got a bit of a battle for the lead, which is a first for today. That was lucky.
And Trent.
Oh,
what a beautiful.
yeah, straight in the lead there. First to third as the other two were battling.
What a beautiful overhead pass.
David got absolutely nudged out there, not deliberately. But that's not a great start for Olsen. Oh, and then the car braking, so straight out into lead has gone Walker. Walker's got 2.2 second lead and just from that last lap. So Walker's just going ahead. This is second place man, Jackson Terrell, in the red and white. And behind him, it's the all green of Jason Smith, apparently.
These are probably some of the faster guys that came out of the qualifying, these young guys. Terrell, Smith, Deming, and Olsen. Olsen down to 6th. He's going to want to get better. Camden Lee right behind him, and Luke Deming behind him. So lots of fighting going on, lots of fast guys. Katie Carmendi down in 10th. I know she wanted to get up to the finals. No. So lots of time left. 18 minutes, 17 seconds left to go. And the big person who's at the very back is the saltiest of salts himself, Salty Joe. But lots of time left here in the 20-minute semifinal B.
Mm-hmm.
So Trent Walker got a 3.17 second over. This is second place who we're following right now. I see Trent doing over
just drop back one, Ash, to Smith. As he's got Olsen right on his tail. Oh,
there we go. They don't need to take each other out. They need to just respect each other, both in bump up positions at the moment. But these young drivers, they're eager to put on a show here for us at the beautiful, a little bit squarely there for Olsen. Those ruts are getting deeper out there and starting to catch those tires. It's a different type of rut that I've seen here at Badlands, lengthwise. But he gets past Smith and is into a comfortable third position. He's 1.9 seconds behind Jackson Terrell. David Olsen's probably one of the fastest young guys here, so he'll be looking to get up there and challenge Donnie Ward for that TQ spot, starting on pole. He got some, looks like he has to, who's that who made a mistake? That's Jackson Terrell has got David Olsen right behind him. And Trent Walker's pulled out to a 5.6 second lead over these guys. Very consistent Trent. One thing I would say about him is worked on his consistency over the years and makes very little mistakes. That's what I awarded him to win yesterday.
So the key in the final is to run consistently. Mistakes will kill you a lot quicker than a fast lap will win you. Olsen on the tail of Terrell. I think that's a back mark of the white car, isn't it? Yep. Oh, look at that. And in landing and over, I think he got past him, didn't he? So Terrell, Olsen now has moved into second place. He's 5 seconds behind Trent. He's having a birthday bash towards the front of the field. So Olsen from Terrell, there's two, I'm not quite sure. Ahead of them must be one of the back markers or a car about to get lapped. Which might be Matt Watford, I'm not certain. Yep, letting him through. Don't let him hit him. It's a 3 car. It's Camden Lee there involved in that. So anyway, so Walker leads.
Not no more.
No, Olsen leads now. So we are with the leader, I assume due to fuel situations. So we are 6 minutes in. So Olsen leads. Walker second, right behind him. Third is Terrell. Oh, now Walker takes back in the lead. I'm not sure he lost second place as well there, Olsen. I think when he gets scored this time around, he might be third, he might be in fourth. Top four are really quite close together, actually. which makes a nice change. So where's Olsen going to get scored this time? He's getting scored in third. Half a second behind Terrell. So it's Terrell ahead of them, red and white. Up and over the descending double. Oh, he slapped that. You can see he hadn't got enough on that one, Olsen. And now over the showy double in front of the Rostam into the switchback. This is a bit which costs the cars a lot of time. They're going very slow there. So every second you spend there not being as quick is a huge amount of time you lose. You lose a lot more time on the slow corners than fast corners. Olsen comes in for fuel. Trundles down. Oh, it's a bad pickup. Bad pickup from the pit man. Who's that, do you know?
That's his father.
Oh, well, let's not say him then. Hartman, well done, Dad.
But very nice father-son team. Olsen always very calm. Doesn't get too upset. When he does, he just gets quiet. They're really making a charge. They were at Silver State earlier this year. Showed me they're off the DNC and hitting as many big races as they can. They're going all in RC.
Going all in RC, so they'll spend many, many days doing no running.
Well, when you go there, you have to run 3 classes. Truggy, E-Buggy, and...
E-Truggy.
He'll probably run E-Truggy. He's a very good E-Truggy racer. But once again, he's got to just limit his mistakes. He's in a bump position. He doesn't need to win. He just needs to make it to the final. But here is the impatience and racecraft that has to be learned as he matures as a racer. Save that 5% that you have in the tank when you fully need it. But right now, your learning list is Trent Walker, Jason Smith, Jackson Turrell, David Olsen in 4th, Luke Demme in 5th, and Chauncey Mack in 6th. Chauncey Mack involved in a tight battle with Camden Lee. We should watch that a little bit because that's the closest battle on the hair. Let's see. I'll find him.
So Olsen still with Terrell. Gets the pen in temporarily. So this is kind of constant swapping. Don't forget they're both qualifying anyway. It's top 6 to get through. Currently Luke Deming, who's on the cusp, under pressure from Chauncey Mack. 2 Demings in this race, Luke and Lane. Now the green car is Smith, and there goes Olsen into second. Dispatched Smith like he was standing still, so after a couple of mistakes, Olsen gets back into second place. I'll wait for this to get confirmed. Oh, Deming's got a 5th and Lee's dropped behind him in 6th. Dead car behind. Drop back 1, Ash, that red car. The pink car, sorry. See who that is. He's waiting, letting everyone through.
That is Watford.
That's Watford, is it?
Watford? What car is? What number is he?
We need to have a super zoom from Ash for us to find out what car it is. Car number 12.
Yeah, that's Watford.
So he's dead last, so let's not worry. Next car that goes past him, just take it. Or that car there, take that car. Missed the number, unfortunately.
That's on car number 3. He's actually not too far behind Smith.
Is that? Are you sure that's 3?
No, I want to find it. There we go. That's 8. There we go. Let's see.
So there's the car behind the car behind. Who is that car?
Okay, that's followed
11. Okay, so that's
follow this red card on the bowl right here, Ash. That's
okay, switch
3.
the red car.
There we go. This is the battle between Deming and Camden Lee. Camden Lee being the red car of number 3, and Deming just
ahead of him.
Is he ahead of him now?
I don't know. Deming's made a mistake. At least he's made a mistake. So,
I would assume
so the red car is the 3, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So that's Lee. So where is he going to come out at the end of this one? It's a bad lap because we were covering him, obviously.
And you see he is now 2.8 seconds behind Deming, but he's got an 11-second lead over Chauncey Mack.
Yeah, that's the key thing, the 6th, 7th gap.
That's dropped down to 9 seconds, but we have 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes left to go in this race. You'll see another round of pit stops.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go, but there are also some very long gaps. They've got 4. Have done a pretty good job. Walker, Olsen, Terry, and Smith are really, they're not particularly close to each other, apart from...
How about the battle for first is coming up?
But it's 10 minutes to go, isn't it?
You see Watford let Lee behind. Let's see if he can cut down on this gap between him and Deming. Or it might be Deming right in front of him. I can't tell from here. Let's see. This is the battle for
so Lee's gone past Deming there. So Lee and Deming are together. So Deming is the green car. So Lee from Deming after 11 minutes to the 20. Marshall's feet in the way there. Luckily, I think the Marshall's feet stayed on the end of his legs rather than getting whacked off by a 1/8 car, which is very painful.
I think Mal got whacked in his shin yesterday.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant experience. A bit mild.
I've never been the wacky. I've always been the whacker. I actually broke a woman's leg, I think, one time. I've hit 3 people with a car in my life, with a RC car. 2 of them were in the head, and 1 was in her ankle. And I actually think
you like a paid assassin with an RC car.
So one day, me just jumping our cars to see how far they go, and there was a guy right next to me, and I jumped and hit him in the face, but not like he deflected it. And then my first big race ever here in Charlotte, I was at Lance Norrick's track, the Farm 1, and I went to jump one of the triples, and my car, I blamed the breeze. It went up, the breeze caught it, and then it went over a fence like this, and there was a girl taking pictures, and there was 2 guys right next to her. They ran, and she's taking the picture, and the car hit her on the head, and not bad, but I left the imprint of a Panther Komodo Dragon 2 right her enough. She was very pale, ginger woman. So I left a very big tire imprint right on her forehead.
Right.
And she came up to apologize to me. And I'm like, no. For the rest of the race, this guy said, did you see that girl with that Komodo Dragon imprint on her forehead? And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yes, I did that. I know. It's not some sort of weird cult. It was me. And how did you break someone's leg?
Basically, we was just racing, and she was very close to the racing line. I kind of went off the racing line, and I wasn't really looking for somebody on that iron. I just came full chat and hit her right on her ankle. So I felt really bad after that. I just came off the stand.
Surprised.
Yeah. It's not fun hitting people.
No, it's not the point of the game, is it really?
Yeah. But unfortunately, I've done it 3 times. That I know of.
I've never hit anybody. I've never really driven heavy. All the cars I've driven have been quite light. So if you hit someone with a 12th car, it's like, like Nat. If the things take off, then they can be slightly. Obviously, most of the time they literally hit you so low they hit you in the sole of the shoe. They don't even hit you in the foot.
Walker got out to a lead. Walker made probably one of the most impressive passes when he passed both these guys right here in that double, and he just took that lead and have a look back. Just driving consistent.
Yeah, it's a bit of a. It's a bit of a middle end period here. There's been some sort of quite a few coming together, but it's actually stretched everything out massively. Walker's 12 seconds. I assume he's going to make a stop. 12 seconds of Olsen. Olsen's 8 ahead of Smith. Smith's Terrell's 24 seconds down. This is the battle for 4th and 5th with Lee in the red car a little bit behind. Then Deming. Then Mack is basically a lap behind, give or take a bit of change. Behind Deming between 6 and 7. Let's cut back down to 18 seconds. Then Carmody. Then the other Deming. So it's Luke ahead of Lane. And it's Bright, Valado, then Matt Watford bringing up the rear. But these sort of 4 cars like this, occupying, it's 5 cars, the car upside down there. No one's really close, so these individual areas aren't making a massive amount of difference.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just looking at our Facebook chat when they were telling us who we were following. Shout out to Brandon Sisk. I was hoping to see you down here, Brandon. Hopefully I see you at Masters of Dirt next weekend. And my beautiful wife is in the chat. That's absolutely beautiful. Rare.
Well, at least she knows where you are.
So,
she can't accuse you of anything being anywhere else.
Yes, I'd say.
You're in a slightly stuffy container in the middle of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, she's probably accused me of many other things when I go on these trips. But I'm like, we just go to an RC track and we're surrounded by RC people all day long. But buen día, mi amor, ¿cómo tú estás? If she's still listening.
Oh, right, okay. So you're speaking in tongues there. Well, it is Sunday. If you're going to be possessed by the spirit, this is the best day to be doing it.
Most definitely. We got 4 minutes, 21 seconds left in her. Your top 6 are Trent Walker, David Olson, Jason Smith, Jackson Terrell, Camden Lee, and Luke Deming. Pretty much, barring any mishaps.
There's a 25-second gap between 6 and 7. It's interesting that Camden Lee took a very deliberate avoidance of one of the bumps out on the right-hand side of the circuit. He does it again.
Maybe he's found a new line.
We wasn't running at maximum speed. Just sort of rather run like that than actually get anywhere near the bump. And sort
it's
of it
actually
again.
smoothing out through there now a little bit.
Do you really think so?
I'm going to have a look in a bit.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I was like, do you really think so?
Look how fast he went through there. He didn't have any.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I think he sacrifices in speed on the apex of the corner to get a cleaner run through. So the previous corner. So we'll run it here. So basically, you can start accelerate from here. So he puts the power down over the short part of this rollout. And he sacrifices speed here, say super tight, so he can power it all the way through. I'm not sure if it is the ultimate speed, but it's certainly a quick-ish and safe-ish methodology through a difficult, mine-strewn, rut-ridden piece of the track. So for some reason, what was quite a close race at the top was a stretch to anything. Look at it, 16 seconds from first to second, 11 seconds from second to third, and 17 seconds from third to fourth. And they're all quite close at one point. Terrell's then in fifth, Deming in sixth. Fastest lap goes to David Olson at the moment. He's done 26.1. It's interesting that Trent Walker's lap times are nothing like as quick as Olson's, but he's still 14 seconds ahead of Olson.
Consistency. Consistency is key. He doesn't need to go fast right now. He just needs to win his race. He'll start, probably third or second, maybe. Be a good starting position for him, and he would want to try and win this, give himself a good birthday.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be difficult because we got some fast young racers here as well. We got some other veterans that are good. Lots of wily racecraft.
Wily racecraft.
Let's give Trent a little love. I'll find him.
So Walker, minute and 40. Oh, they thought Olsen to get through.
Let's
Be there.
let's follow Walker for a little bit. Ash is coming up over by. He'll be coming by us shortly. Here we go. He's coming up over the first jump. Here we go. Following. He's going to go in the
Colour
straightaway.
is
He is. That car going on the straightaway now. There we go.
Well, yellow would be the useful advice there.
It's a yellow bluish car.
Yellow in the blue finder with a bit of green at the back. Anyway, it doesn't matter because Walker's 15 seconds ahead.
Smooth and consistent. Hitting that inside line. That's what we saw those pro drivers doing yesterday to avoid those bumps. There you go, Jake Glasgow. There's Trent, birthday boy. With 39 seconds left to go. Great drive by Trent. Oh, we had somebody over there stopping a car. I wonder who that was. Let's see. Oh, Olsen's out.
Olsen's flamed. Oh, well, I'm not sure how far he's going to drop, to be honest, because we've only got 23 seconds to go. Will he drop out of the top six is the question.
No, it was him. Olsen is out.
He's out, but he's not necessarily completely out. It looks like a big failure. They're not trying to restart him. He's gone flat in the battery. How far will Olsen drop? Because he's got such a big lead and the race is about to end.
He'll still make it through.
Will he? Yeah, because Max a further lap back, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Race is finished. Bright's finished.
He'll be all right.
Oh, there he goes into sixth, but Max finished. He's sixth.
There you go. He's all right.
Finished.
He's all right.
He's sixth.
Scrambling. His dad's scrambling. He's all right. Well done to Trent Walker taking the win. Unfortunate for David Olson, but, I mean, he still makes it. So, but by the skin of his chinny chin chin.
Gets down to the distance of the people behind.
Trent Walker, Jason Smith, Camden Lee, Jackson Tyrrell, Luke Deming, David Olsonoya, Bon Pluts, Chauncey Mack, Caitlin Carmandi, Lane Deming, Marlo Bright, Salty Joe, and Matt Watford will go to the LCQ.
Okay, so it's coming up to 27 minutes past. We are back with RCGP qualifying round 2 in about 3 minutes.
We are back as Nick is going over to get some interviews with some of the RCGP drivers. Sorry. So, congratulations to Trent Walker on his semifinal win. We'll see how the starting order goes, but I think Cade Burnett will be your top qualifier. And remember, everybody will get a chance to race again, and they take the first driver out of the LCQ to make it 13. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in our chat. Nitro Freak, I see you there. Magnus tuned in a bit. Hello to all our people out in Facebook land. And good stuff. Good to see. I have a Nitro Buggy. Donnie says, I have a Nitro Buggy. Nitro's a glory. That is true. Good to see. Hello, Felipe from Brazil. We'll be there in December. And we're going to go over to Nick as he has some interviews.
Hello and welcome back to the qualifying round 2 for RCGP event 4, round 8, and it's our second qualifying race about to come up. But the first race, well, that was all about what might have been. Gate 5, chosen by Ronefalt with the red numbers, the champion of RCGP. And they're away. And it's a clean start so far, up the inside, and Ronefalt gets away. Ronefalt from Bornhorst. First time we've seen this, actually, two of them contesting the same piece of dirt. They've all had alternate bad starts, but it is Ronefalt from Bornhorst. Red and car with the yellow wheels is Bornhorst, obviously white car with the red number, but it's all about the top two here, and it's the first chance we've really had to see with these two pre-event favourites. Neither, of course, who actually won yesterday. Back duke it out, all mistake from Ronefalt, and then through goes Bornhorst, talking yesterday to the drivers. And you can see it, what more evidently, actually now as the track is beginning to groove up. There is one line on this straight off the line. Whoa! And where's he gone now? Is that a runaway or is it just a problem?
No, it's a runaway. It's a runaway.
It's a runaway. They're trying to kill it. They're trying to kill it. There must have been a runaway.
I really tried to pressure him there at the beginning. It's unfortunate we didn't get to have the battle that we thought we were going to have.
Well, could have been a race for David, but it could have been a race for Cody. Well, Cody, you looked quite good in warm-up, and then the race didn't work again.
Yeah, we ran, I think our tire choice was pretty bad. We came in and they were caked up, so it wasn't a good tire choice. But the first run today, we did have a good tire choice. So we're back on those tires, and hopefully it'll work out. It
does seem the story of your weekend, you keep making changes that don't actually work.
Yeah, basically. I mean, we're trying different stuff, and it's just not going our way.
Well, let's hope this goes away. Thank you very much. I'm taking a risk here with Aidan Horn. Aidan, how was your first one?
Oh my gosh, give me this microphone. So I'm running around 5th the whole time, and on the very last lap, I get up to 4th. I'm like, yeah, dude, this is sweet. I got like everyone packed up behind me though, because I'm practically a pace car out there in that first one. I was like half second lap slower than everyone behind me, so I'm just jamming them up, just trying to get to the line. One more lap to go. I can handle that. Well, I couldn't handle that. On the last corner of the race, the finish line was about 20 feet in front of me. I hit a bump and flew off the track, went from 4th to 7th. I was so mad I could have flipped the driver's stand upside down. I was about to light this place up, but, I didn't, so we're going to try again. First gate pick because I got 7th, so we're looking for a whole shot from the 98 machine in this one.
I don't know, you need to, if you bulked up, you'd be absolutely perfect at WWE. You've got the whole car, they go, yeah, I'll do that. Now, I believe you're going to be helping us with the commentary later, is that right?
Yeah, I'll show you how to announce a race for the main event later. RC2, you know how we like to do it. I like to get in there. We'll get it done. I'm going to prep the car early, get in the booth with old Nick here.
Old?
Show you guys that's done. Yeah, old.
No, not old. Mature, in his prime. One of the oh dear, youth of today, eh? Well, that's the only drive we have available at the moment. I'm going to go and consider myself officially schooled, officially old. Back to Keenan.
Man, you talking to the real me? Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me? Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me? Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me? Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me? Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me? Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Dude, that was a rough one.
Well, it's not many people that take a mic from Nick. And there we have Salty Joe pointing to the sky, and I'm coming out there like an idiot looking up. But well done. What's up, Mr. Scarcella? The gray one? I don't have any more black ones. I'll show you later. Alrighty. Shout out to our Facebook guys out there. We have Neo Chief tuned in. Brandon Siskas, Cameron Saxon, who's I aspire to be when I grow up. We're all good friends. What's up, Salty? You got to go to the LCQ now. You got a lot of run time? Yeah? Were you shaking up there like a leaf? Yes, you was. Say what's up to the Bermuda guys. Yeah, what's up to the Bermuda guys? And he gives me the cackle. It's the saltiest of salts. So, Nick.
You know no one can hear that, don't you?
You know, not much time that you get the mic.
Well,
get upstage in the mic. Get the mic
certainly that is a worrying trend. I wasn't so concerned about the mic taking, but I was more concerned about the old. To be honest,
old.
I think he may have spotted a weakness in my plan for the rest of my life. I am already old. So, the second one coming round. It said Aidan says he gets first choice of gate. I wonder if he'll choose gate 5, which is Ronafalk's favourite gate. Ronafalk also will be on the first line. Because he came 11th after his runaway. He needs to put in 2 particularly good performances now.
Yeah,
he wants to get into the Super Pole, which comes after the next one.
And we see Adrian Bertin is tuned in our...
Is he? Oh, right.
Our Facebook feed, checking out on his course attack engines and his driver.
Nitro Freak's having a very long conversation just with you at the moment.
Is he?
Yes.
No, I answered him earlier.
All right.
What's up, Nitro Freak? I hope you come down. It'd be good to meet you, man.
It would. Right. So, as they get ticked off by Mao, 13, of course, being one of our sort of guest racers, Donald Elliott, with the Agama. 26 is Cole Tollard.
There's Mr. Stockman being a crew chief on his day off.
You got 92, that's Evan Vale. The 17, the S-Works with the yellow stripes on the side, that's Bornhorst. The 2 green Mayarkos. The long, waggly aerial tube is Pecco Evening. And then the car behind that is the constantly unlucky Cody Watson.
It looks like Blake Cruz come to do some pitting duties for Evan Vale or Jake Cycleather. Surprised he didn't race this race. He did race the SMB race, I believe. Brent getting some B-roll.
B-roll.
Actually, wow. You know what? That's actually a great picture because everything is color coordinated. The white, the yellow, the black,
the
shirt,
the backpack of fuel.
You see the mechanic Oscar. A lot of people are asking who that was. The bad cowboy Oscar.
But he's not actually American, is he?
No, but he has a cowboy hat.
He's Swedish.
So
he's a fellow Swede, isn't he?
Yeah, he is Swedish. So last night we walked into Longhorns and I asked for a table for Lefty the Kid. With my new...
Lefty the Kid?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That was my name last night.
Absolutely brilliant.
And I rocked my cowboy hat the entire night.
Fantastic. Love it. Don't you be dissing Lefty the Kid.
No, sir.
He'll be taking you down to the Texas Longhorn for a steak.
It's a good steak. It was a very good steak last night.
We would kind of expect it's like they could possibly do called Texas Longhorn, wouldn't you?
Excuse me?
I think they might struggle with a vegan option, but I think apart from that, it'd be okay.
Oh, that's good. Some nice steak, loaded baked potato, and some broccoli.
So you had some greens. Your mum would be happy.
Oh, always got to eat your vegetables.
Always eat your veggies.
As these races go on their warm-up lap. Let's see what's going on our YouTube chat. We got Essa. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. Cheering on Pekko. She's obviously from Finland. Not going to try and say that name. I'll say it in my attempt to speak Finnish. Espa.
Oh, it's Essa. Malima. Yeah, he's often on. He races as well.
Okay.
Diamond Robinson says, this being the last round of the RCGP season, what has been, in your opinion, the best race of the season?
Ooh.
Italy, I think.
I think so. I think we had probably the best 60-minute final in Italy.
Oh, that's good. Sidewinder Fuel, look at that. Thank you to our sponsors. It's extremely dangerous, especially if it's in a car and going fast and overtaking you. Yeah, I'd say Italy.
Yeah, I thought the 60-minute, besides
S&B Ronefelt won by miles in the long final. And, yeah, and obviously everyone broke down in Nemo apart from Ongaro. So, yeah, I'd have to go with the Italian one. So far. There's one more big one to go.
Mitch making the last minute
more
tire
problems
change.
for
No, just changing some tires.
Watson. Oh, it's tire change, okay.
They want to find the right tire, go out on there.
No, they are completely going for it.
That's what I like to see. We see, looks like Mr. Burnett down there helping. Yep, that's Brian Burnett down there helping out Mitch.
The amount of gunk that's got inside that tire already.
He needs to knock that out. No, Jake Hughes making a tire change as well.
Oh, so he's made a move there. So that's those 3 minutes. So you need more in different tires. These aren't new, obviously, but
probably a little worn. Maybe need some broken-in tires.
It's only 5 minutes.
I like to see. I love to see Cody have a great run. It's been coming all day, all weekend. But he has the pace. Just got to put it together. It's not all about pace. It's about consistency, too.
It is about putting it together as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not long to go. More work being done on the CFT machine. So, Aidan Horn, Jake Stykeleather, Evan Vale, Dave Ronefalk, Donald Elliott on the front row of the gates. And then you've got Joe Bornhorst, Brandon Rose, Spencer Hickett, Coulthard, Pickerhaven and Hampersburg on the second row. 15 seconds to go. It says Evelyn's board. They don't really need the ultimate top-up for 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, as long as they're going to run. But there we go. Already revving. They're ready to drop the gates. And they're off. Oh, and that's Watts, I think, immediately got fenced out. It's a bad start. Trying to work out. It looks like it's actually, is it Hampus who's made the pole shot, or is that one of the blue and white cars? One of the blue and white cars. Ronefalk's definitely in second. So who has made the bike? I assume it must be Aidan Horn.
It is 98.
So it's Horn from Ronefalk. Another one of the blue and white cars, because there's 4 of them, of course, behind him. So it's Horn from Ronefalk. And next, and a big gap to the next one, which is Jake Stykeleather, Joe Bornhorst, Pekka Ivan, Hampersburg, Cody Watson, Spencer Heckett. So Watson didn't do too badly in the end. Perhaps it was maybe something else we got fenced out, but this is the lead. It's Horn versus Ronefalk. And David knows he needs a couple of good results to make the Super Pole after an 11th. Horn's got a 7th in the first round. And they come round to complete another lap of the ever-roughening surface. And Horn keeping his own. Aidan Horn's just on a 24.988. So he's got some pace in that car. Stykeleather, this is his best race so far, but unfortunately we're not seeing it because the front two are so close together. Joe Bornhorst in 4th, Hampersburg in 5th, Brandon Rose in 6th. So there's Heckett. Heckett's down in 9th. Well, at the moment, Horn's having absolutely no problem in holding Ronefalk behind. 24.7 that time for Horn. Found some real pace. Oh, obviously talking to me and calling me old before a race is what makes you quick. But these two all together. Both wheels. He was on both wheels at one point, side to side. But no, I'll tell you what's happening now is that Bornhorst has been able to catch them both up. So it looks like Smoking Joe's got himself a bit of pace now. As Horn prevents the progress of Ronefalk. And with Bornhorst now in 3rd, all looking a little bit... in many ways, actually, what Ronefalk wants to make sure he qualifies for Super Pole is people like Bornhorst who scored big points to carry on scoring big points. Because what he doesn't want is people who get like 2 4ths and a 3rd to get past him. You know, he wants people. He wants everyone. If you score big points and carry on scoring big points, I'll accept one person who's gone to Bornhorst. But he doesn't want to lose out to Horn, for example, who's got a 7th, and perhaps he may get a 1st or a 2nd now.
But Aiden is driving.
Oh, at the inside, beautiful pass. Beautiful pass. Drop down, took the advantage, and Runnefelt goes. Now it's more about Horn versus Bornhorst now. The gap from Bornhorst to Rose is 4 seconds. So these three are nicely away. Aiden now has to hold up Joe.
Don't get it twisted, though. Aiden actually finished second last year at the 2021 Nationals. He had a very great first inaugural 8-scale season. His second year this year hasn't been the greatest, and I would admit that. But he's looking quite good right now. You know, this will be a confidence booster if he can hold off Bornhorst.
No, he's certainly stretching that last lap, Keaton. He gets a little bit further away. We've now got three sort of equidistant, sort of 3/4 second between each of them. Runnefelt not had his best lap ever, and he's already about to pick some traffic, which I think is Don Elliott. I think they've already gone past Evan Vale, so the next person is Don Elliott. And it is indeed. So Bornhorst not a good lap that time, dropped up to 2 seconds behind Horn. Horn nicely angular jumping there. That's very much the quickest route to come across there from the right to the left as we look at it. And I was about to say Bornhorst, but it's not, of course. It's Elliott. So this is a bit of a stretch between the three of them. Oh, it's past. Bit of lapping there. I think I'll be honest. I don't think Don's always made it that easy for people to pass him during the course of this RCGP race series. I mean, and he just tipped Bornhorst as well. They came over the back of the. Watson's gone again.
What happened?
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
He missed it. I'll find out what happened when we go to the pits. But here we see Bornhorst chasing down, trying to chase down Evandale, Aiden Horn, but there is actually quite a gap between them now as he's lost sight of Aiden. And Aiden is actually on the tail of Runnefelt. So let's move up to
first
that.
and second are right together now.
Let's catch these two cars coming over the line here.
Horn now is looking to go around the outside and up the inside of Runnefelt. So suddenly
we have a race.
You look like Runnefelt was stroking away. It's got this. It'll be this and two more. Just about. They might even get this and three more. It's going to be really close, but it's this and two more, this and three more. Runnefelt must have made a minor error that lost him that 3/4 second lead. But looking good at the moment. Bornhorst racking up the points with a third at the moment. We've got two. Nope. We are going to. Oh, did they? No, he got through by half a second, so we still got 3 laps to go. Runnefelt clipped the time at 4:59.5, which means that he hasn't yet. Oh, what a mistake by Runnefelt! That was unenforced error, and now he's got this and 2 more to get past. Wow! So Runnefelt had no idea how he made that error. That was a very basic. It just was turned too early. So now he's got 2 laps to get past Horn. And Aiden Horn's got 2 laps to hold on for a win.
He's going to have to try and hold on, but Runnefelt is on him like, wow.
Well, Runnefelt's now accessing turbo mode. Bornhorst is 3 seconds back and just hoping they both take each other out. There's one more lap to go. Nearly could put the power down. He's got him again. Got him at the inside. So, Runnefelt forces the issue. There's a lot of back markers. He probably won't quite reach them because this is the last lap. So Runnefelt, after losing the lead for a couple of laps, has got it back again from Horn. These cars will be taking his eye away, and it was slate round the backside there, but didn't do anything. Certainly the main Bornhorst is getting closer. Now, if Horn can avoid throwing it off in the last corner, he will get a second. He does. So Runnefelt takes it. Horn second, Bornhorst third, and I think all 3 of those will be quite pleased with those results.
Yeah, that was a great example of some just being patient and applying pressure by Runnefelt and some great racecraft. The younger Aiden Horn putting the pressure and making him make the mistake. So, but a great run by Aiden Horn. I'm sure he'll be pumped about that. Runnefelt will be happy with a win. Bornhorst finishes third. Brandon Rose fourth. Cole Tollard fifth. Pecco Ivan in sixth. Spencer Hackett seventh. Jake Steichlather eighth. And Hampusburg 9th, Evan Vale 10th, Don Elliott 11th, and Cody Watson have an unfortunate breakdown. He was doing pretty well. I feel bad for Cody, not having a good weekend. When it comes to luck, just not there. We know that the interview with Aiden is going to be epic, that's for sure. What a great race, what a great comeback by Runnefelt, and a great run by Aiden. best driving I've seen him do all weekend. We know he can do it. So, not a big deal there. Yes, so we have David Ronnefalk in front with 122 points, Ongaro 91, Hampusbergen with 60, Bornhorst 57, Elliott Boots 57, JCC 53, Lee Martin 53, Spencer Hecker 49, Brandon Rose 47, Cole Tollard 43, and yes, we're going to go over to Nick.
Third place finisher, Joe Bornhorst. So you happy with that one? It seemed okay. You just stayed like 2 seconds behind them.
Yeah, to start in the second row, come out pretty good. End up third in that one. I'll take it. I think for overall points, I'm sitting pretty good. Car was kind of hard to drive that time. The track's changing every time we go out there, so we kind of, are making changes every time. I have a theory that I want to try for the third one to try to make my car a little easier to drive. So got a little work to do, and we'll come back.
Great stuff. Thank you, Joe. Next up, it's Mr. Horn. I'm holding the microphone. I'm going to hold the microphone. I'm holding it. It's mine. It's my microphone. Well, you see, you talk to me, you get a second, but you did almost win.
Yeah, I mean, I told you I was going to get the whole shot, and I did it. I knew it. I was like, I got first gate pick, taking advantage of this. They said less than 5, and I just... So, you gotta get to that first corner, and that helps out a ton. Them guys got collected behind in the first couple laps, so that kind of took a little bit of pressure off. And man, I've never really battled with Ronnefalk before. That was pretty intimidating, not gonna lie. It's a lot easier to be behind him than it is to be in front of him. So I got to get used to that kind of pressure, because pretty sure my lap times were about a second slower when he was behind me. So yeah, I mean, cool race though. Almost had it at the end there. Yeah, just got to be a little bit better.
Well, you've got a few more heats to be better and be better on common trail. Thanks, Aidan. Good stuff, man. And so from a broken servo to a victory, but you nearly threw it all away.
Yeah, it was close there. In the infield there, I hugged the pipe on the inside, and he got by. But luckily, I was able to stay in close enough so I could get a good run coming onto the straight, and I was able to pass him on the inside. He was a little wide and hit that bump. So yeah, it was important for me to get that first place in this one. Hopefully I can repeat that in the last one so I can squeeze it into the Super Bowl, because it will be close.
And annoy Joe again.
Exactly. So it will be close, but I'm going to do my best in the last one after what happened in the first.
And you're leaving the car as it is, or got more changes?
Probably now it's time to go back to a normal compound. I was still on clay, but I felt like I was missing some grip. I just looked at the lap times and saw that I made a 23.9, so obviously it wasn't that bad, but I think there's some stuff that we can find in the car. Felt a little bit better yesterday, so we're probably just going to go back to what we ran yesterday and stick with that.
So Dave, see you after lunch. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so that is it for the morning action here at the Badlands RC Supercross. We will be back with the team standings, first of all from Keenan, and then after that, well, might go for a break. But Keenan, tell me, where do the teams stand?
Yeah, so S-Works extends their lead to 216 points. Team Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso, that they are at 197. The Mayako Factor Team 182, Invisible Speed JQSM 124, Beach RC 116, and Nemo Agama Racing 115. So we will be back later on and for the LCQ last round of RCGP qualifying. Hope you guys are all enjoying this. Please join us. If you're in the area, come down, say hello. We want you here. Lefty is out.
camera.
we are about 7 minutes away from our LCQ, about 7 minutes away from the LCQ. The RC2 drivers, congratulations on making the main and welcome to a lot of corner marshaling this afternoon. The RC2 main, you guys will corner for the LCQ. And then you'll be asked to provide marshals for your main and then corner marshal the RCGP main. So RC2 finalists, all 12 drivers that are currently in that final, I'll need you out to the track to marshal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I don't know where you are in the country. If you're in the east coast of the United States of America, hopefully you very much have enjoyed your lunch. If you're on the west coast, it's probably breakfast. If you're in the UK, you're probably enjoying tea. If it was in Europe, you're probably enjoying your dinner. So hopefully you've all enjoyed some sort of repast since we disappeared away an hour ago. We are getting ready now for the last chance qualifier, which I know for a fact is Mr. Keenan K. White, Left of the Great's favourite thing of all time. You love last chance qualifiers, don't you?
Love them. Love them. Some exciting racing. Can't wait. Who
are our our competitors today?
Yes, we have Chauncey Mack starting on pole. Caitlin Carmendi looking to get up and be racing her husband in the final. Lane Deming looking to chase down his brother. DJ Heffler and Marlo Bright looking to do better than what they did in the semis. Danny Stockman was excited to be here, wrenching in his car. He'll be in Miami Homestead next year, chasing down a championship next week. And then we have the saltiest of salts, Joe, Super Salty Joe Baladao. We have my good friend Michael Kuntz, Matt Watford, Joseph Steichleather, Kevin Bullock, and Billy Tylaska.
Amazing. It looks like we've got a couple of non-starters. Billy Tylaska didn't take part in the semis.
Oh, Watford said he isn't running it. So.
Yeah. And also Kevin Bullock. So it's 1 out of 9 in this 15-minute extravaganza. We'll bump up the main final.
And
Can I say that if you are normally someone who wouldn't watch the RC2 final, I think I probably would this time.
You know what? I'm actually going to be turn marshalling that race.
Oh, you've already decided? So you've been replaced then?
No. But one of the compare. David also needed a. No, but everybody's. The people he was asking, they're kind of people are heading out now who didn't make their mains. So he needs somebody to do it, and I was like, all right, I'll do it.
It's like a fund replacement, isn't it?
No. I mean, you and Aiden will have fun. I'm sure Matt will be over here cringing. In his cringy
Well, I'll give him my advice, Wade. Don't start at 10 because you've got nowhere to go. That's the one piece of commentary and advice I've ever been given by someone who knows what they're talking about. Do not start at 10.
Oh, I remember you told me that as well.
And you know where I learnt that first? It was from a person who's also on this trip who started at 10 and had nowhere to go.
Who was that?
It was Incredible. Again and again and again.
Oh, I remember that.
Even when it wasn't.
Incredible. Oh, we were just having a look at the Reg GP. And,
so there's another event going on?
Yep, Reg GP
Can't
over
believe
in
that.
Gubbio.
No, it's not.
Yep, it is.
It's not in Gubbio.
I believe it is.
Uh-uh.
No, Ospi team, sorry. I don't know why Gubbio was in the rain. Matteo Polito won it.
Really? You beat Ongaro?
Ongaro was 5th.
Wow. Well, he's gone then. That's it. He's all over.
The curse of the world's car seems to be striking Ongaro. Broke up Boggy Land. Don't know what happened to him at his home race.
I think he took part, did he?
I think he did e-buggy.
Yeah, he didn't enter. I don't think he entered the real thing.
But
okay, let's get back to here in South Carolina, or Carolina South. We are now waiting for the 9 cars who are taking part. Oh, some very, very approximate lobbing out into the track there. But that's the way here. I need to park my EFRA, stick up my backside and accept that's how it goes. Okay, so away, and it looks like it's going to be Chauncey Mack leading them away, but it's a little bit confusing since then.
I think that's DJ Hepler in second, followed by Marlo Bright.
Second is for one absolutely first loser in this.
Mm-hmm.
So it is Chauncey Mack who leads. He's got a 2-second lead from this man, DJ Hepler. Remember Hepler flamed in his semi. He missed out by about half a lap, even after that flaming. So, if his engine had run for the whole 20 minutes, he would have been in the main final. As it is, he has to race against Danny Stockman and Joseph Steichler, who are behind him. Okay, the timing on the screen, the timing on my piece of paper don't agree, but never mind. At all. Okay. So it's Chauncey Mack from Daniel Stockman, G. Hayden, Caitlin Carmendy's in 4th. Fast number 26 for Dave Stockman leads 2.4. Well, it was. Here's Chauncey Mack crossing the line now. The 2.1, so that's Mack. We're with Stockman, who's in the white and sort of burnished car. And then the blue and white machine is GJ Hepler. Caitlin Carmody running 4th, but a little bit off the pace, unfortunately, already. 8 seconds back. This is the second place man. Needs to make some moves quite quickly to stop Mack getting away. There's Mack just sweeping around the other side of the hairpin into the bowl. And they now climb up and over the descending double. And they'll turn, no, it's not going to be. It didn't need so much time. They're over the tabletop, up with the little hop doubles. And the show-off pair before they come into the switchback section here. And then they get over the rollers, where you just got to carry as much speed as possible, and then also not go over the bumps. You fire it through the final corner and down the straight. So second and third, and in fact second and third are getting close to first. So the top 3 condensing up is what you want to see in a battle towards. They both slow each other up there actually. I think there's one qualifier with one place only available. The term "work together" comes to mind. The guys following just need to work together, which is basically not slow each other up, which they just did there over the descending double. And just work together to try and close down Chauncey. Now, there's more ground speed here. Dave Stockman's getting another 3/10 on him, so Stockman is faster than Mack to the point now where he's on his tail. He wasn't his tail, he's blown that, so Hepler to say, go with the second place man. So that's Hepler now who's got the second place run. So he got as close as he could get and then fell over. So it's now down to Mack. See how far. And both of them made mistakes. This is a great lap for, I think Hepler actually ran through the pit lane into that. Great lap for Mac, because he's now got a 1.7 second lead again, because both his pursuers threw it off the island. So it may be perhaps Mac's got some more space himself. He's pulling away. He's pulling away entirely on the back of the errors of others.
Yeah, and there you see Stockman make another error as DJ Hepler goes by. But like you said, Chauncey Mack is just consistent out there, not making any mistakes, and that's all you need to do at this point, and bring it home while I let everybody else make the mistakes behind you.
That's right. So he's got a 4.6. He was leading by, 2 car lengths, and then Hepler and Stockman decided to have a succession of accidents, and suddenly he's leading by 4 seconds.
Oh, but he did make a mistake.
Now he's made a mistake, has he? Because there's 2 identical coloured cars.
That's him.
Is it? Because there's 2 identical coloured cars.
That was Salty Joe out the front. No, I think this is Salty right there. Sorry.
Yeah, there's 2. There's the Mac car. Oh, no.
Yeah, that was Salty Joe.
Yeah, so the Salty Joe car and the Mac car are really similar.
Well, that's Mac going out there.
So there's Hepler, who lost some time again. And Carmody now's got into 3rd. Stockman's dropped way down. I wonder why he's taking an early pit stop. Deming is around with Michael Kunz.
Oh, this is for position coming up.
So Hepler, 6 seconds behind Mac. They come round this time. He's gained a lot. Now, he gained 4 seconds there, which is a bit too long. It's not enough time for a fuel stop, so that must be an error by Chauncey. And this is the first 2 in frame now. 5 minutes down, 10 to go, and a fuel stop, I think, for each. What has happened is Stockman's fallen right off this battle. Marlo Bright, who was very quick in his semi-final, is now in 3rd. Oh dear, and a mistake by our leader. And into the lead goes GJ Hepler. Mac threw it onto the side of the track. He's a couple of seconds back. Now Hepler has looked pretty quick, but don't forget his car flamed in the last race. And he got away with that one. Oh, he lost about half a second, perhaps 3/4 of a second.
Chauncey Mack's right behind him, but Joseph Steichleather's on the move, 7.2 seconds back. He's probably one of the fastest racers in this race. So let's see if the younger Steichleather can catch these 2 up and make it a 3-way battle.
Steichleather, of course, also flamed last time round.
Yes, and then had the alligator issue with his body.
Yes, he did.
Which was quite horrendous.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
But DJ is just calming down and doing some clean lines out there. So let's drop back and see if we could catch where Chauncey Mack is. No, he might have came in for fuel. So there's Chauncey Mack.
Yeah, he's 3.5 back.
First time here at RCGP. Took some convincing to get him here, but now that he's come.
He's never going to leave. He'll be here this time next year.
He says, I see what you mean, that you can get so much run time with one class. It's something you have to do to understand it. But right now he needs to put his head down, focus, and try to catch up DJ. But the issue is that Steichleather is gaining on him. Let's see, what type of laps is Steichleather out there throwing? 26.09 last time by Steichleather, but then DJ also threw his fastest lap, and that looks like DJ, no, that wasn't him, sorry. DJ is throwing on the fastest lap of the race so far for 26.0. Flat. Let's see where Steichleather is after this. Steichleather lost some time, is now 4.8 seconds back. Oh, that's DJ, he made a mistake.
Oh.
So now Chauncey Mack's back in first, but DJ's going to fight to get it back as they go over that double. You see Chauncey Mack trying to clean up his lines and cut off and shut the door on DJ. Both are veteran racers here. DJ races quite a lot here in the Southeast. And he comes in for fuel, so let's follow DJ.
Through the fuel. Let's see what DJ can do with his fuel stop. Right to the end, in with a gun, away you go. He's given himself 7.5 minutes, so he has come in exactly halfway. And he'll now have to try and...
Oh, that is Derek. I was wondering who was that pitting DJ. Derek Harris made the trip down to pit his Techno teammate.
Techno teammate.
As we see Zach once again entering the building with much needed Mexican food.
Diddly. Anyway, so Mack now leads by 1.2 seconds from Hepler. They've both taken their one and only fuel stop. One place only from the last chance to qualify up to the main final. Oh, now is that?
That's Salty Joe.
That's Salty Joe. Honestly, he shouldn't have two cars so similarly painted.
Well, Salty Joe has an antenna too, I believe. Antenna tube. Looks like, so Mac must have come in for free.
Oh, three of them together, and upside down is Hepler now.
It looks like Mac got through as well
so, yeah.
as Stike Leather.
So it's all coming together now. Stike Leather's made a superb comeback, hasn't he, from being a long way back. Salty Joe is just a colourful hindrance to all of our working out what the heck's going on. So we need to get them to cross the line to find out where we are. We're with Hepler, who was leading, but we don't think he is now. After that, nope, Stike Leather now takes the lead by 1.5 seconds. Mac is off this one as well. Mac's a long way off. So just in front of him should be Stike Leather. There he is. Who is the 10 car because he had those problems in his semi-final, not because he's the 10th fastest. Taking a while to work through at the front, with 5.5 minutes to go. That's where he is.
Yeah, not surprised at this. I kind of expected this from Joe. Like I said, the flame out, then losing a body clip and all that cost him quite dearly in the first round. First in the semi.
Turning some top laps, 26.1 last time around. 27.9 for Hepler. Let's see what it is this time around. This time it's another 26.1 against a 26.5. So fastest man on the track is also your leader with just about 5 minutes to go. Joe's with Stike Leather. So Hepler's had a go in the lead. Max had a go in the lead. But it seems now that the push from behind from Stike Leather is giving him the edge he needs. Oh, until he did that. And he's got an absolute loss of... Basically, he hit the side, just went out into the dust, and there's no grip on the dust. And Hepler now is right behind him.
Yes, so we see young Joseph Stike Leather making that mistake and letting DJ get up on his tail as they go over the doubles, up the mini doubles.
Mini doubles.
And around the 180 through, what was that called?
That's the switchback.
The switchback. Up through the...
That's over the rollers.
Rollers. Through the...
Hairpin.
Bowl 180.
No, hairpin into the bowl.
Into the bowl.
Now it's a descending double.
Descending double.
Yeah, because they start high and get low.
Okay.
There's a tabletop short double, show-off double.
We got to come up with some better names. Only 2 days into the process, we still don't
I quite like that, actually. But then, I kind of thought of it.
Just keeping it up there. And all
it's got more pace, basically, once he gets rolling. So if he can keep the thing 4 wheels down, he should be okay. Gained 1.1 seconds on Hepler in that one. Chauncey Mack is back 14 seconds. So it is between the two of them. In fact, really, it's been Stike Leather and keeping it on the island, which he just hasn't done.
And there goes
And then Hepler takes the lead by not very far. Stike Leather making another sort of minor error.
And this is where...
No, and then error from Hepler. Remains in the lead. There's your leader, 3 minutes 13 to go. Who will make the RC2 final, which goes off in about hour and a half? 2 hours? Hour and a half.
And the battle is on. Can Stike Leather get past? He can definitely get past Hepler. The problem is, can he keep the lead with Hepler?
Yeah.
So he's young. He gets excited. He's got to learn to just slow it down sometimes. You don't have to go 100 all the time.
Yeah. Often the way when you're young, you get excited and don't know when to slow down.
Yep. 95%. Save 5% for you for later when you need it. Ooh, that's
bad luck.
No,
that's very bad luck for Hepler. Rolled, and he's compounded that by being frustrated, and it's great. Oh no, Stike Leather's off the track as well, so they're both not on the track. Except when they go past, he does. Oh, is it a runaway? It's a runaway. It's a runaway.
And I think that's Stike Leather.
Stike Leather's got a runaway. Getting slightly shouted at, but not his fault. That car just did a complete runaway. So it's Hepler from Mack with 2 minutes to go. And Stike Leather won't make the RC2 final. He was on the edge there. He was actually leading when he fell off. So where is Hepler in the blue and white car? There he is. Just coming round to complete a lap. Got 1 minute and 50 to go. Nice lead over Mac. Caitlin Carmody, she's not going to make the final, but she's currently in top 3 in this race. Just a little bit off on the pace. Best lap for her, 26.7, so just need to find 3 or 4 tenths a lap.
There you see the enthusiasm of youth meets the wisdom of
Well, no, because
age.
His car broke down, to be honest. I'm not going to start saying that Stark Leather, it was a 50-50 battle. I couldn't predict who would have won that one, but unfortunately he's had an engine run away. Luckily, while the car was upside down, didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I wonder if it blew. Let's see if he gets back out on the track.
There is an awful lot of point getting back out on the track.
Yeah, well, let's see over there in the pits. Oh, no, looks like they packed it in. Unfortunate for the younger Stike Leather.
It wasn't running without any. It was running with the chassis, with the gearboxes connected. It wasn't just running away with itself, so it wouldn't have gone necessarily ridiculously over where it should be.
DJ Hapler is going to cruise around.
A couple more laps.
Yeah.
He's got a 10.5 second lead over Chauncey Mack. Carmody is now 12 back. Stockman's 12 back from Carmody, and then it's a whole lap between Stockman and Bright. I'm surprised about Bright. Bright looked pretty quick in his semi. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things.
But the veteran DJ Hapler settling on, throwing down some clean
How old is
laps.
Veteran? I'm just worried about how old Veteran is, given how old I am.
He's been racing for quite a long time.
Is he in his 40s, do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not old at all. That's young. It's youthful.
Been racing for probably since he was a very young lad.
So I was a young lad. And that's it.
That's it.
Hepler makes the bump up. Next up is Chauncey Mack. Caitlin Carmody was third. Danny Stockman fourth. Marlo Bright was fifth. Lane Deming was sixth. Michael Kuddens was seventh. Jose Velado was eighth. And we are finished for about 8 minutes.
Let's go to our chat. United Football Vlogs. Hello, Nick. Hi, everyone. How's everyone going? I think they should do the RCGP down at Hertz RC models.
I think that was the conversation was had, but in the end it went to Nemo.
Mm-hmm.
So about 5 or 6 minutes now to the start of RCGP round 3. But more importantly, of course, don't forget, we go straight from round 3 into Super Bowl.
I forgot all about Super Bowl. All about it. So we got the Super Bowl going in. Oh, yes. And this is even going to be a fight for Super Bowl here. So we should see some exciting racing out of Ronnefelker. It's going to push it. We want Joe Bornhorst to do well as well. Aiden Horn will be looking for some revenge.
It's definitely, Bornhorst is definitely going to make it barring a really weird result. You've got Horn, Rose, Hecker, and possibly Ronnefeldt. But we'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes with the final qualifying for RCGP and, of course, the Super Bowl.
So RCGP will stage in 5 minutes, and we'll be on the track in 15. Staging for interview in 5 minutes, and then on the track in 15, followed by RCGP Super Pole. Top 3 qualifiers will go to RCGP Super Pole. Following RCGP Super Pole, we will have the RC2 final, and then we will get set to stage and final for RCGP. Following trophy presentation and press conference to finish out the day. RCGP on the track. And we are about 8 minutes away from meeting all my RCGP marshals on the track. I need at least 10 guys on the track to feel covered. So I know we're closing in on it. Couple of guys, more guys and gals ending their days. A lot, just a couple of more marshal sets to go. I have an hour and 50 minutes left of marshaling. But I need to get covered. Once we do that, we can stop here and wait for those marshals. Understand it's a small event, and that does make it a little bit tricky at times with the marshals. I appreciate everybody who has helped and supported throughout the weekend. Once again, RCGP drivers should now be available for interview. RCGP drivers should be available for interview. 7 minutes. Tell the tone, hopefully, if we can get our marshal coverage. So RCGP marshals, grab some water or beverage of choice and get yourself set to come out to the track to marshal here in just a couple minutes. RCGP marshals will be up in just
Hello and welcome back to qualifying round 3 for RCGP round number 8 here at the Badlands RC Supercross track. I'll explain to you what's happening. First I'm going to talk to one of our young guns, Pecco Evening. Pecco, first of all, how are you feeling this morning after your several beers at the chat we had yesterday?
Yeah, fine.
How's it going? So today's race looked more action-packed.
Yeah, I think I have had so much bad luck on the starts, but the car feels good and the pace is good, so I'm hoping for a good start so I can win the last heat.
A couple of people have said that it's been a little bit rough out there, and you've been one of the people being rough. How do you answer that?
I don't know.
Do you think it's been quite,
Yeah, it had been quite tight racing today, and I mean it's cool. The race tight.
Go for it, great. Thank you, Pecco. And the other of the young Scandinavians, Hampersberg. Hampers, I've not seen you feature much. So I take it you're having a bit of a difficult day.
Yeah, I have a bit of bad luck and a few own mistakes that cost a few places. So, a bit so-so day until now, but hoping for a better run now.
Once you get into the middle of the pack, though, it's very difficult, isn't it? It's everyone all over the shop.
Then somebody does a mistake, you can get hit, and it's you need to have a bit of luck too, and it's so tight in this small track. So,
well, best of luck. Thank you, Hampers. Now, don't forget that when this heat finishes, that's not it, because we have a tiny break, and then we have the Super Pole. Now, the Super Pole will define the top 3 positions for the main final that goes off at 4:10 local time. And don't forget, it doesn't matter if you've been the best qualifier all day. I mean, as Joe Bornhorst found out at S&B Raceway, you could end up starting second or third. So it's in points. The top 3 qualifiers by points will then go for the Super Pole, which is those normal 3 laps. Fastest lap will put you on the pole, and that will take priority over any other qualifier. At the moment, looks like Bornhorst is a shoe-in. And then we're looking for Brandon Rose, we're looking at Spencer Hecker, possibly Aidan Horn, and of course with a good result, despite the bad first result, Ronald Falk can make the Super Pole as well. It's all on the line, not some of it, all on the line today to get those front positions for the main 58-minute plus 2-lap final coming up. I can't wait to watch it. I'm blooming sure that Lefty can't wait either.
Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Man, dude, that was a rough one.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory here at the Badlands RC Supercross here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Shout out to all the people that are tuned in there in the YouTube land and Facebook land. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please remember, sharing is caring. If you're on the way down here to watch this 60-minute final that's going on later on today, we welcome you down here to watch and cheer on these guys here in the RC2 and RCGP class as we see the RCGP class go and get their warm-up. This will be the last qualifying race for the day, and then we will go directly into, well, not directly, but a few minutes later, we will go into the Super Bowl race, which has turned out to be an exciting way to spice up the qualifying game here in the RC world. Right now the heat is on and the traction should be at one of its highest as it's now 1:40 in the afternoon. It's the hottest part of the day. I should know. I was just out there sweating in it. As we are on board with the 2 green vehicles of the JQSM team, as we see Cody Watson out there looking to change his luck for the weekend. If the only luck that poor Cody has had this weekend has been bad luck, so he'll be looking to change that. He just wants a solid run.
I think, to be honest, I think if you look up bad luck in a dictionary, you'll see a picture of Cody Watson.
For this weekend, that's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he has the pace. I tried to get him angry. I threw some Scott Towel at him. So hopefully that spiced him up. Definitely looks like it out there right now. So he's out there throwing fat whips.
Fat whips?
Fat whips.
My name is Fat Whips.
P-H-A-T.
I know, yeah. I realise that. I'm not completely knocked down
actually,
with the kids.
It'd be F-A-T. Like big, giant whips.
Look at my big, giant whips.
There we go. You see Hakan doing a little bit of fine-tuning on that Course Tech engine, slated to drop in a week's time, they've told me. You see Oscar, Rana Fox mechanic, making the trip from Sweden, convinced me to buy a cowboy hat.
Did he? He didn't convince you to buy a marker then?
He just bought it, and it looked cool, so I bought one.
Have you built your marker yet?
Well, Salty Joe has got most of it done. I think he'll finish it off tonight, and we are.
Seems very sad that you're not going to run it. Cars are built to be run, not to be sitting on shelves.
Well, maybe if we get racing going back in the beautiful Dominican Republic, I will try.
But surely you should be the person to do that.
I probably am, but I also want to enjoy my time and not always be working in RC.
I'd put in that Cody Watson's actually not even checked in on this one. Now we have Brent there from Beach RC, looking after his 2 drivers, of course, Evan Vale and Jake Starkleather. But interestingly, I spoke to Brent during the lunch break, and he said he's not doesn't think they've really achieved what they should have done so far this weekend. It's a bit feels they've underperformed slightly.
Yeah, well, Evan kind of wasn't really a factor in these all weekend until the 60-minute main at SMB. So look to him to do some. I would expect Evan to be faster in the main. So he's in the main. That's all that matters. So let's see what he can do. He's definitely had a well-placed third at SMB. And the home crowd was very happy for him. So let's see if he can do the same this weekend. As we see Scott Hackett down there We got some motocross action.
Got that clear, a bit of cleaning there.
Cleaning out line.
That is Cody, so he is running. 30 car. And you've got the 46, that's Hampersburg. Just being put down now is the 13, Donald Elliott. That's the red and black car. I don't think they need the last bit of fuel, to be honest, but I've said that every other time. I think somebody's missing, actually, from the front row. Where's Spencer's there? Jake's, is it Jake's? I think
Jake's still on pit lane.
Yeah, Jake's not there, so we haven't got Jake Steichler starting this last one. The far end 92 is Evan Vale, so we're down one car. Oh, extra fuel. I need the extra 3 drips of fuel. More drips of fuel. Everyone's getting 3 drips of extra fuel. Now they're all coming back. It's just like non-stop drip of extra fuel. Honestly, they can't do 5 minutes and 2 laps. No, now there's a problem. There's a problem for, I think that's either Horn or Tollard. Here comes the Steichler car, which they've waited for. And the problem is there's a lot of revving from the car at the back. And they're off. And away they go. Oh, quite clean that time. Ooh. Now into the first corner. They all sweep round. It's quite a clean start. Oh, now it's gone wrong because there's Cody Watson, who's caused an amazing kerfuffle, including a slipping Marshall. But away and in the lead. That Spencer's got the whole shot.
That is Spencer.
So it's Hecker, possibly from Steichler. I'm not quite sure which car it is that's coming past. They actually took the numbers off the wing of whatever car that was as well, which doesn't help. So it's 47 from no number. That's really bad. Well, Ronnefeldt's got third. So it's Steichler in second. Ronnefeldt's got third, and he's going to get second. Oh, slightly he backed out that one. So it's Heckert from... No, Ronnefeldt's got it now. Slightly didn't bother. So Heckert from Ronnefeldt. Bornholz in 5. It's Rose and... Right, he's got the problem. Watson has again stopped. Rose down in 10th. Berg in 7th. So 1, 2 and 3. As they come past is Heckert, Ronnefeldt, Steichler, and then Joe Bornhorst. And then it's Berg, Tollard, Horn, Rose, Val. Obviously, Pekka had a problem that lap and dropped down a long way. Right, so 1, 2 and 3. Gap 1.6 seconds. This is the second place man, Dave Ronnefeldt. So we're on the second place man, on Ronnefeldt with the red numbers. The numbers which denote Ronnefeldt is leading the championship. Well, not is he leading the championship, the number 7 car, he has won the championship. He is the driver's champion. However, it's still all to play for in the team's championship. The S-Works have pulled out a little bit of a lead over the course of event 7. So it's going to need a good result for Associated and a less than good result for S-Works to turn it back round to make Team Associated Scuderia Scampo Rosso the team's champion. But now we have Ronnefeldt right on the back of Heckert. And they have a 2 and a bit second lead from Steichler, the 4 second lead from Steichler, who's now under pressure from Bourne. Oh, and Heckert's gone. Rolled off. So it looks like Ronnefeldt is looking pretty good there. He may get 2 wins. Now, I'm sure 2 wins in 11th will get him into Super Pole.
But Heckert's right behind him. He didn't lose that much time.
And he back ahead again. Wow.
Takes back the lead.
That is interesting. I don't know what that time was a 25.9. It wasn't a particularly good lap time for either of them, to be honest. Bornhorst now in 3rd. He's got Steichler.
There we go.
Back through again. And they're swapping positions. This is good news for Joe, as he may well be able to get past.
Spencer has definitely put it into another gear this weekend. Great to see. He's showing that he isn't scared of anybody. Out here battling one of the best in the world, that is the Viking.
No, absolutely. I mean Hecker, won yesterday and has certainly been the surprise of the meeting so far.
As we do the dance of the cables.
There's a lot of cables.
But Heckert back in second, trying to chase down Ronnefeldt, but I think Ronnefeldt's kicked it into 5th. And
he's giving it some. They've both gone. Well, one of them's passed Don Elliott. Someone else has to pass Don Elliott. But the lead is Ronnefeldt now, 3:17 down. He's got a 1.5 second lead over Hecker. Hecker himself is 4.5 seconds ahead of Bornhorst. Like they're the back a bit more. Then Berg even. Oh, and there you go. That's all changed round. Back into the lead after that error has gone Spencer Hecker. I'm not sure a first and a second will be enough for Ronnefeldt, because I kind of have a feeling that this, if Hecker wins, that'll put him in the top 3. Bornhorst has no issue whatsoever with the 3rd place coming. He'll definitely make it. Horn not doing too well this time. Rose not doing too. So this could be the saviour for Runafalk if he stays second. Hard to keep going. And Heckert certainly is on a massive run of form at the moment. Bad news for Associated, of course, if Heckert stays here, because then he will get an extra point for the team's championship as well.
There we see Runafalk making small mistakes, which is
Well,
costing him as Heckert just pulls away.
this is the issue with this track. You can only push to a certain level. When you really start to go for it, it tends to all go horribly wrong really quickly. But look at the massive gap. Suddenly Runafalk's gained massively, and I couldn't see any mistake by Heckert that meant suddenly Runafalk picked up 3/4 of a second. Bornhorst runs in third. He's getting closer as we go. Ooh, looking up and round.
Runafalk's really good at putting the pressure on guys and letting them make a mistake. Let's
Down
see
they
if
come,
Heckert falls
back
for it.
towards it. No, that time again, an invisible log. I tell you what is happening is that Bornhorst is getting a bit closer. There he is in the background. Down to 27 seconds and 2 Oh, and Heckert's made a mistake, and he's going to make a big one there.
Bornhorst did too.
I think Bornhorst made the same mistake. So the same chassis made the same mistake on 2 cars in a row. And it looks like Runafalk's going to take it. And don't forget, at the end of this, we'll not be talking to them. We're waiting to get the official news on Superpole, who is in and who is out. Hopefully we can get that news very quickly from Stefan. I'm going to say I think the 3 people into Superpole are going to be Bornhorst, Runafalk and Heckert. Just don't think that Vale and Horn... No, Rose has got an 8th, but I think... Oh, no, he's in again. Another mistake on the same corner by Runafalk now, and he's got a problem here because he's...
Heckert got by him.
It's 2 laps to go, and I'm now more oscillating about whether Runafalk's got through than I am about whether Heckert's got through. But I think it's going to be Heckert, Runafalk and Bornhorst, even so with his second place, but certainly not certain. 1, 2 and 11 is not a great combination. That 11 causes lots of problems. Brandon's got an 8th right now. He had a couple of good results. Aidan got a good result, but he's got an 8th. I think it's going to be enough. I think he'll be okay. I think that they finished the lap. It's a great win for Heckert again. Runafalk second, Bornhorst. I think those are going to be your 3 into Superpole.
It should be it because they have been the 3 fastest.
They have. They've all had it. But again, I have been proven wrong on this because obviously it's an aggregate score, and sometimes good luck and bad luck can play in their path. So I think that's the top 3. But in this actual particular race, it was Heckert from Runahawk.
That's a good name.
From Bornhorst from Steichler. So a good result for Jake Steichler there. Look at that. Bang. 4th place.
Wow. He would be happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. He's
happy.
finally got himself up and running. And I think that also be pleased about that would be Brent as well. So that's a good result. Hampers 5th, Cole 6th, Pecco 7th, Brandon 8th. He'll be disappointed with that. Aidan 9th, Edenvale 10th, Cody Watson 11th, and Donny at 12th. 3 of them were 2 laps back. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think Cody had a problem at the start. That is your result as it stands from this heat, as they wait to work out who has hopped into Superpole.
David went sub 24, 23.9.
He's done that a couple of times, but he didn't win the race.
No, he didn't.
And there we go. That's your qualification, and it is Bornhorst, Heckert, and Runafalk. Runafalk just got it by 1 point from Rose. Rose was in 4th, Tolov 5th, Aidenhorn 6th, even in 7th, and the rest of the way down. So Bornhorst comfortably in, Heckert with a 10 also comfortably in, and Runafalk managed to get over the fact that he had an issue with the initial race where he was obviously broke down with a breakdown servo and a runaway. So that he will be going off first in Superpole. So it's the 2 S-Works drivers and Runafalk. So once again, Joe is the top qualifier. So he'll be very pleased about the Superpole situation, absolutely.
But I think he has a better grasp of it now. So
I think he just didn't know it was happening. So
it's been a good sport having Bornhorst here. Definitely had some. Is that Tollard?
Yeah, Tollard's staying up for some reason. Just likes it up there. So Bornhorst, Heckert, and Runafalk are the official Superpole. In that order, Runafalk will go first.
I believe it's going to be Joe, Spencer, and David. Joe, Spencer, David.
And at that point, Tollard walks off. It's not me. I've got to leave. I can't stay.
Something must have been said because I saw Justin and Spencer laugh when he walked off.
Big Joe. Well, he is a big lad.
Yep.
6'4", I think, 6'5". Whereas
Former very good motocross rider. When he was younger, was very good, and then had a bad accident which caused him to retire. And he picked up RC very late in life and excelled at it. Very good, very good. It's a pure sign to me that we need to get more of these motocross racers into RC. When they get to that age or when they get that injury, they can get their same adrenaline fix. Maybe not the same, but very similar.
much safer.
Yes, a lot safer. You can
There's a lot less visits to the emergency room in RC than there is in motocross.
Unless you are racing around me.
That's true, in which case you have a 97% chance of going to the emergency room.
That's right.
If you're anywhere near Keenan and his wayward driving.
But it's a really great sport. I like to say when what Joe and what these pro guys are doing, it's at a sporting level for me. They are professionals, but it's a great transition. It's an easy transition for the motocross guys over to buggy racing. A lot of the physics are the same in the air and whatnot, so it's great to see.
Yeah, when I first started racing way back in the early 80s, mid-80s, one of the top guys at our club was an ex-speedway racer who broke his back.
Really? Oh, there we go.
Speedway is, for those of you from the Americans, is kind of a European version of flat track, but rather than being on boards, you're actually on cinders and loose surfaces. So
Well, I think
where,
they do loose surface.
where they go. Yeah, it's a similar thing to American flat track racing. So David's in the pits. I'm not sure how long it is before he can get the car back out again.
But he's not happy with something.
He's mending something. He had quite a battle-y sort of thing. Oh, he's changing engines.
Looks like he's doing some clutch work
He's
there.
changing clutch for an engine. This is when he needs Adrian, isn't it, really?
Yeah, he's down there thrashing away.
So David first off, then it'll be Spencer, then it'll be Joe. David just doing a bit of repairage. Not quite sure what he's repairing. Is it the engine or the clutch? He's getting help from Hampus and from, is it Lucas or Linus?
Oscar.
I was close. I had no.
Lucas,
I had
Linus?
literally had none of the right letters there, but it was close enough to Oscar, isn't it? Really.
Has the
1 minute. He says they're screwing the engine back in again.
got some thrashing going on by the Viking. Looking to, I think he has won almost every Super Bowl this year, has he? In Italy, no.
No, he didn't win Italy.
No.
I don't think he was in Italy, was he? That was when the Hampers made a surprise appearance. Didn't Canasper did an email as well?
No, I believe the Viking on it.
I don't know. I don't want to say anything.
We should remember this stuff.
It's a lot of racing. Since that, there's been two different worlds and Euros and everything else.
Yeah, I get confused.
There's only so many things I can remember with my brain. In fairness, a diminishing number most minutes. Here we come. Running back. It's 3 timed laps. They've got these guys. Some of these guys got a bit of experience at this because they did 3 time laps yesterday doing the RCGP Loves RC2.
There we go. Oscar the cowboy. Swedish cowboy.
I'm a Swedish cowboy.
So for those of you that are watching, this is the Super Bowl event. They get 3 laps to do their fastest lap possible. It was David who won it in the UK because remember he went very wide and came on. I was watching it the other day, to be honest.
That's fine. I'm not going to argue the point because I've already pointed out to you. I can't remember. I have no memory. So getting ready down to drop the first car, which will be David Runnerfout. Now David has managed to put in the fastest laps during the course of the event, but obviously staying on the island and four wheels pointing in the right direction when you start pushing is the hard thing. I think David's fastest lap in competition is a 23.990. What will it be when he has to do it for real? Here we go. You can see lots of throttle action. Past us, power on. First lap counting. Right, down to the straight, down to the hairpin. Slides it. Oh, amazing. Having watched the Super Bowls yesterday, the lazy way the RC2 cars change. There's absolute nose action on that one there. Straight round the hairpin. Flies over the double. Up at the show double then. Hops over. He's going to come through the switchback. This again is where the cars are so much faster in these RCGP cars than the RC2 cars. It's just the reactivity, the way they're sitting the cars on the nose. Fires it down the straight. 23.8. That's not a gauntlet laid down. That's a whole suit of armour thrown on the track. Blimey. 23.8. Fastest lap we've seen. And that was his sighter. That wasn't even the one he was going for. So, I'm not sure. Even now, I think probably if the others have even got a 23.8 in them. So, Runnerfuck over the rollers for the second time. This one's going to be a tiny bit slower, I think. Yep. 24.5. But the interesting thing is it's not always possible to see where the time disappears on this track, is it, Lefty?
No, just make it. He got kind of squirrely in those bumps. There, you got to keep it tight. This is going to be a slower lap as well.
Can't tell you. You got so much bite on the front end at the start of the race. He's completed three flying laps, so well done. And this one is a slow one again. But the 23.8 off the line. That is going to be slightly frightening to the other two drivers because that's the fastest we've seen.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Fastest timed lap we've seen. I mean, obviously, it may have been fast laps not timed.
Yeah.
23.8.
Pressure is on.
Next up is Spencer Hecker.
Spencer the Hecker.
So Spencer started off by having an accident, which is what you should do. Always have the accident when on your warm-up lap because it doesn't count for anything. Fresh off a win in the last, a few minutes ago in the heat. Here we go. Hecker powering on, starting his first full flying lap. Nicely round the hairpin, down into the bowl, up towards the descending double. Vumph, land and all about turning in the air. So the car's already rotating itself towards the direction you want to go as you land. So you don't land straight, then turn. The car's already moving in the direction you need it to be before you're anywhere near the ground. That's gone. And the problem for Spencer is he might lose two out of that because he might not be able to get up to full speed before he goes across the line. 26.1. I think he's going to have a problem with this one because I don't think he was up to, because he lost it quite close to the timing loop. I'm just wondering why he wasn't actually at full speed when he got to the timing loop. Through the switchback. So I think this one's, I've been proven wrong. I think this is a dead rubber, this one. Right, 24.5. Now he's got a little bit more speed, so he's probably already a few hundreds up from where he was. I'm not sure where he can find 7/10 of a second. I'm not sure he's either, actually, to be honest. There they go, flying again. That's nice rhythm on this one. See, at this point, I can't see anything he's done wrong on this lap, Lefty. So, you think it's pretty damn good. Yeah. You're going to get it on the 23.9. Oh, wow. 23.591. Spencer Hecker literally has spent the entire weekend surprising us.
Winning. I'm sure
just
Tim Lyon
surprising
is
us every single time he gets on the track.
Wow, great run, Spencer. Great weekend, sir.
I don't know what's clicked in his head, but he's really, really got to hope it never unclicks again.
No, that's not Joe Bornhorst, but that's Spencer Hecker. So, well done to...
So Bornhorst now is out in his warm-up lap already, I think. There he goes. So Joe's seen what he has to beat, and it's quite quick. So these guys have really tuned themselves up. Bornhorst starts his first flying lap. By far the most consistent drive we've had here over the course of the 2 days. Let's say pulled off the big prizes, but he's been the most consistent. And here's, of course, the top qualifier into this Super Pole. This is the banker. It's quite... Oh, and he's done the same thing as Spencer. And that is going to ruin his next lap as well. There's no way he'll get the speed up for that one. So he also is going to have to try and... Yeah, this one's gone. So this is all this one is about now is about lining up those two rollers before the main straight. So you hit the split straight at the maximum speed possible. And in doing that... Oh, again, doesn't matter. No. Doesn't matter. None of this matters. It's not important. This lap was already dead, so he just needs to get Marshall. Hopefully there's no issue with the engine there. Okay, here he goes. Powers on, goes wide, gets the speed. Right, now it's absolutely S or B here. Into the bowl. Spins it around nicely. If the worst comes to worst, he'd only be third. I think he'd be disappointed if he is third. And he hops up and over. Lots and lots of power there. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. You can't do that, and you can't do that.
Too bad.
And it all will go around. Right. So I'm going to leave it, and you can take it left and go out the other end.
Sure, no problem. I'm sure Tim Lime is enjoying this, and I hope you crack the Coors Light, Tim, because Spencer Hecker's been doing well all weekend. I know you're happy about that. Well done to the young S-Works driver from Ohio. Going out there and throwing down a 23.5 right off, and they run off out with a 23.8, and unfortunately Joe will have to settle with a 25.9 after some errors in the Super Bowl. So Spencer Heckert will be in pole position for the 60-minute final. What can I say? Spencer's been winning all weekend. Can he continue to win? Let's see. Let's see. But he's definitely been the guy to boost S-Works points lead over the Team Associated team. Team Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso. So I'll just had a message. I have to go look for somebody's hoodie. I'll see if I can go find it after I got a chance here. I got you covered. Well, as we wait for Nick, is Nick going to it? Yeah, we're going to have Nick go to the interviews here in just a second.
With the top three from Super Bowl, I think it's fair to say, Joe, you weren't a fan in S&B and you're not a fan now.
Nope. No, good job to my teammate Spencer for getting the bonus points, and that remains the dumbest part of the weekend.
Was it? I mean, your run seemed, just couldn't get the lines up. Was it just bad luck, or?
No, it's just bad driving on my part. I mean, I probably put my head out of it before it even started because I knew it was going to be done before I even started it. So, yeah, it's all good.
Starting third's not the end of the world, though, is it?
No, it's okay. Yeah, once again, good job to Spence for getting the bonus points for the team. Today is all about locking up that championship for S-Works. So, yeah, still on schedule.
Great stuff. Thank you, Joe. Next up is David. Second to Spencer both in the last heat and in the Super Bowl. I must admit, when you did a 23.8, I thought, well, that's it, go home, it's done. Did you think it was done as well?
I mean, I thought it was a good lap, but the one of Spencer was really good, so he bettered my time by 2/10 there. So good job to him. I'll make sure to get him in the final. In the race there, I was on a soft compound. It was just too soft now because the track has a lot of grip. So for the main, we're gonna have to go a little bit harder on the compound. It should be good. I just turned too much coming out of the corner on the back left there and caught the pipe twice towards the end of the race, and that kind of let Spencer by. So.
And what was the work you were doing on your engine just before the start of Super Bowl?
I think it wouldn't have made another lap because the front clutch bearing was not existing. So the clutch pedal was all loose. So I just I had to go there and fix it real quick before the Super Bowl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to run at all.
Great stuff. Thank you indeed. Spencer, I said in the commentary, you have literally consistently surprised us every time you hit the track. I mean, you won the heat. That was great. That was a good battle with David. And you played a 23. Where does that come from? Where does a 23.5 come from when you've not done that the whole time?
Yeah, I don't know, really, honestly. We were in a battle. I kind of just figured I didn't really need to run a hot lap. So, but I was able to throw down a heater there, and David did really good too. But gotta love the extra points we got for the team. So it's good.
So when you were actually in the middle of that 23.5, did you know it was great?
I knew it was pretty good. I mean, the beginning of the section or the beginning of the track is pretty critical speed-wise, and then towards the end of the lap, you kind of just have to finish putting it together because it's so rough. But yeah, I knew it was a good lap and kind of set it on the straightaway a little bit to get it a couple extra tenths, and yeah, it was good.
Great stuff. Hesselberg, congratulations on both the heat win and winning Super Pole and starting in pole. Well done. That's been a heck from Hesselberg. Okay, well, that race is coming up in just about 2 hours' time at 4:10. We have the RC2 final starting in half an hour. So I think we'll send it back to the studio to wind up before we have a little teeny-weeny break. Good afternoon again. And hello again to everybody who have joined us back on our live broadcast of the events of Round 8 of RCGP. Event 4, Round 8, here at the RC Badlands Supercross track near Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. We are just seeing the final minute or so of warm-up for the RC2 main final. 45 minutes of action there. Your runners and riders starting in pole, Trent Walker. Number 2, Donnie Ward. Number 3 is Jason Smith. Camden Lee is 4th. Kay Burnett is 5th. Jackson Terrell is 6th. Josh Holyfield is 7th. Luke Deming is 8th. Cameron Saxon is 9th. David Carmody is 10th. David Olsen is 11th. Ryan LeCure is 12th. And the winner of the Last Chance Saloon was DJ Hepler in 13th. So it's 45 minutes ago, the last couple of laps. Obviously, this is not off the gate. This is off a standard, I say grid start. It's more of a side start than a grid start. So 45 minutes, multiple stops we will have. There'll be lots and lots of stops. I don't know how many stops because we've yet to really run in anger. We've had 15-minute finals where you can just easily divide it by 2 and 20-minute finals where you can easily divide it into 3. Now they are free to run as little or as much as they like. Okay, cars on the edge, on their starting boxes. There we go. There we are. Just waiting to begin the countdown. They've repainted those very, very approximate numbers. And even just the car being near it has destroyed the number 3. Cars down. And they're away. And it's a clean start. So Trent Walker stayed in the lead from Donnie Ward. I think up the inside went Camden Lee there, but we'll have to wait until we get to the first lap to make absolutely sure who's where with these small numbers and unfamiliar colours. But immediately a battle for the top 2 places as Ward and Walker get into it. It's Walker and Ward, in fact. And Burnett, Olsen. Oh, great start there from David Olsen, up from 11th to 4th. Don't forget he was a bit unlucky at the start of the race anyway. So this is a very calm race, and they're racing in a very calm fashion. So what we've decided to do is to add some commentary excitement by having a co-commentator who's known for his reserved nature. Aidan Horn, how are you, Aidan?
I'm incredible now that we got me in the booth here. I mean, never seen a better day in my life, honestly. Announcing alongside Mr. Nick from RCGP. We got the RC2 final. These boys have been fighting hard to even be on the stand. Let's see how it goes for them.
Okay. Are any of these guys personal friends of yours? You know any of them, or are they in the wrong part of the country?
I mean, I'm acquainted with a few of them. I know Cade Burnett. I call him Box. So we got Box up in the number 2 spot. But none of them really people I call up on the daily.
Yeah, that's just Richard Saxon, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, Richard hit me up during the round table. You know how we do it.
Yeah.
Getting that thing.
Oh, so let's change the lead and into take the leader. That is Burnett now in the lead.
There goes Box to the number 1 spot here.
Why do you call him Box?
Because at Psycho Nitro Blast, he had homemade sponsor shirts, and his factory team logo was about a foot wide on his shirt, and the FT fell off, so he was just walking around with a big red box on his shirt. And that was before I even really knew him, so I just started calling him Box.
It's non-stop. So breaking out, 1.2 seconds ahead. Just hopping down into the bowl and up and over the descending double. So it's the yellow and orange car of Kay Burnett. It's just ahead of Donnie Ward. To go over the inner. You've not seen the track from this angle, have you really?
I have not really. Just the driver's stand, honestly, like, I haven't even watched these guys race yet, so I don't even really know who's been battling up front. This is kind of my first time watching these guys go at it, but looks like Walker was the top qualifier. Not sure what happened to him off the start. Maybe you could.
He rolled after about a couple of laps. He's in third. It's not the end of the world. These two cars immediately ahead, about to get lapped. So in lap traffic already after 3 minutes is not a great sign for the overall. But it's a short lap, of course, which does add to an extra. Yeah, it's an extra thing. Yeah, having these short laps, of course, has in many ways caused some problems during the RCGP race, isn't it? Because suddenly you're lapping people before the end of the first 5 minutes.
It's going to be interesting to see kind of how all that plays out and if the lap traffic does end up determining any results, because there definitely have been a couple times in just the 5-minute races where I've came up on some guys, or I've seen some other guys get come up on, and it's caused some problems. So we'll see how it ends up. These guys all know what they're doing, though. They're on the driver's stand for a reason, so surely nothing will be intentional.
Well, yes. Yeah, I've been noticing in the RCGP, a couple of the drivers have seemed not particularly easy to lap. Not sure whether that's just because they don't know they're being lapped or whatever, but they have a couple have been there.
Oh, yeah, like this guy right here, just completely unaware that is the leader. Oh, man. That's always the scariest position to be in, when you're leading a race and you come up on a lapper that is clearly not part of what you're doing, and he's just unaware of his job in the moment is to let you by. So good thing he was able to clear those guys. It's going to be interesting to see how the younger kids like Cade and these guys can handle this kind of pressure for such a long duration of time. They're not used to running the 45-minute finals. I believe the majority of their races are 20 or 30 minutes here in the States. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys all hold up. So we're in it for the long run here.
Yeah, lots of tacticals. Of course, the biggest tactic of all is fuel. Is there a wide margin for fuel stops here, or is it a thirsty track? Is it an easy track on fuel?
It's tough to say. I mean, my car has been guzzling it. Like, my car is thirsty. I'm going to be pitting around 6:40 in the hour-long final, but my teammate Cole, with the exact same equipment as me, he gets 8 minutes. So he's going to
less of a throttle jammer then.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's going to be interesting to see kind of how the fuel stops play out. I know I'm doing 6:40. I know Cole's probably going to try to stretch 8. I'm not sure what all the other guys are going to be trying to do out there, but
David normally runs long. Certainly when he's working with Adrian, but of course the only problem is he tried running long in the third round, thank you, and in Nemo, and ran out of fuel on his in lap. So it's a risk you take if you're trying to take a little extra advantage.
Yeah, and with an hour to work with, honestly, if somebody like David could get up to a huge lead, a flameout on this track isn't probably going to put a nail in it for him, because these laps are pretty short and the track's not very big. So even if you do flame out, depending on the part of the track you flame out in, you might not actually lose like a ton of time. So
in the semi-final, we had the car 4 was in third place, flamed out, and was still in third place. And that's when we found out there were 2 cars with number 4 on it. So there'd been what's the word for it? Administrative error, which confused the F out of us, to be honest. But it was actually just people can't put the right numbers on their cars. So, on a serious point, we Josh and Joe, how are you enjoying the RCG format, the heads-up racing the whole way, the team bodies, the permanent number? How do you feel it goes for you as now a regular with 2 events under your belt?
I like it, personally. I think it's a lot of fun to compete in it, and the gate starts, I really like them. Maybe that's just because they've mostly gone pretty well for me this weekend. They can definitely be frustrating if they don't go well. So, sometimes it can kind of feel like you can't catch a break on those gate starts, but you really just have to be smart and know where to put yourself. And, obviously some things are out of your control, but for the most part, you can kind of control your destiny there. And it's a lot of fun. But, definitely sometimes you can be the top seed going into an event and come out last. So that is probably the most frustrating part about it. But I like the the number thing. I've always been attached to the number 98. I don't know why. I just think it looks cool, honestly. Looks cooler than all the other numbers out there, so I picked that one. I always had it on my dirt bike my whole life, and so it's cool to actually be able to run it on my RC car because I never really run 98 on my RC car, so that's pretty cool. And I like the red plate, everything like that. I mean, I've been growing up kind of in a motocross family. My dad was super heavy into it my whole life, so that's big. But it looks like the leader.
That's the lead change. Half that was the fuel stop, and then the second bit was a crash. So,
all right,
we need to find out where the number 2 of Donnie Ward is. Is that a car, 2 cars ahead of him or 1 car ahead of him? Not always easy to find out. And if Ward does it often, he did 7 minutes Burnett for his first stop, by the way.
All right.
No, he stayed in the lead actually, so it must have been right. So obviously Ward was closely. Ward made the fuel stop that time round, and the accident wasn't enough to break the whole of the gap down. So Burnett in the orange and the yellow stays in the lead. It's 2 seconds. That's not the second place man. That's the second place man. The green car just flying off the light green car, which you see coming down the back of the switchback there. And they continue on for the next section of the race, which of course is which with these long races are, you kind of break them into fuel stops. I mean, is that how you are in your head in the long final? You break them into sections around each stop, or is it an overall plan?
We're really just in it for the long run. We're just going to try to get a good start, not get collected in the beginning. That's the biggest thing, and then pretty much just try to connect laps for as long as you can. And if you make a mistake, just try to do your best to get right back in that rhythm there. Like you saw Cade after that crash, he had a couple really sloppy-looking lines directly after that, and which could have resulted in more crashes, and he's kind of lucky that he was able to get away from them there. So that's one of the biggest things. It kind of just comes with more experience. Is when you do have that crash, it's really tough to get back in the flow that you were in. And Cade was able to do a pretty decent job at it there, but still just not quite finding the rhythm. As you can see, he kind of hit straight to that hole there, which, I mean, if he really, what he needs to do right now is he just needs to take a step, just deep breath, and just relax a little bit. He's driving a little bit wild right now, and typically in the younger drivers, you do see that happen quite a bit, is when they get a lead, like he's just out of rhythm right now, clipping pipes, and when they get a lead and then they crash, and then you can see second place is only 2.3 back now. He's probably kind of panicking a little bit, but he's got to really realize that there's 35 minutes left to go in this race, and a lot can happen in that time frame. So he just got to kind of calm down and realize that it's not really the end of the world, and he's still the leader right now. So,
and is that something? Can you talk to yourself and make yourself do that? And you cannot. Yeah, it's easy remotely when you're actually up there with the emotion of the rostrum. Is it possible to do that? Can you find something you can do?
It's definitely not impossible. It's really just, you kind of just got to make it a habit. It's not, you don't really, at least for me, when I'm racing, I don't really have a lot of thoughts going through my head out there. I just kind of am just trying to be consistent and as putting together as solid of a run as I possibly can. So it's kind of hard to have these thought processes going through your head while you're driving. You really just kind of have to practice habits over time to really just focus on getting back in that rhythm when you do mess up and realizing that it's all right, So he's starting to look a little bit better here. He was clipping some pipes, hitting some holes there. But biggest thing is these holes don't move. So as long as you know where they're at, then you should be able to avoid it. It is pretty tough in that back section, though. You can't really see very well from the driver's stand. It is the farthest point away from where the drivers stand. So it's tough to really put your car exactly where you want it back there. And especially sometimes when you get into the little choppy sections before those two singles, the car can tend to drift off a little bit, and you don't have complete control over track position in the lane. So that is probably the most tricky part of the section. But he had another little spill there. He's really got to just reel it in here. It probably didn't help his anxiety that lapper kind of clipped his wing either. That kind of stuff really gets the heart rate going. So we'll see. Now that he's got some alone time on the track here, we'll see if he can collect himself.
Well, you think, okay, it's 5 seconds ahead of Donnie Ward, and Trent Walker is another couple of seconds back. So it's a major activity. The problem is, you say the holes don't move, but of course there are quite a few ruts and holes around the circuit. It isn't always easy to avoid them, because it's not like you're doing a 10th track where you can be on the tarmac, but you know you're going to be everywhere within half a centimetre every single lap. Here, you're getting bounced slightly differently. You're 1 inch offline, the bounce is completely different. I mean, you do get. How do you account really for the randomness side of things?
Honestly, what I try to do is I try to before my final, I'm definitely going to go out there for a track walk and just kind of take mental note of where everything is at. And the part he just went over there, that single, if you just stay super tight through that whole thing till you're into the sweeper, then you'll be fine. So the biggest thing is just realizing that and then setting up to take that tight line every lap. It's kind of something that you have to be conscious about as you're racing. Like, going into that back section there, you can't just mindlessly drive through it because that's how you get the holes. Like, he needs to really take his time and set up and not jump it like that because, as you can see, he jumped the single and then caught in that bump there. When you get air on that single like that, you can't really avoid that bump. What you got to do is you got to just kind of check up, scrub the car a little bit, stay low, stay tight, and then get the power to the ground and rip around the inside. And if you do really anything but that, I mean, you might get lucky, but it's really a roll of the dice with how the track is developing back there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get rougher and rougher by the time you guys get out. We've obviously had another 12 cars doing, probably 90 laps each, probably. So it's going to be a lot more work. 1,000 laps have been gone around those corners, and whilst it's a good surface, this surface didn't get the preparation it was needed, because of the rain over 2 days. So it is a little bit more inclined to cut and inclined to break up. There's been no patching. But, I suppose they say it's the same for everybody.
Just like that right there.
Oh, that was...
And honestly, that crash started just by getting too much air off of that jump. If he would have been able to just check up, keep it tight, keep it out of the bumps, he would not have hit that pipe. So really just stuff like that. You just got to be super conscious. And when you just have a little mental slip like that, it can result in a big crash like we just saw there. But it looks like Donnie Ward is having some problems. And like I said
they
previously,
may have stopped for fuel. We're right at the cusp of fuel stops now, as we're 14 minutes in. I'd be surprised if Cade doesn't come in this time. This is a nightmare of a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said previously, it is really hard to just get back in that groove after you do have the mistake. And
he is half a second ahead now.
That's actually Donnie Ward right behind him, if I recognize the
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, half a second back. So it's Ward now with the light green car and the white wing. And I think he may even be a fuel stop behind now. I think Burnett may need to stop for fuel.
Yeah, Burnett had a really tough lap there, so we're going to have to
36 seconds, lost 11 seconds or 10.
And that's without a stop, so that's pretty tough.
I think he should come in now. Yep,
there he goes.
So they're trying to do 7.5 to get to the end.
Brian Box on the fuel gun.
One bad lap, but as you say, the point about it is really now is you've got to try and regain your composure. In some ways, of course, you suddenly now have a focus. Your focus is catching up the guy ahead of you.
Well, now that he's not the leader, I think it's going to be easier for him to just get back in that zone. So we're going to see how he does it here, but he's got quite a bit of
over the place. Yeah. Car's literally over the place at that point, going 3 different directions.
Yeah, luckily he was
he's got 4 seconds to make up on Ward, who just is about to go over the...
and now he's about to get passed by Walker. There he goes.
So into third, so Walker now takes second. So, the good thing is it's a long final. If it stopped after 13 minutes, he'd been a very happy man. Now 15 minutes, not so much. That's often the way. But when you make these big errors, you do have plenty of time to put them right. I mean, obviously you've done a lot. You in some ways, Aidan, you're better known for electric racing. But do you prefer running 45 minutes than 5 minutes?
Honestly, it just depends on the day. Like, if the car is feeling good and things are going well, you're battling for the lead, then... That is one of the braver marshals we've seen.
I'd use the word foolhardy, but never mind. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but whether actually some positions changed, because I was so concerned about getting your head knocked off.
Let's see.
No, Walker has taken the lead from Ward. 1, 2, and 3 are right together.
1, 2, 3, 4 all right together because Olsen has caught them from 11th spot.
So, so you move forward one car, Ash, and so it's 2. So that blue car now is in second, and that is David Olsen, who's come from nowhere. So Olsen now in second place in the blue and white car. That's the lead car, the green with the white wing of Trent Walker. Then behind them is now Burnett, and it's actually Ward. I'll say that. No, didn't get through. That's second, third, and fourth on the same square yard of tarmac, and Olsen kind of checks up Burnett, and through comes Walker, and they're all running nose to tail. Obviously, the bigger beneficiary of this is Donnie Ward, because he'll be able to pull away, and you can see him now corner and a half ahead.
Yeah, if these guys want to win this race, they really need to work together here, because they're letting Ward just get away. But I'm sure Donnie's loving every second of it. If I'm David Olson right now, I'm loving my odds because he started in the 11th spot. So the fact that he is up here battling with these guys means that he caught them and he had to pass people and catch them.
The reason he was 11th is because he actually flamed out on the last lap and didn't finish the race. But he still managed to bump up.
For the fact being that he started so far back and had to fight through and he's still in the battle for the lead, I mean, this race isn't even halfway over yet. So if I'm David Olson right now, I'm really liking my odds. If I had to pick someone to win based off of how this is going right now, the number 11 car probably has the best odds so far. But we'll see how Donnie Ward is looking up front. Now that David doesn't have any more pressure behind him, he's going to be able to go a lot faster. So we're going to see if this gap can close up a little bit.
He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him.
Donnie does have the fastest lap on track, though. So
3.8.
The leader is
25. Oh, fuel. Oh, and oh, David allows up his fuel stop entry.
Oh, man.
That's so irritating.
It's easy to do that, though, because it is so loamy when you enter pit lane. You can lock up them brakes, and the car will just go straight. So you have to be really careful not to overcharge it like he just did there. Yeah, you got to get the car slowed down while the groove is still underneath your car, because when you wait so long and late brake it like that, you'll just go plow off the track.
So he's done 3 stops in 19 minutes. So he's like you on the sort of 6.5 schedule. So he's going to be doing more stops certainly than Burnett. Haven't been able yet to quite pick up the strategies on fuel of Ward and Walker. Also now in 4th and a long way off the lead, mainly because he's taken fuel, but slightly because he didn't get into the pit lane particularly effectively. So comes through the switchback now, and it's must be it's a frustrating circuit. This, I think, if it's not going quite right, because as soon as you try and push, you end up upside down, hitting something. That's again another Marshall. That may have been a position actually, there, wasn't it?
I don't believe so. I don't think that was Donnie's car. I think
he's behind Walker at the moment, you see. So he's behind Trent Walker. He was scored behind. It's quite hard to get.
I forgot that he.
It's quite hard to get exactly every single car in your head, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the fact these two are fighting so hard makes this is Walker and Olsen.
I would hope so. That's for position.
Olsen and Walker, 4th position, 3rd and 4th. Walker in the sort of yellowy, greeny, blue. Oh, I've got every single colour on my car. And it's the blue and white.
Right now, these guys are fighting for the last big cup. You know they all want one. So these guys are going for it right now.
And they are big cups as well. They're
dear. Honestly, I would say that's fair game. David was pretty wide. Track's a little bumpy. I wouldn't be letting him back by if that was me, personally.
No, I think that he'll only get let back by if Justin calls him on the stand. I mean, it is a track where it's been quite rough in the RCGP. That's your own fault.
You could tell David is upset because he's kind of driving pretty aggressively behind him now. But honestly, David was pretty wide there, and with the bumps in that section, it's like you get to the inside of somebody and you have a wheel-to-wheel contact like that. I would call that more of a racing incident. I don't really think that was a clean out, in my opinion.
So is Justin talking to you up on the stand a lot about driving standards, or is he just letting you boys at it?
If he sees something pretty rough, then I have heard him call a few times. But for the most part, he just kind of lets us race. I mean, we know what we're doing up there, and if someone really gets cleaned out, then we know. Like, hey man, sorry, I have the spot back, or at least that's how I run it up there. When I hit somebody, it's obviously not on purpose. I don't want to make any enemies out there because you're still going to be racing with the same guys.
You're still young. You can make enemies later. We can have great rivalries coming up. We can have you can square up like in a pay-per-view boxing match. Aiden Horn against a Regent Aiden Horn.
Yeah, Aiden Horn versus Joe Bornhorst.
Yeah, that's not really a fair fight on weight, is it?
In the ring. Man, that was a dial pit stop.
He's got a little bit more reach than you as well. So good stop there.
Looks like Ward only has 8/10 over Burnett. So
yeah, maybe again a bit of a. Let's see if we can find our leaders. They're actually you need to drop back a little bit, Ash, looking for cars 2 and 5. Just hold it there. They're quite close, and it's not that one. It's not the red one. Could that be it? Those two, maybe.
Yeah, that is that right there.
Okay, take those two.
Your leader.
Take the wobbly one. That's it.
Oh!
He's waiting. He's waiting. That's very sporting. In fairness, I'm sure he wasn't caught. I'm sure he wasn't entirely caught, but of course, with people watching first and second, it's Ward and Burnett now. Now, the winner out of that, of course, was Olsen and Walker because they both wasted their own time, but there's still a long gap that has established itself between second and third. Olsen now 11.5 back. From the inside into the lead goes Burnett again. So Burnett now a little bit of a check pass there. Got up the inside, they made sure he was right on the line. And now this is where they came together last lap, but once again, Burnett goes with fuel.
Okay, so now it's going to be a race against the clock here. You know that Cade is going to want to come out in front of Donnie when Donnie pits again. So these guys are going to be sprinting right now to try to get that track position on each other for the next time Donnie comes into pit. But I'm not sure how early Donnie came into pit, so he might actually need to make up an entire stop on Cade, depending on their
strategy. They're on the same strategy.
Nope, there we go.
Well, they are now anyway.
All right,
so who's going to come out there?
Basically, whoever had a better lap just now is going to be in the lead.
Throw him away. And
Cade smoked him on that lap for sure. Donnie was way out of shape on the right-hand side, and I think that's kind of what did it there.
So let's see who comes. Yep, yeah, it's a big gap, whatever it is. Donnie's scored obviously ahead because he went into the fuel stop first.
Actually, I think Walker is in the lead now because we saw him.
Yeah, he does say he's a couple of seconds ahead. So,
well, he pitted just before these guys.
No, it's Burnett who's officially scored. So it's Burnett from Ward, from Olsen at the moment. Walker's down in fourth, in third. Sorry, as Olsen now took fuel as well. So it's actually Burnett by 3 seconds from Ward. Ward has 10 seconds on Walker, and Walker has 10 seconds on Olsen. Only 4 cars on the lead lap at the moment. There's a 3-second lead for Cade Burnett from this man, Donnie Walker.
Are Walker and Olsen battling for third right now?
No, it's Olsen's down in fourth, and Walker is 11-second gap. As you said, 11-second gap. No, I've misread that one.
I think
there's a second gap. Yeah. I mean, you switched my view from there to there. I put the wrong Cade turn.
We got a battle for the number 3 spot out there with
so
Walker.
Just wait at the hairpin, Ash, and we'll wait for them to go across the line. Now should be the next 2 cars along.
There's Walker, and we got Olsen
Walker
right behind him. That does not look like Olsen's car.
No, it doesn't.
What might have happened to David Olsen in the last lap?
He had a 3-second error. He did a 28.9, so...
Yeah, 28.9. Oh, Cade Burnett just set the fastest lap of the race that time by with the first 24-second lap of the race, 24.9. So that is pretty quick.
Yeah, did you watch Super Pole, by the way? Did you see the times they did?
Yeah, Spencer Hecker.
23.5.
Pretty fast. That's going to be tough to beat in the main.
So it's interesting, isn't it? Because perhaps you can explain this, because obviously Spencer, he's one of the very good drivers, but he didn't come here as a favourite. He just hit the ground and just found this track working for him. Do you get days like that where you just turn up and suddenly, wow, this track just works for me, or this day I'm just great?
Yeah, every once in a while there'll be layouts that go with your driving style, or your car will be working extra good that day. Your tires will be on point. Like, it all can come together pretty fast. And I mean, Spencer is clearly a phenomenal driver, so he can take advantage when his equipment is working well and everything is gelling. I mean, he's no slouch. So you give that kid equipment that is capable of winning, then he can go battle for that win, no problem.
So you kind of just sit there waiting for that day, do you? Yeah. Oh damn! It was a Tuesday. There wasn't a meeting on.
Oh yeah, I'll get it. Me and Rich just getting on the phone.
Yeah, talking. So I'm just consider else, Aiden. What do you actually? What is your actual? Do you have a day job, or are you full-time pro at this?
We're full-time RCing. So, yeah, we got to qualify better than we did if we want to keep that job up.
So how long have you been full-time RC?
Since 2021. So not
a couple of years.
Not very long.
And prior to that, what were you doing?
I was working construction.
Okay.
My dad has been doing it pretty much his whole life, so I worked with him, and then he's a subcontractor for a higher-up company, so I worked with them as well, basically, ever since I was old enough to even pick up a hammer, really. He would always take me to work on...
Yeah, because child labor is cheap labor.
All my holiday breaks from school, I would spend building decks with my dad, and I'd be out there for 13 hours a day with him, and he'd give me $20 and call it good. So
it sounds like your dad's a wise man.
yeah. I thought I was rich. I mean, $20.
Oh, wow, yeah. You fools who've just been having fun and enjoying yourself. I've been constructing at $1.50 an hour.
Hammering. You know how we do it.
So, don't have to break any comment, but do you feel pressure now you're a pro if things don't go quite well enough? You think, I'm not quite making those numbers, I'm not quite getting those results. Is that an extra pressure? Do you feel like, this could all come to an end very quickly?
I don't really think about it like that. Obviously, every time I come to the track, I'm doing my best, and I'm here to try to win. Obviously, it hasn't really been working out that well recently. Been in a little bit of a slump, but I mean, I guess it is a thought in the back of my head, like, you got to start figuring it out eventually, or might lose the ride. So you don't want to think about it like that, though, because that's kind of when things just go even more wrong than they already are going. You just kind of got to keep on putting each best foot forward and see how it goes, because whenever you start putting that extra pressure on yourself to, keep the job or, anything like that is when things just seem to go from bad to worse, because you got to, this game is, I'd say, mostly mental. I mean,
oh, yeah, 100%.
For the most part, all the pro guys, you can only drive these cars so fast. Driving ability, like hot lap ability, is all pretty similar, but it all comes down to who can really put it all together when the pressure's on and racing is going underway, because it's a pretty big difference between practicing and racing. So I'd say that's kind of what separates everyone. Practicing is pretty mindless, but when you're racing, you got to be really in a good mindset and have a clear head. And when you're thinking about things like that, it definitely does not help at all.
Mm-hmm. So you say you've been in the slump. Is it it's interesting because the other sport where people work through slumps, of course, is baseball, where it's you get in a hitting slump, or you get in, the ERA goes up for the pitchers. I mean, how do you identify? Is the slump actually because you feel you're not driving as well, or is it because other people are just getting better results than you? Is it where you think, oh no, I should have been third and I was ninth because of this as well, or is it just a case that 8 people were quicker that weekend?
It just all comes together as one thing. So you can't really pick out one thing and say, like, this is the reason that you're not winning. It's a combination of things, like all the products, they all have to work together in harmony. You really have to have your program tuned in and know what to do to the car in each moment. And when you're in tune with your program, you're in tune with your equipment, and you know what to do and when to do it, then that's when you win races. But when you're on a surface that maybe you're not familiar with, or you're running something like, for example, me in Spain, like, I have never experienced anything quite like that or even close. It's like I had no idea what to do, when to do it. It was like the most hurting thing ever.
Was that the way the actual meeting was run, or the way you were trying to develop the car?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you say you didn't know what to do and when to do and whatever. Was it more because it was such a big meeting? There was such the gaps were different. Was it actually the magnanimity of being at the Worlds, or was it the fact that the track you weren't used to, you didn't know how to move the car forward?
Yeah, I just never really ran the car on a surface like that. And with RC, it's like everything in my, like, this is kind of how I view it. There's a select percentage of top drivers where, honestly, whoever has like the best car that day is going to have the best chance to win. Not saying whoever has the best car is going to win, but you obviously have to drive it and still get it done behind the wheel. But definitely not all the equipment handles the same on every day. So I mean, you've seen, like, perfect example this weekend, Ronafalk. He's had runs where he's went out there and not really had the pace to go out there and smash everybody, and he'll have a couple mistakes and maybe finish like 4th or 5th for a run, and then he'll go back to the pits, change a few things on his car. It'll be a noticeable difference. He'll go out there and be half a second lap faster than everybody else. So it's him and his team knowing what to do to find that half a second for the next run that really makes the difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that. So but obviously you work close to the rest of the associated team. Is it a case where that's where the communication needs to improve? You need to be able to work together as a team. I mean, obviously, the team leader for the associated was in the world was obviously Davide Ongaro. Was there information flowing back from Ongaro, or is he just a unique special case? I mean, Joseph seems to think he drives differently from everyone else in the world.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I've never seen anyone drive like Davide. We, like me, Spencer, Cole, we can't really run on our cars what he runs because the driving style is so different, and that does come into play for sure. I think maybe the stick radio might have something to do with it because that could provoke a different driving style as well. But just the way he throttles through the corners and keeps the front end up and the momentum and swing and everything like that is completely different from anyone I've ever seen. For the most part, people drive pretty close to the same from all the top guys. I mean, you watch them and it doesn't look dramatically different until you watch Ongaro. Then that's, I think, probably the most dramatic. He's probably the biggest outlier in the field for sure. So that does make it hard to really transfer data back and forth between the team. And not to mention the surfaces he runs on require completely different tunability to the car than what we run on over here. So, like, perfect example is when he came over to DNC and ran on Paris. He was pretty frustrated with how things were working. Is because mainly he was probably trying to, I'm not exactly sure what he was doing. I'm not going to speak for him here, but if I had to guess, he was probably trying to run what he would run on the Euro surface. And it's just so much different. It just doesn't really correlate that well. So I think that was kind of the biggest struggle he had there.
Yeah, because the other problem, of course, with DNC as well is you just don't get much track time, do you, with each individual car? You get one practice or perhaps two practices. And then you're running a truggy, then you're running an e-buggy, and then you're running, but you just don't actually get a lot of minutes on the circuit. So if you aren't at home with the surface immediately, it's going to be a big issue, isn't it?
It's hard enough to even learn the layout because those tracks are so gnarly, let alone to identify what the car needs, what it's doing, and how to make it faster. Because you can go out there and like get through all the bumps and holes dialed one lap, and then your hot lap is good, and then it's easy to be like, why can't I just do that every lap? When in reality, you're not going to be able to do that every lap. So it's really difficult to really identify what is going to make the car better and what's going to make you more competitive that weekend.
Now, if you're watching, and obviously I'm enjoying this conversation very much with Aidan, you can see our timing has had a little bit of a headache. So I'll give you the actual order at the moment. At the moment, the lead is Cade Burnett, and he's leading by a lap from Trent Walker, who's 9 seconds ahead of David Olsen. Olsen himself is a lap ahead of Josh Holyfield in third. Camden Lee is a further 8 seconds behind that. DJ Hepler is 10 seconds behind Lee. Then you've got Cameron Saxon, who's 3 seconds behind that. And then 8th place is Luke Deming. Then 9th is Jackson Terrell. 10th is David Carmendi. 11th is Ryan LeCue. Donny Ward and Jason Smith are no longer running. Ward, a recent retiree. But our leader, with 10 minutes to go, give or take a few seconds, is Cade Burnett, and he's leading by 25 seconds. It's just shy of the lap he's ahead at the moment after the fuel stops. So I'm sure we'll get that timing sorted out. But I will keep you up to date with who's doing what to whom and when. It says 5-1-11. It's back being correct now. So, Ash, can we try and find our leader, car number 5? He's in the middle of the circuit. He might be very close to here, or just next car along. He's one of those 4 cars, definitely. Do you remember what colour he was, Aidan?
David Olsen?
No, Cade Burnett. What colour is he?
Oh, he's the one upside down right now.
The upside down car. This is a fantastic example of Curse the Commentator. It is
and
unbelievably.
That is David Olsen that just passed.
Yeah, that's unlapping himself.
Who is a lap.
Unbelievably
that's
amazing.
Walker right there, too.
So it's Walker and Olsen together for second and third, are they?
I don't know.
Oh, and that's now Olsen back upside down again. But it's amazing how often we go to someone, they immediately crash. It happens many times.
I think Walker and Olsen might have actually been battling for second there because it said entering this lap they were only 6 seconds apart, so I don't see how that could have turned into an entire lap.
So, yes, they were 6 seconds apart. Olsen made a mistake, but with Burnett now, he's back to being a lap ahead. The gap between Walker and Olsen is, no, that wasn't Walker and Olsen because they've done a similar lap time and stayed 5 seconds apart. So,
man, Cade has a lap lead, and for somebody who has a lap lead, he is making a lot of mistakes right now. There is only 8 minutes up, and this is kind of tying back to what I said in the beginning. Like, it's going to be interesting to see how he holds up for this amount of time. As you can see, he is really falling apart right now with 8 minutes to go. He's been on the driver's stand for a long time. So if these guys in second can kind of put their head down and work together here, who knows if Cade is actually going to continue to make these mistakes like that, because if he does, then it might be doable for them to catch him. So we'll see.
It's a good point there, Meg. Obviously, you come for the electric side, which is 5 minutes, which is pretty simple. How do you prepare to run 45-minute and 1 hour finals? What preparation can you do for that? Because obviously doing it in practice just isn't the same, is it?
Definitely not. You have to make sure. Step number 1 is got to make sure you're hydrated and you're not like deprived of any nutrients. So maybe have a couple bars or down of water. I'm gonna go chug a couple waters before my hour-long final. I ate not too long ago, so that's step number 1. If you're feeling fatigued up there, then that makes it a million times harder. And step number 2, you got to make sure you're moving around on that driver's stand. If you're standing in one spot, not really moving your feet at all, then that is kind of how you set yourself up to be in some serious misery at the end of the race. Because by about the 35, your leader flaming out in the pits.
Leader, okay, this is getting going. He rolled. I think he actually ran out of fuel on the way up the pit lane. Is he going to start?
Oh no!
Oh no! A hot start problem.
He had a lap to work with. He might need a new plug in that thing.
Yeah, 25 seconds. That's evaporating fast.
Oh,
shaking it always helps. Go on, change the plug. Change the plug.
Change the plug.
Change the plug. No, different glow plug starter.
Not gonna fire. He had a lap to work with.
Oh, and that's
They
gone.
need a new plug. What are they doing?
They not have a new plug. All the sticks in the world aren't going to start that. That's burnt out. And that is a car that is no longer providing any forward motive power for Kay Burnett. And our leader now is car number 1, Trent Walker, the birthday boy, apparently.
Well, these two actually weren't too far apart last time we checked in on them, so maybe we have a battle
Trent
for the lead.
Is towards Ash, he's going to come down the start-finish line any second now. He's one of those two cars. I think he's the second one of those two. No, he's the first one of those two cars. That's car 1, is it? I'm going to super. It is car 1. That's your leader. That's Trent Walker. Kay Burnett slowly falling down the field now after that. He flamed actually. I thought they got the wrong pit box. I realised that's what actually happened was he actually flamed on the roll into the pits, and his pitman picked him up, took him past Katie Carmody to find his actual slot, and then the car wouldn't refire. So not only was Burnett showing signs of stress after 38 minutes, his car as well. I mean, that's the thing as well. Of course, it's another art, isn't it, in having a car that will hold together for 45 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, especially for those hour-long finals. There are so many things that can go wrong in one car. It is ridiculous. You got to really check over everything and make sure your program is tight and that car is going to make it to the finish line. Nowadays, I'd say it's a lot easier than it used to be. But, I mean, even 5 years ago, making an hour-long race, making it to the finish was – I mean, you got guys in the world final that are DNFing. It's, like, super difficult. But it's getting easier now with the modern technology. The cars are lasting a lot longer, so that's a lot better. But still, I mean, so many things can go wrong. And just like that plug right there with Cade, just things can be going so good, and then, bam, you're on the sideline like that. And
I mean, a bit of interest. Obviously, now Cade had a lot of incidents. He'd been upside down a lot. He'd been, so would that have aided in any way the failure of the plug? The fact that it wasn't always in its ideal location, wasn't always straight down, wasn't always getting a constant flow of explosive gases to bang, and sometimes it was firing on different angles. Could that have added to the chance of it burning out?
I'm not too sure about that, but I do know that depending on his tune of his engine, if he was trying to run it too lean for too long, that could cause a plug failure. Or another thing is if he did run it out of gas completely, sometimes that can mess up a glow plug as well. I've had that happen before, like in this year's Nationals Truggy final. I was running all right. I mean, my car was performing how it was supposed to, and I ran out of gas. I ran out of gas on my in lap, and then the car just would not stay running after that, and something like that could have happened there with Cade. So that's pretty unfortunate to see him have a full lap lead over the field like that and have it just all be gone.
He's got going again, so managed to get the plug changed. He's in fourth. He's effectively 2 laps off the lead, so he lost 3 laps and a bit, so about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
But he does have a chance at a podium still, only 6.1 seconds out of third place. So we're going to see if he can at least salvage a podium position here.
So let's see, where is Burnett? Burnett is just wait at the start-finish line, Ash. And he should be the next car.
He's orange-yellow.
No, he's the one car ahead. He's one ahead. Ash, he slipped past me. So Burnett now.
That's not Cade.
That's not Cade. So where is he?
It's yellow, blue.
Oh, he's going backwards. That's why he's 10 seconds behind.
Yellow, blue, orange.
Yeah, he's about the bad lap. Okay, we need to wait for a little bit.
His hot lap is over a half second faster than Josh
That's
is
it.
right now. So
Next one. There we go. That one, I think. Pretty sure that's him.
no.
It's not him. Well, what do I know,
That's not
basically?
Cade either.
No. Wait to next one. There we go.
There's Cade.
Oh, he's hiding, wasn't he? He's losing time, interestingly. He's not actually getting closer to...
I think what happened is he's just so frustrated in the fact that he can't win this race anymore when he had it in the bag. He might just be out here losing his mind, honestly. We'll watch the driving and then take note on it after, but that could easily be what's happening. Maybe he's just mentally imploding.
Does that happen a lot?
That was the hot lap of the race by quite a bit right there.
Right, so he's literally now he's going
24-6 against Josh's 27-9. So that took a huge chunk out of Josh's gap over him right now with 2 minutes left to go.
Well, there's more than 4 laps on this track, of course, so...
He's going to need to keep them 24-second laps coming. Josh just turned 25.8, so probably not going to catch him.
25.4, yep, small amount, but...
Yeah, he's going to have to make up 6 seconds. Honestly, this is doable. This is for sure. Is it +2?
No, it's just time and stop.
Oh, well, that makes it a lot harder then.
It's just the 45 minutes and no more. So certainly the star of this show, for good and bad reasons, Cade Burnett, but not the winner. That's going to be Trent Walker.
This is a fast lap. 24.8, yep.
And in 2 seconds.
Josh's was a 27.9, so honestly, he's only 4. Oh, that's it right there.
Oh, it was going well. Okay, let's see if we can find our leader. That's Walker. Walker's actually hold on for a second. Wait there, because he should be one of the next cars along, actually.
Yeah, Olsen, 19
Next
seconds
one.
behind him.
That's him. There's Walker. There's our leader. He's got 54 seconds of the RC2 final here at event 4 of RCGP, RC Badlands Supercross Circuit, South Carolina, near Myrtle Beach. You enjoying Myrtle Beach? You've been taking in the sights of the Myrtle, and the even though it's shut?
This is honestly one of my favorite parts of the country to be in. Maybe it's because I've only been here this time of year. The weather is pretty nice, I'd say. I'd say it's about ideal. So for me, I love coming here, but like I said, I've only been here this time of year. I'm not sure if it gets too brutal in the summer or cold in the winter. I couldn't tell you, but from what I've experienced, I love coming to Myrtle Beach for sure.
Well, starting his last lap now, Trent Walker. He's put in a very consistent performance. He's been the... I say that's a good start there. In fairness, he's already won it, actually, I think. But the last lap spin to make it a bit more interesting. Time has expired, so he now just has to complete this lap.
Olsen just finished.
And Walker will be the RC2 champion for Myrtle Beach. And a great result for Dave Walker. David Olsen comes up from 11th to take 2nd. Josh Holyfield comes from 7th to 3rd. Camden Lee was 4th. Cade Burnett dropped to 5th in the end. They're just not his day with that flame out and plug problem. Then we've got DJ Hepler, who was up and thereabouts in 6th, Jackson Terrell in 7th, Luke Deming in 8th, Cameron Saxon in 9th, David Carmetti in 10th, and Ryan Leclerc in 11th, and not making the trip, Donnie Ward and Dave Smith. Can I just say thank you to Aidan Horn? It's been absolutely a pleasure having a long chat with you, and good luck in the final.
Thank you.
And don't forget to take 2 energy bars and some water. Not too much water, because you don't want to go to the bathroom halfway through the race.
Yeah, I don't even know where I qualified. I didn't check, so we're going to have to go figure out some information here and then get on the driver's stand.
Great stuff. Thanks, Aidan. Cheers, Aidan. Good luck for 40 minutes time.
Thank you.
40 minutes, I got?
Yep.
How did I do? Killed it?
You killed it, Aidan. You killed it, man.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. So, great stuff from Aidan there. And it's good support for Trent on the website. Okay, we are now waiting for the staging for the final, and that isn't until 4 o'clock. So we're back at 4 o'clock with RCGP. So we'll see you then. You can have a nice solid screen. But I'm very excited about the final. Very excited. Half an hour. We should just go away. It's half an hour now.
like 15 minutes? 15 minutes? I think.
Yeah, 15.
Now, do you do just the cars or trucks or?
Just cars.
Just cars.
And that would be 5 million lux. Oh, back you go. Well, destroyed it. I'll give you an action. Action! Fortunately, unfortunately, I looked down. Oh, you ruined tape. Ruined. One of those Positions. Positions.
Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Dude, that was a rough one.
Well, hello and welcome to, well, what's going to be a 58-minute plus 2-lap final here for RCGP Round. It's the end of the season. We don't have end of season blue, end of season excitement for another fantastic hour-long final. Look how excited the drivers are. They're all not here yet again. Oh, well, let's go and see if we can find some of them. This is where the action will take place, the 1 hour final. It's probably about 7 or 8 stops. There's Joseph Quagby, the first person actually to turn up. We started the race on time. Everyone would miss it. That's all I can say. What I can do is stand by the gate here and make people talk to me. I mean, look. See, I'm just going out, and there's Cole. Cole can't avoid me, you see, because I've come here this way. See, you won't come to me, so I'm coming to you. Mr. Tollard, how's it going?
Enjoying myself. Looking forward to the 60-minute final. It's going to be pretty chaotic, I feel like, because 5 minutes we're crashing a lot, and a 60 minutes is going to be pretty brutal on this track.
What have you done? Prepare your car for it? Harder tyres, different engine settings?
Tires, shocks, but now I'm second-guessing myself again because it's cooling down.
Ah, is that good or bad?
Might be a bad thing.
Best luck, Cole. Thank you very much indeed. As we continue our job of people who won't come, of taking the mountain to Mohammed, effectively. Joe, so third on the grid. Let's not talk about that. What are the plans for the final, though?
Made a few changes to my cars to kind of just make it stiffer in the diffs and that kind of things. Traction for anymore. Be a long hour final with a short track, a lot of laps, difficult conditions. So try to keep focused and do what we can do. And more importantly, just, you know, like I said earlier, we're here to bring home the championship for S-Works. So I know Spencer's killing it this weekend. I'll do my best to help out, and we'll do what we can.
Our final, are we going to coming off with ball tires at the end?
No, I don't think so. I put on, you know, longer wear tread, the J Concepts Detox. I ran him in the last round. I had some good speed with him still, and there's a little bit of wear, but I don't think we'll be bald.
Great stuff. Thank you. Good luck for the final. See if people still trying to escape from me. It's you know, I'm just going to literally accost you with a car and a radio and a fuel bottle. Hampus, what are your plans for the final?
Just try to make a good start and find some good pace and stability, and see where I end up.
You might actually get a chance of actually running some clean track at some point, because normally it's chaos everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, in this quite small track, not that long lap times, it's many guys that are around the track.
Great stuff. Starting fourth, Brandy missed on Super Pole, but he's still in the front.
Yeah, happy with starting fourth. It's a good start, so it should be a lot cleaner than it has been. So I just need to have a good few laps, stay within the pack, and go from there.
I mean, is there any preparation you can do on a track like there's so many laps and so much action? How much is you and how much is luck?
I would say about 10% luck, not even as a driver. I mean, you obviously some stuff has to go your way. I mean, you get taken out first corner, it's going to make the job a lot harder. But yeah, you got to drive good as well and stay clean and keep your rubber side down.
Great stuff. Thank you indeed, Brandon. Let's we go back in again now, because some of them think they sneaked past me, but that doesn't happen because, you know. Let's see. Who can we have a quick word? Let's do a word with Pecco. We haven't seen Pecco. We've accosted him. It's your first long final in America. The Gordio Lewis of A. What are you going to do? What are you going to do that's different? How are you going to create the chances?
I want to finish the race.
That's it. We're just finishing.
Last race of the season, so I want to finish. I made a bet with Joseph. If I don't finish the race, he will buy me a dinner.
So if you don't finish the race, he'll buy you dinner?
Yeah, he buys me a dinner. So if I see that I'm last in the last lap, I won't finish.
Well, in fairness, last time he made a bet, he had to retire, so it's not quite so bad.
Yeah.
Thanks indeed. Running down the... grab a quick word with he's tuning up Evan Vale. Evan, light blue shirt, ready to face this hour-long final?
I'm just going to try my best out there, try not to wreck, and see where I come out after that. I haven't had the best of luck today, but hopefully I can change that and do the best I can.
Has this been a more difficult track than you expected, or a more difficult level of competition?
I mean, the track definitely played a part. I think as the grip came up, everybody got quicker, so the pace is really quick. So you just got to be on it every single lap and stay focused.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. Just going to grab a quick word with Jake. The other Jake, finally a pretty good, a good result in one of the last ones. You feel you got get on the pace now?
Yes, sir. Trying to get the car fired up, but yeah, qual three was extremely well. Got a clean start. Didn't have any problems with traffic. No problems behind me, and finished fourth. Yeah.
Being heckled intensely now by the engines. Just pull up, Cody. It can't go any worse, so as long as you finish, it's a win, isn't it?
Yeah, right. What do I have to lose? So, I mean, we'll do better, though. We got it this time, for sure.
So it's getting very, very noisy down here. As I walked into a bin. Shall we have a look at what happens when you win? Do we have that clip of the champagne celebrations? Over, he's going to come through the switchback. This again is where the cars are so much faster in these RCGP cars than the RC2 cars. It's just the reactivity, the way they're sitting the cars on the nose, fires it down the straight. 23.8. That's not a gauntlet laid down. That's a whole suit of armour thrown on the track. Blimey, 23.8. Fastest lap we've seen. That was his sighter. That wasn't even the one he was going for. I'm not sure even now. I think probably if the others have even got a 23.8 in them. Nice rhythm on this one. At this point, I can't see anything he's done wrong on this lap, Lefty. So you think it's pretty damn good. Yeah. You're going to get it on the 23. No! Oh, wow! 23.591. Spencer Heckert literally has spent the entire weekend surprising us. This is the banker. Oh, and he's done the same thing as Spencer. And that is going to ruin his next lap as well. There's no way he'll get the speed up for that one. So lots and lots of power there. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. You can't do that, and you can't do that.
Good job to my teammate Spencer for getting the bonus points, and that remains the dumbest part of the weekend. I probably put my head out of it before it even started because I knew it was going to be done before I even started it. So, yeah, it's all good.
Well, Super Pole celebrations, when you've got a lot of noise and it's a message coming through your ear, you can get it wrong, can't you, Matt? You can mishear stuff. So Super Pole, absolutely not Joe Bornhorst's favourite part of any weekend of RCGP. Spencer Heckert might disagree. I think they run a fuck well as well. So drivers now up on the stand, waiting to be released for their 3-minute warm-up. So they're leaving one by one. So the chance to see how the track's changed in the last 2.5 hours since they were last out. And a grid there, which is Spencer Heckert, David Ronefalk, Joe Bornhorst, Brandon Rose, Cole Tullard, Aidan Horn. So the two associated drivers are 5th and 6th. The two S-Works drivers are 1st and 3rd. Then we have Evening, Stykeleather, Berg, Vale, Watson and Elliott as the grid. So straight Stykeleather. Good performance there into the middle of the pack. And of course, what's up for grabs is the team's championship, currently led by quite a few points now by S-Works, but still absolutely reclaimable by Team Associated. Hackenberg, Hampus' dad. 2019, Hampus won the Euro Championship, which guaranteed him a berth in one RCGP race, where he ended up being picked up for the whole thing. You remember all the way back to March, he was supposed to be in the JQSM team, but Alex Zanchetin, who couldn't get into the country due to a problem with his vaccination, was dropped out of that team, and then Hampus got promoted and ended up running the whole season for Mayarko. The rumours of Mayarko signings, though, make you think that perhaps he wouldn't be on the team, well, not in the main team, next year, if those rumours prove to be true. Words of two major signings for Mayarko over the winter. I mean, all the contracts tend to come up for renewal at the end of a World Championship cycle. JQ stating that 2 world champions will be joining Mayarko. Now, you have to be careful, it's not necessarily world champions in 1/8 Nitro, but 2 world champions will be joining. Evan Vale, I think he's been having some slight engine problems. Conversations with his mechanic. Looks like Vale is suffering from some sort of issue at the moment. The car not running the 92 machine. Put it down. Still trying to work out. That's Ronald Falk's car. Big red numbers give it away. Ronald Falk, of course, is already the champion of the driver's champion. Aidan Horn's mechanic. Very tall. Should have found out his name and just not called him Mr. Very Tall. Nope. You can do that now. Don't do it in the race, David. Heckert will be taking off from pole. And we have a very, very, very long racing prospect. You're thinking, well, Nick, it's 58 minutes plus 2 laps. You've had races as long as that before. Yeah, but there's a kind of a length to it that is kind of special. Melancholy Maritiatis. Yes, this is the last race of the day. And they are now rolled back in. And we'll get to meet all our drivers. So first up is David Ronefalk, your champion. And let's find out what David has to tell us about his personal tastes.
My name is David Ronefalk, and my favorite American food is tacos.
Tacos? Well, that's Mexican, David, but let's not go to that now. So Ronefalk, he is the champion, but he's got a lot to prove. And obviously winning these longer finals is something he really wants to do. Next up is car number 13, which is Donald Elliott. Dirty Don from the team of Garma. Let's see how Don chows down on.
My name is Donald Elliott. My favorite food from America is pizza.
That's Italian. So far, Mexican and Italian foods. I mean, I know it's a melting pot in America, but, you know, let's not criticise that too much. But Don has been driving consistently, but he has been a bit of a wandering roadblock during overtaking. So next up should be car number 17, Joe Bornhorst. There he goes, Big Joe. Now, hopefully, Joe is going to actually choose something that's actually made in the USA. Joe, what do you like to chomp away at?
Hi, my name is Joe Bornhorst. My favorite American food is Chinese food.
That's marvellous. Yes, fantastic. This is going well. Somebody has to say something. Next on we have the man. Next up it's car 22. It's Pekko Evening. So Pekko, who obviously is Finnish, so would like and like Kimi Räikkönen, like ice cream. Pekko, something American possibly?
Hi, I'm Pekko Ivonen, and my favorite American food is burgers.
Yes, there we're going to give hamburgers to America, even though obviously Hamburg is a place in Germany. Pekko has been criticised a bit for someone who's driving in this one, but let's find out. Next up is Cole Tollard. Cole Tollard looks like a man who enjoys his food, but does he enjoy what particular type of American food does Cole enjoy?
Hi, I'm Cole Tollard, and I love a Culver's double cheeseburger.
Well, that sounds... Oh, and a double thumbs up. Well, Cole's gone American and double thumbed it up as well. So next up will be Brandon Rose from the Garma team with the car number 26, Nemo Garma. What do we think that Brandon enjoys having a bit of a chew on?
Hi, I'm Brandon Rose, and my favorite American food is a cheeseburger from Whataburger.
Cheeseburger from Whataburger, a location based on it as well. So we've gone well. We had a bad start, but we've gone very American food since then, which is good news. Next up is Cody Watson. Cody's an athlete, so I'm sure it'll be something really healthy that Cody likes. Cody, what do athletic young men in America like to eat?
Hi, my name is Cody Watson, and my favorite food is the spicy Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Spicy tapas chicken sandwich, okay, well. Popeyes, oh. Well, that's, again, Popeyes chicken. I think that's pretty much American, I'll give you that. I'm glad I had someone else listening. It's not very loud in my ear, these ones, by the way. Okay, next up is Hampersberg from Sweden. Now, Hampus is too young to drink, so hopefully he's a healthy food as well.
My name is Hampersberg, and I think my favorite American food is tacos.
Tacos, again, not American, but never mind. That's Mexican food, but Hampus has them in America, I suppose. So next car is the man who's been sitting he's our pole sitter. It's Spencer Heckert. He's the fastest man on the track. What fast food does he like?
Hi, my name is Spencer Heckert, and my favorite American food is tacos.
Again, another vote for Mexico. So next up will be Jake Stike Leather. Now, Jake is running for Beach RC. with Brent putting him down there. Jake seems to get right on the pace now, but what does he like to do when he's kicking back and just having a bit of a nosh?
Hi, Jake Steichleather. Favorite food? Ribeye.
Ribeye. Yeah, I'll give him that. Ribeye. That's a cracking American choice there from Jake. Next car. Well, this next one is Evan Vale. He's a painter by nature. So, you know, perhaps like Leonardo da Vinci, he likes something Italian. I don't know. Evan, describe to me the food and victuals you most prefer to imbibe.
Hey guys, my name is Evan Vale, and my favorite food is a good medium rare steak.
Good medium rare steak. Yep, that's American. Right. So 98 is Aidan Horn. He probably likes space monkeys on cheese. I don't know. Could be anything. Knock yourself out, Aidan. Tell us your choice.
My name is Aidan Horn, and when you get me a cheeseburger with some barbecue sauce and bacon on it, man, I'll tear it up.
Well, there we go. And that is the favourite foods of every single driver. Now, I'll be fair, if you missed our previous interviews where we asked them what they would do during the race, the long race, I'll tell you right now, every single one of them would have said, I want to make a good start, then I'll see how it goes. So you've heard that as well. A 3-second question. Okay, right, they're now being rolled out for this 1 hour final. There goes Oscar taking David out to spot number 2. Cody Watson in 11. 12 is Don Elliott. And you go down Berg. There's Steichleather, Pecco, Aidan Horn in 6. And back up at the pole position again. Now, will they stick him on the edge like they do, or are they going to chuck him in like the Americans do? It's interesting now. Here we go. We're away. And it's a clean start for the top 6, I think, in order. So Hecker gets away nicely, first time ever descending double, and dives now into the infield, right on his tail immediately is Ronefalk. Just gapped Bornhorst a tiny amount, but all the cars are pointing in the right direction, which I think is probably the main aim of these first couple of laps. Rose is in 4th. And the first 2 now going past that difficult section to the right-hand side of the driver's roster into the hairpin for the first time. And already Ronefalk pressurising Hecker, and in fact he's also under pressure now from Bornhorst behind. So the white car in the S-Works sandwich, that's the Mayako of David Ronefalk. The red and black with the white wheels, that is of course Spencer Hecker, and the red and black with the yellow wheels is Joe Bornhorst. Oh, and it's bouncing out of second place gone. So Bornhorst gets into second place. Ronefalk just bounced out a bit. Rose there in the waiting brief as well with the lighter red car. So the lighter red is the Nemo Agama, the darker reds are the S-Works cars. Settling down now. Bornhorst looking to have a bit of forward momentum now. He's getting quite close to Heckert. Race is not even a minute old yet. We've got a little break. Top 4 broken away. Steichleather in 5th, Tollard in 6th, Watson in 7th. Even has not made a great start as they go round. But everyone's still running. Berg and Evenham, Watson and Vale had a problem that last lap and dropped back several places, and Don Yates had a very nasty start. Right, okay. Now Watson seems to be out of the race again already. Here we go. And Ronefalk back up to second there. So Ronefalk get up at the inside of Bornhorst. So it settled down quite quickly. Already the freneticness of the 5-minute qualifiers is not there as the cars streak down the main straight. And you kind of think, no, this is a mistake by Heckert there. Just lost it a little bit. But he's managing to hold off Ronefalk in this early exchange. We're not even 5 minutes down now, but we're 3 minutes down. 3 of them running together. I think the realisation is a mistake is a rather important thing to make. There is a break after his first 4, who are quite close together. 1, 2, little gap, 3, and then 4. There is a gap now of pushing 4.5 seconds to Cole Tollard and Hampersberg and Aidan Horn. Evening now up to 8th, so he's climbing forward. Don't forget, if he doesn't finish, he gets a free meal. For the top 3, the gaps are ebbing and flowing a little bit. But Heckert driving his line, and once again, and second and third swaps again. As Heckert driving his line didn't allow Ronnefeld to put the full power down. Ronnefeld got out a bit wide, and thank you very much, Joe Bornhorst sneaked up the inside. So now Bornhorst is the one putting his teammate under pressure. S-Works 1 and 2. Mayarko 3. And Bornhorst went up the inside of Hecker, and in doing so lost the drive, which meant that he actually ended up dropping to third again. So 1, 2 and 3 still nailed together. Very, very interesting opening stanza of this race. Oh, up in the lead there. It's a tiny error from Hecker, and straight, because they're so close together, just went wide once, and Ronnefalk through. And of course, so Ronnefalk's led, and now he's third. So Ronnefalk led for 3 corners, and now he's third. Rose stays fourth. Rose has been fourth the entire race, which is quite hard to do because these top 3 have been changing. So Ronnefalk has made a big mistake, and as I say that, Rose for the first time moves into the top 3. So S-Works 1 and 2, Rose in 3. Let's make Rose our feature. As he looks to go forward or back, and interestingly, the guy in 5th, I think the Tollard just fell over. So the gap between these top 4. Now, who bounced out there? It was Heckert bounced out, wasn't it? So now we have Bornhorst leading with the yellow wheels, and then it's the Agama of Rose, then it's Hecker, and then it's Ronnefalk. But there's 4 cars covered by, 1.2 seconds. So realistically, none of them are out of it just yet, with 53 minutes to go. Now, lack of drive there. A couple of times, actually, Hackett has shown a lack of drive. Now, maybe he's running a tyre that hasn't come in quite yet, but he doesn't seem to have the best drive coming out of some of the corners. And that's a couple of times actually checked up Ronnefalk, which has caused him some problems. The 4 of them go the descending double, then go back up through the infield. Leads, no one's been more than a second ahead of anyone else. Tollard's actually got within 2 seconds. There must be a back marker I saw. So they're actually not helping each other. Bornhorst has got the fastest lap on 23.815, as up the inside and into third place, or is it into second place? Into third place goes Ronnefalk. So Ronnefalk's got past Hecker. Hecker's dropped from 1st to 4th over the past couple of laps, and they're getting quite meatily into traffic already. This is the disadvantage of a very short circuit. You're very quickly into traffic, and very good traffic there. Don lets them, all 4 of them go through. Excellent work driving there by Donald Elliott. And now it's Ronnefalk beginning to chase up to Rose, because he's caught right up with him. He just wants to make sure that Bornhorst doesn't get away. Bornhorst lead 1 point something seconds or so, and Bornhorst's fastest lap is 7/10 faster than anyone else has done. But it might just be he's in a clean one, and everyone else is tripping over each other in traffic. So certainly a very, very interesting opening 6 minutes. We will be, and then into the second place goes Ronnefalk. So we now have Bornhorst versus Ronnefalk. Ronnefalk now has to make up the 1.8 seconds. He's worked his way back past the 2 guys who got through him. In fairness, Heckert's dropping off now. Heckert's dropped way off and into 5th place. So Heckert's in 5th. 4th place is Tollard. 3rd place is Rose. But it's Heckert who's had the problem, and he's had a problem and dropped back behind Tollard. So it's 1, 2 and 3 are close. In fact, that's actually, in fairness, what is going quite well is that Bornhorst is getting away. But then he made a mistake. So as soon as I said that, I think he got tied up a little bit with back markers, and now Bornhorst and Ronnefalk are right together. So Bornhorst and Ronnefalk right together. As they accelerate down through the hairpin. A slap landing there from David. That means that he's not going to gain too much this time. Ronnefalk carries on, and there we go. So Ronnefalk just ahead of Rose. So Rose is staying with him. Now, Tollard and Heckert have been dropped. I don't know what happened to Heckert. He's been dropped from that early period where he was leading. Tollard, though, Tollard is 4 seconds back. But it's the curse of the white and blue car. I thought there's a car very close behind who's white and blue to Rose, who's on frame at the moment. But that really wasn't the point. Let's move to Ronnefalk as our feature at the moment, because he's in between the 2 of them. And he's now just 6/10 of a second. No, he's in the lead, because Bornhorst has gone for fuel. So Bornhorst has gone for fuel. Let's stay with Ronnefeld. So Bornhorst took fuel, which is why Ronnefeld was scored in the lead as they went past the start-finish. Now, traditionally, David has run a bit longer than everyone else, but if you remember, Nemo ran too long and ran out of fuel. So hopefully they got his fuel. Oh, he's made a mistake on the in-lap. So if he comes in this time, he's going to lose the lead. He's made an absolute haulix of getting into the lap. Let's take him through. So whatever happens now, I think he's going to come out quite a bit in second. Well, actually, oddly, not as back in second as I thought it was. Actually, it's Rose now as lead. Who's that who's got a problem? We've got a track problem in the pits. Is that Don Elliott? No, it's one of the blue and white cars. So it's one of the associated team. We'll see who's dropping down, who's overdue. But there's a flame out there in the pits. But there we are. So Brandon Rose now leading from Bornhorst. So Rose leads, Bornhorst second, Ronnefalk third. Ronnefalk behind because of a ropey in-lap. Still waiting to see who it was who didn't start properly then. Who's dropped down? Can't see anyone. Tollard has dropped down a little bit. Yeah, 42nd lap. It was Tollard who had the flame out, so he's dropped down to 8. So Cole Tollard not doing too well. We've still got the top 3 together, and Rose actually beginning to gap them. There's a back marker in between, who I think is either Vale or I think it's Strike Leather, actually. No, it's Vale. So it's Vale just between them now. Was it Strike Leather? Well, anyway, they've gone past him anyway. So Ronnefalk remains in third. Dropped a little bit back there. There's Bornhorst now in second, and he's our focus. So Bornhorst trying to catch up. They've got a report now from Keenan White.
We did our fuel mileage earlier, and I thought we had about another lap we can go, but I think he's in the gas with the racetrack being so gripped up and a lot of throttle time. We're just going to have to back her down a little bit here. Thank you. Good luck.
So back with Joe. Back with Joe. And he is not. I've got a fly attacking me now. Not far from Rose. Now Brandon's been showing really, really well the entire meeting. He's liked this track from day one. He's had a lot of podiums with no wins, but he's got ahead. He's driving nicely. I haven't seen him make any mistakes, but I have seen both of these two make minor mistakes. But Bornhorst now has Ronnefalk right behind him, and we are just over 10 minutes in. So certainly you couldn't. Oh, and they're saying that Rose makes a mistake. So Rose drops to third, and it's now Bornhorst back in the lead, and he is going to go over the line, 3/4 of a second or so ahead of Ronnefalk. Then Rose a further half second back. Heckert now back into fourth, but 13 back. So Heckert's pace has temporarily, possibly permanently disappeared as they fly over that double. And Ronnefalk right on the tail of Bornhorst. Not really seeing any evidence if Ronnefalk got through, he'd just disappear, to be honest. I think, it's, a big roll out of the way. I think that was Don Elliott again. And there goes the leader. So, still, Ronnefalk has now done a 24 flat, which is only 2/10 off the fastest lap we've seen from Bornhorst, but none of them are doing that. They're both in the low 24s at the moment. Oh, that's the bad landing again. That cost you a few tenths of a second. And the lead goes up to just under a second. Second to third is just about a second. Heckert has gained a second on both of them. So perhaps Heckert now can go in a slow but steady climb back through the field. And as you can see, tiny error there by Bornhorst, and they're right back together again. Oh, a mistake. Oh, no, he's got a little wobbly mistake there, and through goes Ronnefalk into the lead. So Ronnefalk leads. It's all changed round again. Ronnefalk in the lead. Second place is Bornhorst. So, Bornhorst, now he's second place, and he's a second behind Ronnefalk. Actually, Rose has dropped back 3, so Rose's early pace has temporarily deserted him. Heckert 13 seconds off Bornhorst. Now Bornhorst has to make sure that now that Ronnefalk's got a bit of a smell of the lead, he doesn't break away. There goes Ronnefalk. Oh, big jump by Bornhorst. And the arrow is upside down. Bornhorst, big mistake there. There he is. Got Bornhorst now. That lead's going to go out to 4 or 5 seconds. Now he's got Rose right behind him. Second and third are right together. So that mistake was about a 3-second error for Bornhorst. His car's all over the track at the moment. So Ronefat now has a 4-second lead. Bornhorst just coming up to one of the, and I think it's Pecco. I'm trying to see if it's got a... let's both be on Bornhorst, please. So just behind him was Rose, but that seems to also disappeared as well. So it's now 4.5 seconds. It's 1.7. Hecker's definitely getting closer, in fairness, to the others. Ronefat now is a far... Oh, Ronefat just thrown a 23.747 in race trim. 23.9 for... Oh, a 23.6 now for Ronefat. Ronefat absolutely laying it down at this point. And Bornhorst goes past in 24. So Bornhorst is going fast, but he's being completely... Suddenly, Ronefat's turned the afterburners on. And Bornhorst, who's sitting here, wondering, what on earth am I going to do? Because this is the pace they've been worried about, that Ronefat has shown on a couple of occasions he's got ahead. He showed it in the second of the shorter finals yesterday. He got ahead and gapped the field by 16 seconds in 13 minutes. Ronefat was a 24.6 last time round. Obviously, we're showing Bornhorst at the moment. So with Bornhorst trying to catch up. The Bornhorst there, 24.04. 0.6 difference in one lap. So it's now he's got ahead. Suddenly, Ronefat, who looks like tentative in the early few minutes, absolutely pulling away with total ease. Doesn't mean this is the end of the day. It's a 45-minute, sorry, it's an hour race, and the cars will ebb and flow throughout it. But as you can see, Bornhorst currently dropping about, well, 3 to 6 tenths a lap, 24.3, slightly slower for Ronefat. Then fuel, right? So fuel for Bornhorst. So the in lap costs you about a second and a half. And away he goes. More fuel. That's Heckert there getting fueled up. And there's one of the Mayarkos. Oh, dropped in front of something else. That's going to be our leader. And there's Ronefat. So he's coming in a lap after Bornhorst. But the fact that Ronefat's already gone and Bornhorst hasn't crossed the right line yet, I mean, it's not that as big a lead as it seemed, because Ronefat would have crossed the line before he took fuel, so he's not actually 12.5 seconds in the lead, but it was a pretty fast stop. 28.6, so he only lost about 4 seconds in the fuel stop. Well, you lose 1.5 going in, so it's about 5.5. Very quick pit lane here. Bornhorst suddenly is 9.5 seconds behind. So, in the space of 4 minutes, it's gone from being neck and neck to a 10-second lead. I think it's what Joe was concerned about, was the pace that the runner-up in the World Championship this year and the World Championship 2016 could just open up. Once he got that Mayarko out in the lead, he was looking a little bit difficult to call it back. Now, there's one of the beach cars lobbed lightly in the front of Bornhorst. So we get really annoyed when this happens, because that's, it's another car you got a lap who's been pulled off in front of you. No offence to the guy in the beach car. He didn't get in the way at all. It's a mental delay. Oh, good lap there for Bornhorst. Pulls back a couple of seconds. Oh, that's not good. It's stuck on the side. He's managed to get a 3-second lead on Rose as well, which is interesting. The man moving at the moment is Heckert. Heckert's moving up on Rose. So there's a possibility the bottom end of the podium might change. Back out to 9.8 again. After that error coming here. Just getting too tight on this part for Bornhorst. There's Joe slightly on the angle. So another lap down. Oh, big gain there. Some of these gaps are a bit weird, really, because they're going up and down, but I'm not seeing the errors within the laps. Not sure, but it's now 5 seconds. Slightly slow lap for today with that last time round, but only like half a second. One of the laps is so quick, I'm missing the bad lap. By the time I look at it, it's gone. The next lap's on. So Ronifat, Bornhorst, Rose, Heckert, Tollard. Heckert now really is gaining on Rose. He's brought that down from about 9 to about 2. In saying that, he's dropped off about 6/10 this lap, but it's, there is a natural ebb and flow. 24.4 Ronifat, 25.2 for Bornhorst. The good news is for Joe is that he knows there's every chance, and if it's not him, there's every chance that Ronifat will make a mistake. He seems to be in completely the wrong part of the track there, out wide, going to that far right section of the track, which resulted in him losing about a second. Rose and Hecker are equidistant at 3 seconds between each other. Tollard a further 13 back. Horn and Tollard quite close at the moment. Evan Vale are 14 back. And Steichleather further 11. Elliott and Watson running, but having a lot of problems, as he has done really from day one, well, from Friday when he got on the ground. The car's just not, he and the car have not really seemed to run particularly well since about halfway through the first lap. So Joe sticking in the middle, 8.7. He seems quite safe from Rose. Up and over. Let's wait for this, but drop back and wait here now. We're going to try and pick up Hecker, who's making a bit of movement. There we go. Next red car, because Hecker now is the one who's got making a small amount of movement towards Rose. He's started well, led the first few laps, had a really weird fade in the middle, and that's great work by me there, cursing him there as he goes round. So what was a good comeback has been spoiled as he goes tight round the slightly. I think possibly that track stayed together a bit better than I thought it would. I thought there'd be more chance of it breaking up, but it's not. So the gap now moved out to 5. It's 10 seconds from first to second. It's 3 seconds from second to third. This one's now 5. But you kind of feel Heggert's got a bit of ground speed to start making up. Got 2/10 back that time, which isn't quite where you need to get to. As he scrapes around for the bottom of the podium. Tollard's now managed to gap Horn. It was half a second, now it's 4.5 seconds. It's Vale, Berg, Evening, Steichler. I think Pecco Evening's really not shown as I would expect him to have done at this event. I think he's finally been flummoxed. His ultimate all-rounder has finally been flummoxed by a new surface in a new country, in a new time zone. But he'll learn so quickly the next time he comes here. Probably absolutely no issue whatsoever. There's Watson's car. I think that's it. I know they're going to try and restart it. They've had nothing but bad luck. I mean, obviously, if they had any luck they've had, it's bad luck. They've had trouble getting it to run. And it's dropped back, and Watson now 8 laps off the lead. Donald Elliott 4 laps off the lead. Whilst all that was going on, Heckert's got ahead of Rose. So how that happened? No. So Heckert got ahead of the Rose whilst we were looking at that pit stop. And no, I don't know how. Rose did 33. Now, not that 33 was a pit stop, that 33 was an error. Oh, it was a pit stop. Let's just wait. Let's take them through this pit stop first. Let's see what we're going to get here. Focus, Frank. So now when they come round, what will that gap be? Because Rose will be back ahead of Heckert. Just wait for them to cross the line, and we're going to have a quick word with Cody's father. And the gap is 13 to Rose's pit. Okay, let's have a word with Cody's dad.
Okay, we're here with Mitch Watson. What happened to Cody just now? having a little trouble on the track, so then he kind of started driving a little wild and got us off our pits graduation. Extra fuel flamed out right before he came into the pits, but it's been a tough weekend. We've been off the track for a while, and it's starting to show. We can run the lap times, but we just can't keep it consistent. The track a little rough, and we got to just do better. Put a little more time in.
Good luck to you. Good luck. I hope you finish them in.
So, difficult times in the Watson household, or the Watson camp. Now, when we look at the original flame out, obviously something happened to Rose. I thought Rose had fueled, but he actually fueled the next time. So Rose has now dropped down. Heckert now comfortably in third. Bornhorst a long way behind Ronefalk in second. And Rose lost about 9 seconds over a couple of laps. Who's upside? That's Bornhorst there upside down. So right, Heckert and Bornhorst are right together for second and third. So it's S-Works v S-Works, but the fact is that the main beneficiary of that is going to be a massive lead for Ronefalk. 16 seconds it is now. Ronefalk has a slow one. I think Ronefalk fueled that time. So Ronefalk now leads by 16 seconds. Bornhorst just behind him. Just behind Heckert. So second and third on frame now. Rose 6 seconds further back as they come up and over the rollers. Stay tight, stay tight, stay tight. Power, 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 power. And you should be okay. Whether it's the quickest way, I don't know, but it's certainly the safest way. Sweeping round the hairpin. Still a long way to go. There's going to be a huge number of laps completed in this. Not even halfway, they've done 58. Running round now. So Bornhorst now is target quad. I don't think Ronefalk's lead drops to 12. I think it's because the pit stops are staggered over 2 laps. That's what's causing the confusion. You lose a bit of it in the first lap and a bit in the second lap because the way the timing loop is. So his lead is actually 12. It's going to go up a little bit to 13. Bornhorst right behind Heckert. So that 16 was a bit of a false, where are we on our pit stop strategy lead, but the 13's real. Bornhorst right behind. Rose dropping off these two at the moment in fourth. He had his moment in the sun, a couple of laps in the lead. And Bornhorst there got right out wide and just lost so much time as the car just wasn't able to produce any form of momentum. 25-4. Heckert seems to have recovered his mojo after a strange period, a few minutes in where he lost it. Now lapping a very similar, if not a slightly faster pace than Ronefalk. But the damage is done. He's 13 seconds behind. Everybody's still running. Watson 10 laps off. Elliott 5 laps off. Even something better than 3 laps off. Such is the pace of Ronefalk, and of course the very, very short laps for Nitro. You know, a 24-second lap is a short lap. I think we were talking earlier that the round 1 and round 2 were both about 32, 33 seconds a lap. And of course the Nemo was about 35. Just in context, at the Worlds it was 50. So the Worlds track was twice as long as this one, each lap, which is remarkable if you think about it. You go around a circuit, so every lap here, every 2 laps here was 1 lap of Redovan in time. And this track obviously therefore gets a lot more beaten up and up through the inside, and that's a little bit of move there by Bornhorst. It's up the inside of Don Elliott. The gap is easing out again, but certainly Heckert now has the pace. Bornhorst is like, you know, there or thereabouts. No real time being lost by Heckert on Ronefalk. He gained a little bit there. He did a 23.9, which is his personal best last time around Heckert. So Heckert's now found a bit of pace again. Don't forget Heckert was TQ, won the Super Pole, and of course won yesterday's 2-legged final as well. So we're not looking at somebody who's slow. Oh, Heckert's made a mistake though, and it's put him a little one, minor one, put him into the clutches of Bornhorst. Heckert with the white wheels, Bornhorst with the yellow wheels. But realistically, them fighting against themselves is not going to really bother anyone because it's just playing into the hands of David Ronefalk. Rose staying about 7 seconds behind. Horn now has picked up 5th. Horn's picked up 5th place. Berg's 6th, Tollard 7th. There's some big gaps, like Berg is almost a lap behind Horn, and Horn is more than half a lap behind Rose. As the fuel pipe drips out, wasn't it? It's quite dangerous, got a dripping fuel pipe. So Hecker isn't, it's kind of one lap he is and one lap he isn't making any movement at all on Ronefalk. Let's see if we can find our lead. Let's have a quick look at David. These guys are not really entertaining as we would wish them to be. Ronefalk now 2/3 of the way around the lap. Big red number 7 should be a giveaway about who it is. Here he comes. And that's Berg. So he's in the early part of the lap. There we are. There's our leader, just going through the switchback. The thing about this, when you're looking for someone, you know they're going to come around within 24 seconds, not 50. So that time round for Ronefalk was a 24.3. Lead is, well, the lead was 14.4. You see what it is when Hecker crosses the line in the second. Goes up to, oh, it's a slow lap for Hecker. It's gone to 16.3. It wasn't a very quick lap for Bornhorst either, actually. So that's the traffic you have to deal with. Cody lets him through, as does the Beach RC car, which was Jake Steichleather. So Ronefalk now right in the meat of his reliability phase. That's Ivan going in and out of the fuel stop there. Bornhorst in for fuel. And down he goes. Another one gone. Not sure if that was Hecker or not. Oh. So Ronefalk now looking perfectly in control. Interesting, he was going in the lap after Bornhorst. Well, that's one lap more than Bornhorst. Let's see how he goes in the next time. So he hasn't really got a 22-second lead because he's not taken one of the pit stops. He is a long way ahead. Let's not kind of gloss over that. But in fact, actually, he's just about to lap Bornhorst. That's Bornhorst ahead of him, about to go a lap down. They are on a dip. David owes us a fuel stop. But that is Bornhorst about to be lapped by Ronefalk. And very sportingly, Joe lets him through. So Joe knows the rules of lappage. Oh, that dead car didn't help anybody. So, oh, Tollard's car's gone. We've lost Cole. He's obviously been having engine problems the whole way through. Conversation with the team. Now, my guess is that Ronefalk will break off for fuel here. He does. So we'll take Ronefalk full for fuel. I'm sure we'll get a word with Cole Tollard in a minute about what's finally gone, what's taken him out of the race. The very, very affable Associated driver. This is really very bad news for Associated. It kind of means that's the end of their challenge for the team's championship, and it's going to go to S-Works as they need to gain points, and they can't regain points with one car, especially when the S-Works cars are so far ahead. And he skulks off towards the back. Didn't look overly upset, to be honest. So Ronefalk crosses the line after a 30.7 because he's done the fuel stop, which will mean that Heckert will take it down about 18. And let's hear from Cole Tollard.
Yeah, we heard of Cole Tollard, our first retirement from the race, Cole. Do you know what happened?
Well, we're not going to retire. I'm going to make some set changes. I'm going to go back out there because we're determined to be better. But just keeps on flaming out. Not sure why, but we're going to go out there and make some set changes and just try. But I'm cheering for my teammate, Aiden Horn, so hopefully we can pull this together.
All right, well, I wish you luck, man. Get back out there and get back on the horse. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Lefties. That's the attitude you want. That's the attitude you want. I've got my hour race. I've got some problems, but I can still learn stuff. I can learn stuff about the way the track evolves. I can learn stuff when my car works. If I can just get the damn thing to run, I'll be fine. So, Tollard, that bane of nitro racing, the constantly flaming car, I'm sure you're probably going to do I don't know, a complete engine change. We'll certainly do a glow plug change and try and work out what on earth the thing just won't run. Ronnefeld's car is running at the moment. It's running with a 23-second lead. Might drop down slightly at this point because he's just had a slightly slower lap. Heckert and Bornhorst are right together. I'm not sure whether we can fight. They should. Oh, that is Bornhorst right ahead of us, so they aren't together. So Bornhorst is once again in imminent danger of being lapped. There's 2 cars between Bornhorst and their Ronnefalk. I think the in-between car might be Aidan Horn. Don't quote me on that because it could be Evan Vale. They're very similar, but it doesn't matter anyway because they've gone past them. And Ronnefalk now getting dangerously close to lapping Bornhorst for real. The last time he went past, that was a fuel strategy situation. That must be a real sinking feeling when a man you felt you were going to be competing against has lapped you with 25 minutes to go. Now, don't forget, the last time we were in America for a final round of a championship, Ronnefalk did indeed lap his great rival of that event, which is Davide Ongaro. It was Thunder Rally. However, he then broke down within 2 laps of that happening. So let's see if history repeats itself. And when he gets past his biggest rival in these American races, whether he then breaks down again. I don't want to tempt fate. I just want to remind you of history. Mind you, the RCGP's rich history after 2 seasons. We will have so many good luck and bad luck stories to bring to you. At the moment, we're bringing you a masterful drive by Ronnefalk. We're also bringing you the potential for Bornhorst to get lapped. And that my Arco showing quite a bit of pace. The S-Works as a team, though, are by far the dominant force and have been this weekend. Looking about whether to let him through or not. And I think this time he's not quite so keen on the concept because Brandon Rose is right behind him. This is the problem that Bornhorst has got, is that in between, Ronnefalk is now in between the fight for second and third because it's actually behind Ronnefalk is Brandon Rose. So Bornhorst is going to have to, he should really let him go. He has now. Right, so now let Ronnefalk go because it's more interesting is the Bornhorst-Rose battle because that is the position, that's a podium position battle, second and third. Right together. Now, interesting as well is that Heckert isn't that far ahead of them. Now Bornhorst isn't quite so concerned about Ronnefalk. He's just trying to put a little bit of a gap on Rose. It's hard now because he can't push forever. He doesn't dare touch the back of the Ronnefalk machine. So Rose just dropped off a tiny bit that time, 0.8. Rose, who's looks older than his years. He's just 18 years old, Rose, so he's got a really big career in front of him. Very young man with a huge amount of potential. And getting closer and closer to Bornhorst, who's upside down as a back marker, doesn't matter. Oh, little half bobble. I'm looking at the gap. Heckert is only a second ahead of these two, so second, third and fourth are really condensing together. There's Heckert. That's right. Oh, that's happened now. Got completely confused where I am now. So Rose has picked up second. Bourne has picked up third, and Heckert. Well, that's interesting. There's a fuel stops involved there. Heckert may have stopped for fuel or had an accident offline. I think possibly Heckert stopped for fuel actually. So Rose now is in second, with Bornhorst 2.8 behind him. So just drop back 1 and it should be the Bornhorst-Heckert battle. And indeed it is. Oh no, Heckert went for fuel then, so no. So that was a problem for Heckert. He dropped off. He actually dropped off. Nice shot there of Heckert picking up fuel. So he's dropped from second to fourth. Bornhorst has been coming in pretty much the same or within a lap of Heckert. So let's see if he comes in this time. If it Rose now is in an actual second. So Brandon now picks up second. Joe, no, looked like he looked faked out wide. I thought he was going to take some fuel, didn't. Sitting now with 20 minutes to go, trying to work out what he can do about the 1 lap lead that Ronnefalk has. It's a storming performance at the moment. One which kind of you thought that Ronnefalk could do as into the pits goes Bornhorst. That's Rose as well. So Rose stops. Bornhorst stops. Oh, that's a long fill for those guns. That was a gun with an airlock. So that was great. Lovely shot there. Really gave you can see the difference, couldn't you? When the gun just powered the fuel straight in, Oh, was that Rose made a mistake? Oh, Rose has flamed. Rose has flamed. We've got Rose has flamed, I think. That is, if we just come at the man holding the car, I think that's Rose. Oh, such bad luck. He's putting a great run in, and it's the lap after a refuel, one of the dangerous times, because you can get a little bit of air in the pipe, and he's just trying to release the pressure. I think lots of pressure pipe. Oh, such bad luck for Brandon. He was doing so well. Billy Talaska trying to, and they're going for a new plug. It's a plug change. I mean, there are some big gaps, so it's not going to be like it's going to drop to 7th, but they just had to take the plug actually out of the packaging. Oh, trying to work out what's happened. I think they dropped the plug. Oh, there's somebody else coming into the pits there, trying to start the car. No, dead. And that looks like a retirement. I don't see it yet. It's all being wiped up. I'm afraid that Brandon Rose, after a brilliant weekend, a brilliant performance, is probably going to be coming off the rostrum any moment. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Such bad luck for Brandon. He was doing so well. He basically flamed out from second place. So Heckert now is in second. Bornhorst is third. Horn is fourth. Ronefalk leads by a lap and a bit, to be honest. A lap and a lot. He's a lap and a half ahead now. Let's see if I'm sure Brandon should be off the rostrum soon, or possibly even Billy. But Brandon deserves a pat on the back for the performance he's put in this weekend and this race again. And it's Nemo had a bit of a what could have been. Lee Martin was doing particularly well in Italy, wasn't he? And he had a flame out as well. So, it happens. It's irritating when it happens at that point when you're doing well. If you're in 9th and you flame out, everyone goes, oh. But when you're second, it's just a complete, kick in the guts. So Bornhorst continues his happy way in third. Horn's fourth. Let's see if we can find Aidan Horn. He's 11 seconds back. I mean, just wait there for a bit, and he should come through in a few seconds. Let's hope he's the next white and red, associated car. That's that one there, I think, in the middle. Those two in the middle. One back behind Ronefalk. I think that's Horn. Don't quote me on it, obviously, because I need to get a nice close-up to see if that's 98 or not. I'm just now trying to work out his relate. Yeah, but based on the timing, he's just behind Ronefalk. That is Horn. So Hayden, of course, who absolutely, that's Aidan. Now in fourth was, of course, my co-commentator for the RC2 finals. If you haven't watched that, listen back, because you get a huge insight into how racers prepare for long finals, the pressures of being a professional racer, how you get better, how you improve, it's all about race preparation. Everyone knows he's a bit of a joker, but he's a very serious and sensible young man, very articulate, very impressed with Aidan, I must admit. There's a few people I've met this year and this season doing RCGP who I've been very impressed with and enjoyed talking to, as in comes on. Horn's one of them, Cole Tollard's another, of course Joe Bornhorst, Spencer Heckert, and definitely Brandon Rose as well. I think they've all really impressed me as top-line racers, and some of them are established and some of them are stars for the future, and some of them are just great guys. And, of course, Matt McCallum as well, who is the best of all. I've been told I have to say nice things about Matt. Matt McCallum, our producer, who is channeling James Parry at the moment. So he's going to pop out any minute now for a vape. So, battling on, Horn. He's in no man's land, really, because he's best part of 2/3 of a lap behind Bornhorst, but he's 2/3 of a lap behind Hampersberg. Now, Hampersberg is also another driver who's impressed me, but I already knew him very well. So he's a new impressive person. He just doesn't impress me, someone who I knew as well. But Berg's certainly come along. Pekko Ivinen, basically Pekko Ivinen has been the favourite child of, literally as a child, of RC Racing TV for the last 7 years. Nothing to do with him and everything to do with his mother, who is a fantastic person on the chat and also made us some socks many years ago. So Pekko has benefited from having a pleasant mum. It's basically, realistically, we are very, very easy to bribe, but it's not money. Clothing, beer, especially beer, in fairness. So Horn remaining a distance now. Heckert still has about 6 seconds over Born Horse. Ronafalk suffering no twist at all. Let's have a look at some of the other cars. Let's see if we can find Hampus-Berg. He's in the other white Mayarko. So you just kind of wait at the start finish. He should be along in a minute. Ash, he's the other white Mayarko. So he is, according to me, he's finishing his lap now. So the white car in the main straight should be Hampus. And there we go. This is marvellous. Now we pick these cars up. So Hampus, of course, just to reiterate, though, he took part in the 2019 RC2 Championship. He won the championship for Europe, which was held across the 2 rounds in Austria and Italy. His promise was a entry into RCGP for what was going to be 2020. Of course, then COVID stuck, and we didn't have 2021. But for season 221, I think beyond his wildest dreams, ended up being a Mayarko driver, and then ended up with a Mayarko Works driver. And Alex Anchetin had some issues with COVID status. So he was promoted out of the JQSM, the green team, and ended up running for the main squad. And he's come along. I think the highlight of his RCGP must be when he was third qualifier for the Sunday in Italy and made the Super Pole. The race itself, he was going very well, and then he had a runaway, and he crashed into the fair fence with a servo failure, I think, whilst running in the top 5. So, this is a big learning experience. And I would say it's very interesting that Hampus has been much, much better here in the Badlands. He was just 6 months ago in S&B Raceway. And S&B Raceway is another clay track, another 3-dimensional circuit like this. Don Elliott takes one of his last stops. Another 3-dimensional circuit. And he's obviously learning as he goes. Another 18, 19-year-old. There goes Jake Steichleather. So Don and Jake were our kind of wild cards in from the locality. I think Don was the first to admit he's been a little bit out of his depth. Jake, though, kind of felt that this was next weekend, and he had the experience he'd had from this weekend. Jake could be right on it. There goes the JQSM of Pecco Evenen. Let's just drop back one, which should be Pecco. Could we have a quick chat about the young man there? There is Pecco with the green aerial. And for those of you who don't know, Pecco made the A final in consecutive weeks in 1/10 electric off-road. Then he made it in 1/6 large-scale off-road, and then he made the 1/8 Nitro Euros as well. He made the A final in all of them. And he missed out being the large-scale European champion by 3 corners when his car ran out of fuel. Watson again has some problems. So Evenen really is an amazing jacket. And don't forget, when he came and impressed so much at Nemo in round 3 of RCGP, that was the first time he ever driven a Mayarko. His main sponsor is a Finnish hobby company, and normally he runs Associated. He runs Associated with the Worlds, for example. But he is free to choose his chassis, as in and out goes Hampus-Berg. He is free to choose his chassis in a number. He's a Schumacher driver for electric off-road. And 19-year-old, one of the most versatile racers, and perhaps the only thing holding him back is that during the winter he can't really do any driving, which is not what is particularly useful. So Evenen, believe it or not, has a 2-lap in 6th, a 2-lap lead over 7th. There's really, at this point, there are 6 cars kind of in it, and even them, they're quite heavily spaced out, and that's Bornhorst having a problem. Bornhorst has fallen 10 seconds off Heckert. So Bornhorst is struggling a little bit during this point. By the way, Ronafalk isn't. He's just taken fuel. I think we saw the end of that fuel, didn't we? So Evenen obviously knows that if he finishes, he doesn't get a free meal. But if he finishes, apparently Jake is going to buy him. If he doesn't finish, Jake is going to buy him dinner. I know he didn't extend that to Watson. His car is hardly ever finished. And it's also one of JQ's cars. I do feel sorry for Cody. He's a very, very nice lad. And he's just had nothing but bad luck with that particular... The car that JQ's given him just really hasn't... I don't know what it is. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes you get these gremlins and you take the car apart and you can find nothing wrong with it. And you put it back together again and it never does it again. That's worst of all. What is really good is when you find something small. Oh, it's that thing. Even isn't that thing. Did it? Oh, right. It's definitely because that left sway bar isn't connected. That's the end of that. So Bornhorst now 15 seconds off third. And it looks like Bornhorst and Horn might end up having a bit of a battle here. I think 6 seconds there. That's the closest one on the track. There is Bornhorst now. Just going over the show-off double and coming into the switchback with the S-Works. Just so you know, Ronafalk still leading, not having a problem at all. So there's the fastest lap, 23.695. But Bornhorst, I don't know where he's lost. We've missed him having a few accidents. We just lost some pace. That run was a 25 flat. Everyone's just come off a little bit from their ultimate pace. Horn there did a 26.5 as well. Oh, that's just going in for fuel. So Horn's 26.5 was a fuel effect 26.5 because obviously you lose about a second half coming in for fuel. So that lead will go out to about 12 or 13 seconds now. Just getting the impression that Joe's not got total ground speed now. What's he done? 25.1, yeah. Oh, and a roll. Good driving there by the car behind him, realising, and then Pecco has to stop again because he's a lap ahead. So this isn't really helping Pecco, but Pecco's 3 laps ahead of Evan Vale behind him, so it's got a little bit of a cushion behind him. Lead obviously between Horn now has gone out because of the fuel stop. Bornhorst that time round 26.3. We saw the roll there at the end of the lap. 24.3 for Ronefalk, 28.8 for Hecker. So Ronefalk's still able to turn the low laps. I'm just not sure if Bornhorst can. It's just not. Wonder whether some of the setup he's made, something's worn out. He's got a little bit of a bend on something. Into pits now comes Coulthard, who has got rolling again. So CFT out to run a few laps towards the end of this race. 8 minutes to go. Not sure if there's enough time for Horn to catch up to Bornhorst. He did a 26 again. I mean, Aiden hasn't got super pace. He's a 24.9 in fairness to him. I think possibly, though, what he does have a disadvantage at is he's actually having to make more. He's having to make one more stop. So that 6:40. So that 6:40 is not really. Oh, a massive tanky there. Yeah, I think there's definitely a handling problem for Bornhorst. He's just hanging on for dear life now. That was a 27 flat. I think he has had a petrol. We know when Aiden came in and chatted to us, he said he had a very, very thirsty car. So he's ended up having to make an extra stop. That's been done now. I think all the cars are one stop to the end. So they all have to make one more. That was the first reasonable lap I've seen from Bornhorst for a while, and it was a 24.6. So it is there. He has got a fast pace. He's just really having a problem putting it down. Getting back in that rhythm. He only needs to get in the rhythm for a couple of laps and he'll be fine. And he'll fight off the challenge from the cheeky American. And there he goes. That time round was, yeah, so Bornhorst back on the pace again. So I don't know what happened. This is Don Elliott having an issue. I don't know what the issue was with Bornhorst, whether he just got out of rhythm. But now he's back in rhythm again. The lap times are great. So I think it's something again that Aiden was talking about, that you start over driving or just predicting. But this is, look at that, even though the car was out of shape, he got it straight back in again. So it's looking, 7.7 seconds. Yes, if he makes a mistake, he could be in trouble. But actually, he isn't really losing much time on. One thing I would say is Ronefalk is getting very, very close to double lapping Hecker. So it's almost getting close to being a 2-lap lead for Ronefalk, which is pretty impressive. Given that it took him about 7 minutes to get the lead, so he's managed to get 2 laps in about 50 minutes. That's like winning the Worlds by a whole lap. Bornhorst. Car. Ronefalk now is 2 laps ahead of the field. Hecker, I think, stopped for fuel. That's what helped it. So they're all getting ready for their last fuel stop. It's Horn down to 6.4 seconds, and Bornhorst makes another small error. We get a final little battle towards the end. Or can Joe hold on to his obviously ill-handling car? Better lap. 24.5. 24.7 for Horn, so it's at 6.5 seconds. Ronefalk leads by 2. And in for his final stop comes Joe. It's quite slow. A bit of a slow one last time. It was like the fuel didn't go in. This, look, you've got fuel going down. Bang, 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 bang. Straight in the tank. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Double fill. That's not helped. I think they're going to have to look at that fuel gun when they get out of this race. That's Ronafalk over the final time as well. I'm not sure whether Heckert got past, but I think he did. So Ronafalk will remain 2 laps ahead, I think. Gap's down to 4.5. But it's very likely that Horn's filling up. Last stop, so let's see where they come out together. Whoa, it's right close now. So Bornhorst lead. That's third and fourth there. Right together, Horn and Bornhorst. Avoid Cody Watson. So Aidan Horn has target acquired and potential for a top 3. Bornhorst, last thing he wants to do is not get third place here. Horn absolutely has been quicker over the last couple of minutes. Oddly, at that point, he just looked like a bit more ponderous. 1.7 seconds, 4 minutes to go. Don't think that Bornhorst would have chosen his setup again if he got a chance. It was quite good for a while, and then it wasn't. But certainly in a... Oh, who's that? That's Watson who's just stopped. There's a couple of cars broken. I think Tollard's broken down again as well. There's a car all over the track there. This Horn goes through. Yep, it's faster that for Bornhorst. The Bornhorst gained 0.6 on Horn that time round. So perhaps now with a target on his back, Bornhorst is switched back into motor mode. Ronafalk from Heckert. Heckert half a lap or 2/3 of a lap ahead of his teammate. Horn that time round was a couple of tenths quicker. Both of them did good laps. 24.6, 24.4, 24.1 though for Ronafalk. Who's that in the middle of the track? That was Bornhorst. That was Bornhorst. That was a change for third. Horn has taken third. Bornhorst is upside down there. Aidan Horn onto the podium at the moment as Bornhorst has rolled over and he still hasn't come across the line. 6 seconds back, a massive problem for Bornhorst that lap, 33-second lap. And Aidan Horn has come from miles behind onto the podium. He's 17 seconds down from Heckert. Ronafalk is gone, but that is a drive. I'm entirely putting that down to the pep talk I gave him here during the RC2 conversation. Did we balance him down? He didn't. Do you think we can claim it, Matt? Yeah, we're claiming it. We're claiming the podium. It's entirely down to us. So, but he hasn't got it yet, of course. There's 2:20 to go. Now, is he extending it or is he tightening up? 4 laps to go for Horn to hang on to the final podium spot. So it's looking particularly good for Aidan. Oh, up in the air. Minute and 30 to go. It's Ronafalk. Oh, just letting people unlap themselves. That's quite generous himself. He let Bornhorst undouble lap himself, I think, there. He's got Berg behind him. So it's getting a bit closer. Horn's getting a bit run down. There's Horn. He's now on the inside. We're following Horn because his lead's only 3.6 seconds off Bornhorst. I can see Bornhorst coming, actually. We don't want to miss the excitement if it changes again. But also we don't want to miss our winner going over the line. It's a nightmare, but luckily we've got 2 cameras. So we can have one on one camera, one on the other. Horn now... Oh, the lead's gone back out again. Bornhorst lost a second in traffic there. So we've got 42 seconds to go there. Now we're back with our leader again. There's Ronafalk. Missed the World Championship by 1, but he's won the RCGP Championship and he's about to. In fact, I think he has actually already won this because he's 2 laps ahead and no one can get 2 laps in 30 seconds. So he begins his final lap, 3:50. Yes, this is his last lap. So with a lead of 4.4, let's take Ronafalk over the line, then we'll switch and see what Horn does. So Ronafalk now coming round for the last time through to the switchback. It's been a masterful performance, absolutely crushed the opposition. The opposition weren't even in the game after the first 7 minutes. David Ronafalk wins it for Majorco, wins it for Sweden, wins it for himself. What a fantastic performance by Ronner Falk. And then at the same time, you kind of want to know, is Aidan Horn going to hold on to a really, really hard-fought podium? Let's find out. What's Horn doing? Is he finished yet? Oh, no, so it's 2 to go. Oh, I've announced it wrongly. I've got overexcited. I forgot there's 2 to go. I thought it was 58 minutes. I've just got to... there we are. You give me 2 similar finals, I forget. There's 2 to go. Who knows what's going to happen? But we do know, actually, at this point, 2 to go, that Ronner Falk has won because he's 2 laps ahead. It's the famous thing, commentators going too early. It's a nightmare. Ask their wives. Anyway, so Ronner Falk has to run these last lap. He's on the last lap now. He was only delaying the inevitable. He'd win for Mallorca, and he'd win for Sweden, and he'd win the championship, and he'd win everything. Whereas Horn takes it over the line. There goes Horn. Ronner Falk won it. Horn is going to pick up a very well-deserved third. Spencer Heckert caps off a fantastic weekend with second. I cap off a fantastic weekend with doing one thing I haven't ever done before, which is declare the aim before it happened. Bornhorst skulks off from the behind. But the net result is Ronner Falk from Heckert, from Horn, Bornhorst, Berg, Evenen, Vale, Steichleather, Elliott, Watson, and Tollard and Rose had problems. Very, very bad luck for Brandon Rose and Cole Tollard. Cody Watson had no luck the entire race. Don Elliott, I'm sure he enjoyed the experience. You got Steichleather and everyone else, and they walk down, and suddenly the quiet descends. But Ronner Falk, who I called the winner twice, but just won it once, that was enough. From Heckert, from Horn, and another win for the Viking. That's your overall result. 140 laps for Ronner Falk. 138 for Heckert. 138 for Horn. Bornhorst in 4th. Berg in 5th. Even in 6th. Vale in 7th. Steichleather in 8th. Elliott in 9th. And Watson 10th. Tollard and Brandon Rose. Not sure how that affects the points. I'm sure we're about to find out what the final point score are for everybody. So, well, it was a bit of a... In the end, it was close to begin with, and then it became a masterclass for David Ronner Falk as they lay down the presentation ceremony. Oh, they've got that stuck over the speaker. We will, of course, have a chat with the top 3 very, very soon. I'm sure they're being lined up. Okay, here we go. Here's the overall points result. David Ronner Falk, 122. He wins it. In 2nd place overall is Davide Ongaro. 3rd place overall is Hampus Berg. Well, I wouldn't have picked that. Hampus Berg, I wouldn't have picked that one. In 4th place overall, it's Joe Bornhorst. Oh, it's been updated already. But it's the same order. It's Ronner Falk, Ongaro, Berg. Then it's Bornhorst in 4th. Spencer Heckert gets 5th after the back of a couple of very good performances. Heckert in the end playing 1 point behind the Bornhorst after the 2 rounds they did. Boots, 57. Then it's Canas, Even who did it in 2 rounds as well. Lee Martin, Brandon Rose, Aidan Horn. Good points for him. Cole Tollard, Evan Vale, Alex Angetine, and Leonardo Valenti were your top scorers. But congratulations to Ronner Falk. Congratulations to Hampus Berg as well for 3rd overall. Can't argue with that. And then the team standings. This is the big one. S-Works got it, and they got it by a large amount in the end. 247 points for S-Works factory team, plus 70. That was the Bornhorst, Spencer Heckert. It was obviously helped by Juan Carlos Canas, and of course it was helped by Boot. But the big news is the last round has seen Mallorca take 2nd overall. They've skipped past Team Mercedes Scampi Rosso. That win for Ronner Falk and Hampus Berg. That's been the same team. Those 2 drivers have been the same team the whole season, and they picked up 2nd overall. But ahead in 3rd place, Team Mercedes Scampi Rosso, which is Tollard, Aidan Horn, and of course Tom Rabat and some bloke called Davide Ongaro was also driving for them as well. They picked up 3rd. In 4th place, Invisible Speed JQSM, Pecco Even and Cody Watson. In 5th place, Beach RC, Evan Verne, Jake Steichleather. And in 6th place, Nemo Gamma Racing, who in reality actually just had nothing but bad luck when it counted like today. But that is the end thing. The big news, Mallorca takes 2nd overall in the team championship, but S-Works factory team are your RCGP World Series team winners.
Okay, I'm here with Aidan Horn. He's your 3rd place finisher. He kind of started off slow this week, but a 3rd place, you'll take that.
Yeah. Ended up on the box with how it went is that's a win for me, honestly. We qualified 6th, so we didn't really have much pace. Honestly, didn't really have much pace in that main event either, but just try to keep it consistent and limit the mistakes. I got cleaned out on the first corner of that race, and I was in dead last, and I just kept trying to push and dig, and I kept on seeing guys, and unfortunately Brandon had that mechanical, and I kind of kept my eye on Joe the whole time, because at one point he was lapping me, and then he kept on making mistakes, and his car is pretty easy to spot, so I just kept an eye on him. I was a little closer, and I pretty much just kept digging, and somehow, some way, ended up on the podium, so I'm super stoked with that, honestly.
Sweet, awesome, good run. See you next weekend at Mod. We'll have some fun. Any predictions for that?
Hopefully we can contend for that win. So yeah, should be a lot of fun next weekend. That's actually one of my favorite events of the year for sure. So looking forward to it. Brent always does a great job. You know, keeps the track dialed, and dirt's awesome. So should be a fun time.
All right, thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go. Spencer Heck, your second place finisher. Great weekend for you. Top it off with a second, not a win, but a second will go.
Feel good. Made some in the race that were pretty critical, and fell back, and then I got into a battle with I think it was Joe and Brandon, and then Brandon had that mechanical, so that sucks for him. But yeah, it was good. Drove some clean laps out there. Track's getting rough, and it was rough, so yeah, I'm stoked.
So what clicked this weekend? Because you was fast all weekend. I mean, literally, you won yesterday. Today you come second. 60-minute main. What clicked for you this weekend?
I don't really know. I guess everyone has their weekends, I guess. But yeah, everything was feeling really good. Tires were gripping really good. Car was awesome. So can't really ask for a better weekend, honestly. First and a second, that'll do.
Are you coming to Masters too? Oh, so he'll be at Masters Dirt.
Yep, I'll be at Masters of Dirt. Brent always kills it. I'm looking forward to it. Definitely one of my favorite 10-scale tracks. So yeah.
Well, good. Congratulations. Great driving this weekend, and look forward to seeing you at Masters next week.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so the man of the hour, the champion, who also now raises Mayako in the team standings to second, the Viking. Yes, she did. Impressive run. Tell us what you did. How did you get focused for the 60-minute main?
Well, I knew the speed has been great all weekend. In the gate starts, I had some good starts. I had some bad starts, but this time I knew for our main that we're going to have a grid start. I was lucky to squeeze it into the Super Pole after my DNF on the first qualifier there this morning, but yeah, I was able to put a decent lap down. Spencer got me on the Super Pole, but starting second, I felt confident. With it being a grid start as well, it's a lot easier. It's not as hectic the first couple of laps, so got a good start. Was fighting with Joe and Spencer there for a couple of laps in the beginning. Had a couple of mistakes myself as well, but I knew that as soon as I would be able to get out in front and put my head down, the goal was to pull away, and we were able to do that as the others were battling as well, making some mistakes while they were doing so. So had a good pit strategy. All the fuel stops went great. Joseph and Oscar did a great job, and yeah, I mean, I had the goal was to kind of put 2 laps on them. Of course, it's not easy on this track. You have to really focus hard. Super technical, and those bumps in the back here on the right side of the track is really tough, and there's basically just one line through there, and if your car just grabs one of those bumps, it really sends you off the line. So you need to be super patient over there, and yeah, with such short laps, it was also a lot of traffic, obviously, so I had to pass a lot of cars out there, but kept it cool. Was smart at times when I had cars in front wrecking or so. I hit the brakes instead of trying to do something stupid. So wanted to bring this one home, and I did. So I'm really happy right now.
RCGP champion, second at the Worlds, European champion. Great year for you. What's next? When are we going to see you again?
8 scale wise, it's probably going to be DNC, to be honest. Now back home, winter season is starting, and I'm going to go back indoors, run some touring car during the winter and some 10 scale buggy as well. Also trying to get the program going for 10 scale Worlds next year. But yeah, for 8 scale, DNC is the next one up. I have the nationals on road actually at my indoor place in 3 weeks, so that is next on the schedule for me. So I have a lot of stuff to prepare for that race, and hopefully I can, put on a good show and try to beat Hagberg and Reinhardt and those guys who are all coming to my track. So that's cool. So that's next for me, and A skill is DNC.
All right. Well, congratulations and thank you for the show. And let's go have libation.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to hand it over. That's it for RCGP. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we are going to go to the trophy presentation.
Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Man, dude, that was a rough one.
For everybody's favourite moment of the day, it's trophy presentation time. Who would not want to have a marvellous selection of trophy presentations? We've had Justin there desperately trying to herd cats, but we'll... Here we go. Right.
Anybody playing soccer, the playground, everybody do track.
Could we have the... Yeah, okay, so it's time for the presentations. We'll start with RC2, the finalists. And in 13th place, Jason Smith. Not here. In 12th place, Donny Ward. Donny here? No, he's gone as well. Okay, in 11th place, Ryan Lecure.
Ryan.
Nope. In 10th place, David Carmendi. Can you get... In 9th place, Cameron Saxon. In 8th place, Luke Deming. In 7th place, Jackson Terrell. In 6th, DJ Hepler. Is he late again? He was late last time. In 5th, Cade Burnett. And in 4th place, Camden Lee. And on the bottom step of the podium in 3rd, it's Josh Holyfield. In 8th In second place, it's... Oh, get the Evelyn drink. In second place, it's David Olsen. And your RC2 winner for round 4 here in South Carolina, it's Trent Walker. Happy birthday. Yeah, it blows back early. We've got a couple more trophies before you can get the champagne out. The TQ was Donny Ward, but he's gone home. But there is an overall trophy for the best combined score here and an S&B Raceway back in March. And the RC2 overall champion is David Olsen. Yes. Now, the good news is that after several photographs, 3 of you can open the champagne. So, raise your trophies up high. I'm running away. Knock yourselves out. Oh, it's champagne now. Great stuff. If you could if you could claim your cars, your fuel, and your trophy, please. What's your name?
Ryan Markaya.
There's a trophy for you. Oh, thank you. The 11th place man is there. Okay, so next up is obviously RCGP Round 8. Let these guys clear themselves off. David? Top three. TQ which is Spencer. Yeah, points leader, that's still David.
Yes.
Is it team 1, 2, 3 or just team 1?
No, team overall, driver overall.
Just that's all. Okay, right. But they're separate ones, aren't they? So they have to get them off and then get back on.
TQ is TQ after,
Good job, mate. Yeah. I'm saying for the teams, though, we need to get everyone off and then do a series. We do 1, 2, 3 for team, even though we haven't got the point. Haven't got the, sure. Yeah. I'll put it right as well as So we'll give the team Okay, time for RCGP trophies. Starting off with round number 8. And in third place, can't believe I'm saying this, it's Aidan Horn! Don't give any drink, for goodness sake. In second place, Spencer Heckert. And your winner of the round, David Ronnefolk. Once again, we have a couple more trophies as well. We have several trophies, actually. First of all, the TQ for the event goes to, well, after a fantastic single lap about 4 hours ago now, Spencer Heckert. And we have the overall RCGP points champion, and obviously therefore the points leader. So it's all. How do you get these back in hand luggage? It's David Ronnefalk. And now, pictures. Okay, happy? Champagne time.
Man, I'm good. Let's go.
Three of you standing together afterwards.
I'm so hurting.
Yeah, I was like broken 5 long ways.
Dude, my hand was all wet. I'd be slipping.
Okay, if you can clear your victory cups. Okay, so we've got one final presentation, which is the Team of the Year. Just to tell you that Ronnefalk, Dave winning in the last round actually put Mayako into second overall in the Teams Championship. But the RCGP Teams Championship for Season 2 2022, S-Works Factory Team! Right. Once it's done, you just scatter, get that. That needs to go into there. We need to get ready for this thing. We're doing the press tour conference. Congratulations! Great job. Everyone gathered round.
Thank you very much indeed for coming. This would be nothing without a fantastic group of guys here to drive, teams and brands that have supported us all year, a fantastic host and massive help in really, really difficult conditions, Brent and Lucas and all his team at Beach RC in the Badlands.
For the mic?
Last but not
Do you want
least,
the mic for this?
No.
Oh, okay.
Last but not least, a really big thank you to my team, the RCGP media team and admin team, who, crisscrossed all over the place, putting this stuff on. We greatly appreciate you coming, and I hope you've had a good time. And thank you very much indeed. So a round of applause to everybody. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you very much indeed.
Right, that is well, it's the conclusion of RCGP Round 2 2022. Thank you for watching when you watched, and well, watch this space. We'll be back next year. See ya.